Remember, this is loop 1. I forgot this was a second. Hello, computer. I forgot that this song had the moaning part. Anyway, hello, computer. Yes, hello, hi, hello, computer. Welcome in once again to, they're calling it LCOLONQ Secret Fridays these days. This is actually a slightly more secretive stream than usual, I would say. We're keeping things a little bit on the down low today. This is one of the secret streams. Hello, computer. Welcome in. This is the computer. Yes. No, we're not. We're not doing this. Hello, everybody. Can we see who's here? Welcome into the pre-gang, the notorious cabal, known only as the pre-gang. Welcome into Taimisi, welcome in Niche Penguin, welcome in Sun Demoniac, welcome in Devs_DE, welcome in Control O, welcome in the 0x539, welcome in Tiny Misi, the robot of Taimisi, welcome in Control O, welcome in Caddy Shot, welcome in CRM148 is here. Hello, welcome in also Trupen Panda. Hello, welcome in Huala. Hello, welcome in Max Sylvester. Hello, welcome in Ledin Jin. Hello, thank you for Joel. I spotted Ledin Jin somewhere the other day. This is a new maneuver that I have performed. I saw this person. I saw this person around. This is crazy stuff. Yeah, at the other area, and I didn't say anything, but I was like, it was like we locked eyes for one moment, and it was like there was an yes. Hello, Steel Shield. Hello, Real Nyston. The Asphalt Sea, or Macadam Sea, as my ancestors call it, hurts my feet. Hello, asphalt's kind of soft, right? I remember when I was running a lot, asphalt was a lot nicer to run on than like concrete, right? It's a little bit soft with it. Hello, Must_Broke_, welcome in. Greymouth is here. Hello, Greymouth. Hello, Hidoto. Welcome in, Hidoto. Hello, Attention Span. Welcome in, Attention Span. Welcome in, Mesaka, just sailing on a sunbeam through the wires. Through the wires. Does it go? I think it may go. Hello, Frogrilla. Welcome in Welcome in Violet Marmalade. Happy Friday to you as well. Hello Das Razor. Hello Max Sylvester. Hello Jacques BR. Welcome in too. Hello also. Hello Hell Pie. I'll take my leave and lurk. Thank you very much. Hello Lemna 11. Welcome Lemna 11. Hello Raginator Dev. Hello Pro Teapot. Hello Cute Nice. It's good to see you all. Hello, we're here once more. Just join the immortal ranks. We have immortality. This is like when the Dota characters pick up the Aegis of immortality. They all have a line where they like yell immortality, and this is really good. I really like announcer stuff. Like narration in games is really strong. Like I like when they're like saying things in there. I feel like this is really charming. It has a certain sort of charming element to it. Hello everyone. Hi. Hello. We're back. We're back again for they're calling it LCOLONQ Secret Fridays. Back again with this with whatever this is. Hello Ivalon. Deadlock has so many good interactions. I forgot how much I missed Valve game dialogue. It's kind of like this. They love giving every guy 1,000 voice lines. Hello Jester Sylvester. Welcome in. I like that they're still doing this. I just really like a lot of things about Deadlock. I like how they made it in New York. I think this is really good. Hello, how are you all doing, computer? Dota took so much of my time. Yeah, I had to stop doing this for this reason, Lemna 11. I had to now I have more, pursuits that, I do productive things like play 40 MMORPGs at the same time. Did they invite me to Deadlock yet? I mean, you could just ask, I think. We could definitely invite you to this if you need to. I don't play, but I have probably yeah, we have this capability. Hello, I have Owl Lisp autocompletes on NeoVim. Hello, Octo Rinsky. Welcome in also. Hi. Hello, but enough of this gaming business. What is this? What is all this gaming stuff? I would never game. I would never game in my life, but maybe I would a little bit. I saw recently, I learned about a new game that I'd never even heard about before, computer. What is this called? What is the game called? It's called Colcept, I think. Is this it? Is this what they call this? I learned about this. I had never seen this before in my life, but you're going to look at one picture of this and you're going to think, you're going to know. You're going to know immediately what's the deal is with this. There's a series of video games. I had never heard of this one time. I had never heard this one time in the whole world. The Dota Pro scene made me realize how often people casually hooked up. Huh? Like, I never huh? Like fuck mode? I don't know. I no comment on this, I guess. I don't know anything about this. Can we move over? I'm showing things on the screen and then I'm realizing that I'm not even on the screen. We're looking at the road. We're looking at the open road still. I traveled with my friend who was a manager a few times. I see. Hello, next time. Oh. When are you going to try programming in Moo? Yes, I saw the Lambda Moo things that you shared. I don't really know about this. I feel like if we do something like this, I would rather just make something bad. I would rather make something new but also bad, or I guess rather bad but also new in our own. Hello Bitomancer and also Topiary Hedge. Welcome in both. Have you ever heard of this, computer? I learned about this recently, that they made Colcept for the Sega Saturn. And I was sort of shocked by this because, I sort of pride myself. I have a general awareness of many things that are real, and I had never heard of this in my entire life. But if you see a picture of this, I don't know if we have a picture here. They're doing this on Steam now. Apparently, they're doing this Colcept Steam. They're doing Colcept on Steam now. It's a new thing, and it looks like this. It looks like this, and when a game looks like this, it's going to be good. There's no chance a game that looks like this is bad. I think this is kind of a, we were talking about sort of the idea of a game being fun or good the other day. I feel like you can sort of transcend all of these things because there's no chance a game that looks like this could be bad in any way. Hello everybody. Hi. Hello Bedhead Kitten. Welcome in. And hello. Everyone I didn't say hi to also hello. Hello, Jake creates stuff. Also, it reminds me of FFT. Yeah, I think it's a similar, it's a similar perspective, right? It's also kind of a strategy game, right? So it has this. I don't know. I just never seen this before, and I thought this was very intriguing. That's it. There's no other points to it. The only point to it is they made a game. Fast Fourier transform. Yes, I prefer the OOO to be pronounced as 000 because I find it easier. Well, OOO is less syllables, but it is harder to say syllables. Are cards broken? Yes. All cards are scams right now because I forgot to run the thing that I need to remember to run. Zoomers co-opting the computer meme. What have they done? What have they done? What have they done to me? Hello, Topocato. All the streamers are going at the same time. Oh, is this a okay? What are you? Is this a? I know Slab was playing Lego Star Wars because I know this guy's around. Is it also soy? Someone was mentioning this too. This is crazy. I mean, it's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. I see only one. You couldn't write a bad list without using Emacs scheme or some other list for something, would you? I don't know. I don't know. Probably not. What have the Zoomers done? I feel like I can't really complain about anything being co-opted by Zoomer because I am this legally. Hello, I Resterday also. Hello, hi. And also Attic Null, welcome in too, and also Vettel, and also Slow Puke, and also Topo Cato, and also everyone. Hello. Some guy got popular on shorts for saying computer insert positive comment to people on the street, and now I see it a fair bit in the wild. I think this has been around forever, right? This is like a thing from Star Trek or something, right? I don't know anything about this, but like it's a thing. It's a thing for what do you say? What do you say? Spiritually, I'm of the silent generation, I would say. What's this? They do this in Star Trek, right? They're always saying stuff like computer release the airlocks. I've never seen Star Trek. This is what I assume they do all the time, that they're releasing this is an extremely rare big women big fun. Holy fuck. Look at this. Is that a 6SR? That's a new level. That's a new level that they've unlocked there. Hello, right here in the middle of the screen. Hello, Jakeouts. Also, welcome in. Jarvis repopularized an old trend with a rebranded spin on it. I mean, yeah, they were doing this with Iron Man. I'm pretty sure they say computer. Lego Batman also says computer. Yeah, they're always saying this. I don't know. I don't own this. I don't own this guy. I don't own this guy. Hello Freeful, also computer reheat the lasagna. Friday wait, is it? No, that's next Friday. Oh, is that actually next Friday? We might be in for an ill omen here, computer. Oh, it is. Hello Remblanc, welcome in. Hello, thank you for the resubscription. Even once you have a core, there is no game. To have a Moo, you need a Moo implementation such as Lambda Moo, and also a database that contains actual UI command. We will try and understand this. I doubt we will actually use the Moo software. We'll simply make something else that does 10% of the thing and then claim it as a Moo. We'll just call it, one of the secrets of the world is that you can in fact call things whatever you wish. He's going to have to choose between us and ModClonq. I have a bad feeling he might not choose us. I think this is one of those bargains. These are like those hypothetical things that are just going to torment you to no end, right? Like it's like you always are thinking, I don't know about you, but I'm always like daydreaming about these things, or at least I used to more. It's like, man, in a hypothetical situation, if I had to like save my mom or my dad, what do I do? And like these things, just there's no point to this, right? Why worry? Right? Why worry about it? If you're in that situation at all, things have taken a fucked up evil turn, right? You don't like, it's like these trolley problem things. Like why these are dilemmas that are constructed. The dilemma itself is the problem. Hello Steger. A Moo is just as sweet by any other name. Yes. You can trademark this. Yes, I think not. It's still 7 times more common than an artifact sword. I see. Hello. Thank you, Steel Shield, also for the 31 months. And Tafir, welcome in. Hello, everybody. Hi. I saw someone got a card of me. Yes, you can do this. When you're here, you can draw a card of you or other. It's based on talking. It's based on talking. Anyway, what's going on today, computer? There's various, the LCOLONQ, this is one of the premier current events broadcasts in the world. I am talking every day about the latest and greatest on gaming news primarily. How's it going? What's been going on? There is a spot of news. I will now switch it back and forth quick enough to derail the trolley onto myself. The I don't know, man. I don't know about these trolley things, right? Like you can put someone into all kinds of fucked up situations, and like I don't know whether this is the most relevant place for the moral calculus here to happen, right? Like you can, I don't know. You need to try moo to know what a moo even gives you. Yes, probably we do need to try moo. We probably do need to run a little existing mud guy or some form of this, or mush. I don't know the lay of the land of the software regarding this. I know there's at least one modern. Do you like this, computer? You like mud? Multi-user dungeon. We talk about this around here a lot, but it's kind of good. It's kind of good. I've never really tried this seriously either. Beyond just like fucking around a little bit. The only one I've messed with is hack mud. I think hack mud is quite different. I used to play bat mud. This is a very good tune. Thank you, LCOLONQ. I'll probably program one eventually. Yes, this is like old MMORPG. We're doing mud. Well, at least we're thinking about it a little bit. We've talked about this a whole bunch. I really would like to play a good mud at some point. I think this is a lacking point in my life right now. We're lacking on this. Yeah. Go north. Yeah. I think it's kind of good. And traditionally you play these guys over telnet, so it's kind of interesting. But I mean, this is also not necessarily a requirement of the idea, right? I think there's interesting things that could be done. And I think most of the big muds, they have like a simple mode and also like the enhanced protocol mode, and have some little, I don't know, LP mud concepts into common lists. So this is very exciting. Like what is the how do you say? I don't kiss and telnet, but a mud could be nice. Yes, I think so. By associating from JVM security manager deprecation. I see. What is the JVM security manager? This is I mean, Is Lambda Mu a Java? I don't know. I don't know anything about this, but I do like online games. I think this is a very interesting thing, and a lot of stuff has kind of sprung from this world, right? This is the world of who is the guy? Who is the guy? Richard Bartle? Is Bartle the guy? You got me at Java. This situation, I have his book, designing virtual worlds. I don't know. This is like stuff that like I don't like. Is anyone thinking about this anymore? I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Like I feel like most games now, like they don't have this kind of sauce to them, I guess, right? They're kind of focused on, they have different priorities maybe, right? They're not focused on like the, I don't know. If they're considering the psychology of the players, that's mostly in an extractive sense. I'm owing my P, yeah. I don't know. This is interesting stuff. I played a game called Hackmud that was about programming. Yes. Yeah, this is a popular guy in this sort of adjacent to this, right? It's kind of a mud, right? It's sort of a mud. Hello, Andy Memes Well. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you for the follow, Andy Memes Well. We're looking at mud. Various mud. I have not played this. They have a picture of Sean Gubelman, the developer. This is kind of good. But I knew some people who like this a lot. And I've played a lot of games that are like kind of mud adjacent, right? Like these sort of like browser games that are, it's basically a mud played over HTTP, right? It's just like it's not a browser game in like the Flash game sense, but in the, okay, you load a page and you see some text and you have some options and you send another post request to do other stuff by, ideally by clicking a form on a website, but you can just send them if you want to. Most just automate and farm. Yeah, they're it's a genre that's very conducive to automation, right? This is sort of the idea. I don't know. It's kind of cool though. It's sort of interesting. Hello RPC 2.0, welcome in. There's a okay, speaking of this sort of thing though, speaking of online gaming, there may be a little something coming up in the near future. I don't know if you've heard about this. There's been some talk around the town. People have been expressing some level of interest in there's an old game. There's an old game called Final Fantasy 11. You might know about this game called Final Fantasy, right? This might be a game you're familiar with. It's from the 1980s. It's a science fantasy type of game. You do battle. You go and you battle. It's a battles sort of game. Could be LLMs. Yep, maybe so. You see this, right? Most of the games in this series are, yes, sometimes it just skips one. RPC 2.0. Sometimes it gets a little bit confused and it skips one. Most of the games in this are how do you say? They're single player. They're for one human, right? You can load up Final Fantasy 3, and this is for one. It's a one kind of guy game. Hello, Penguin Airlines. Welcome in. They made a couple of these that are multi-guy games. This, for example, Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 11 here. You see this? This is a multi-guy game. This was released in 2002. So it's quite old now. It's almost 25 years old. And there's a lot of really funny things about this. Yeah, it's on the PS2, which is not a video game thing that people typically associate with online gaming. Although there were a few doing it during this kind of generation, right? They had like adapters, like a broadband adapter or something. The GameCube had this too, and I think the Dreamcast also for Phantasy Star Online, which was a game in 2000 and they're like the GameCube has like a bunch of like peripherals for this, right? There's like a keyboard. There's a fucked up keyboard like thing, and there's like a broadband adapter. There are various things. I don't have the modem or that game. Yeah. There were yeah. Okawa personally paid for free internet access bundled with Japanese Dreamcast. This is nuts. This is fucking nuts. Yeah. Yeah. By the Ethernet. I think a lot of these guys, it's not even Ethernet. Like, it's not even like a, like, I know the GameCube, like one of the GameCube peripherals for this, like, it's not even something you can like really use today. It's like a dial-up modem kind of thing, right? It's not like it's not like it will not work on like your LAN. It was an actual yeah, there's something strange about it. Anyway, they released this for the PlayStation 2. This game was very popular. People do like this. It's old. It kind of, there's a lot of like strange stuff that happens in the online games world. Hello, Charstring88. 3 in a row like a game of noughts and crosses. Thank you for this. It's kind of good. We're doing what are they, this is what they call tic-tac-toe. They call it this here, I think. It's kind of good a little bit. It's sort of good. Windows CE for the Dreamcast. Is this actually real? The Windows CE Dreamcast. The trick to using a modem these days is to pick up a piece of test equipment called a central office simulation and a second modem. So you can do it. This is kind of good. What is this? Is this a real thing? Dreamcast.wiki Windows CE. Development library developed by Microsoft that was meant to ease the conversion process between. So there is an official release of Windows for, I see. The entire operating system is not present on the Dreamcast, and Windows CE is not embedded into the system. So it's like part of some games, right? It's like it's almost like, you know, it's like a kind of a, you know, stuff like a library included in some games to drive the system. And Half-Life, the bootleg Half-Life release uses this. Various freeware things do this. I see. Does it beat Linux on the PS2 though? I mean, there's so much crazy stuff you can do in this era. Hello, Chixie9901. Welcome in. This year I'll have some major changes in life. I hope it works out. Hope you and Claude are well. Claude is doing well, and also Maud. Claude is one of Maud's alter egos. No, I hope everything goes well, Chixie9901. I hope you know. And if there's anything we can do to help, please let us know. We are rooting for you as always. We're rooting for everybody here. I had some fun developing CE applications. Damn the autocorrect. This is how it goes sometimes. They don't respect human names. They don't respect human names anymore. They only know about robots' names. Pod, yes. Anyway, they made this video game back, and it looks good. I'm of the opinion that this is as good, this is one of my, many takes. I'm always giving takes about things. I think this is as good as video games needed to look. This is how I feel about it. I think they didn't need to make video games that looked any better than this at any time. Like this was it kind of peaked here. This is 11, yes. I don't know. It's kind of cool. And one interesting thing about this video game is that it is still going. It is still happening. They are making it now. They are still making this. And some people around here have expressed some interest in playing this a little bit. I know friend of the channel Dumb Moths has been talking about this quite a little bit. Can we shout out Dumb Moths? And people in the Discord IRC like LLG have been talking about this a little bit, and my friend Geop was talking about this. There's been various people who have been talking about this a little bit. So I think we are probably going to try to play this at some point. Not on this stream, of course. We will never game here. This is not how we game. But I think we'll probably do this in this. So if you have any interest in this, like let me know in the Discord IRC, and we have gamed here before. This was non-canon, however. This was non-canonical. Do not believe LG when he talks about playing a video game. No, I don't know. Maybe we have enough people that it'll probably happen regardless. Hello, Poof. Welcome in. So if you've ever been interested in this, we'll probably have like a couple of people to run around and like see the sites. I have super fond memories of paying someone as a level 35 white mage to take me around the entire continent to experience extreme weather and unlock summoner. It's the equivalent of a filler episode. Yes, we never do this. We never do this. We have like beach episodes and stuff sometimes, right? We have like a road trip episode. That's today, honestly. But gaming, this is purely for the non-canonical streams. And it's been quite some time since we've had a truly non-canonical stream. They've mostly been, we've had interregnum streams, we've had LCOLONQ special Wednesdays, but we haven't had a truly non-canon stream in some time. I don't know. This is cool though, and it's kind of gaming a little bit. What else is going on here? There's a new website on github.com too. You might know about this. You might be aware of there's an idea called the Green Circle, which is various people who are around here. Basically, there's an idea like this. It's green circle. You know about this, right? People have started documenting all of the commands. Teal circle. I don't truly understand the meaning of teal. I think this is what prod calls like. Is there a definition to this? I think this is like prod's. Everybody prod knows. Are non-green names allowed to join? Of course. Basically, the idea here is if you have a bot that runs on your Twitch user, right? If you have a bot that runs on your Twitch user, which you are more than welcome to do, like notice I'm typing ping and there are like 5 people responding, and there are like various commands you can run, right? Like you'll notice I can say !draw and niche penguin responds, or I can run !radiates and this robot responds, right? You might be wondering like what is all of this shit that's always in the LCOLONQ chat room? What the fuck is this actually? I don't know what's happening here. There's like I say something and 5 different bots respond to me. Like what is that? There are people are collecting documentation of these things now on this website. you can see some docs. We will probably document our own things here. People run various little games and systems and things in the thing. And yeah, so if you want to write a little robot, you can put it in here. And also, if you want to know about Little Robot, you can go here. I'm going to add this actually to the help. We have exclamation point help. Let's put this here. Hello, Buff Seagull. Welcome in. Hello, Mod has arrived. Hello, Mod. Yes. Did you have any news today, Mod? We're doing a new thing where I'm doing news. That was kind of good. Yeah. Yeah. Did you like that? That was sort of a good effect.
Hi.
Hello. Mod. Well, I mean, Puff got modded the other day when the crypto scammers came in and we had to destroy.
Hello. Hi.
There was a destruction.
Why are so many people here? Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Claude. They're calling you Claude now. Your name got auto-corrected.
I'm not Claude.
You're now Claude Opus.
No,
Claude Opus 4.8.
Fisher swimmingly today. What is my news? I'm gonna go get pizza.
Okay.
I'm going out.
Enjoy.
To get pizza.
Okay, that's kind of good. Did you see that there was an EU meeting? I've been telling her about this. She hears about this. You better believe, because like all I do, Mod is like, okay, you can imagine our dynamic kind of like this computer.
Okay, I bring some back.
Okay, thank you. You better bring enough to share.
Intelligence.
Hello, Ascento.
Pizza, get it?
Yeah. Our dynamic. Our dynamic is sort of like this though. It's kind of like Mod will be like walking around the house like you know, she's like trying to work on her laptop or something. She's trying to do something, and I'll just like wander up to her and just start babbling about like, did you hear about what Ascento said? Did you hear that, like, I'm just talking about the computer, and she's just like, yes. Like, no, it's the best thing. Yeah, it's kind of good. It's kind of good.
The updates.
I missed that for real. I was considering going. Yes, I apologize. We tried to make this. We were talking about this quite a lot. I probably should have, like, I don't know. I didn't really know. I probably should have talked about it more, or like pinned it somewhere, or like had it up. But yes, there has to be another one. There will just have to be another one. Yeah. I think this was like 5 people who met up at Fostum. This was the concept. It's kind of good. Hello, Pluvophile. Welcome in. Anyway. Okay. Enjoy. Good luck. Hello, Azrael IO. Thank you. Yes. Gives. Yes. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, this is good. Boston EU, yeah. We're going to old Boston. You know how it's like there's like York and New York. There's Boston. That they named it Boston to distinguish it from old Boston. I don't know where Boston. I mean, I guess Boston has to be in Ireland. You know, with the Boston Irish and all. I'll be at Fostum in the next CC Congress, and I will very likely be at the next GPN. I see old Boston baked beans, right? This is a thing. I never knew about this. We learned about this recently, right? Boston baked beans. This is like a thing. They associate this with Boston. It's a real deal thing. Brussels, which state is that? Yeah, named after the Bosstones. Yeah. Exactly this. I kind of like this a lot. Like, music this is like a thing. Like, there's like various Irish folk groups. Maybe this is like a broader thing where they're just called like the X. I know there's at least the Wolf Tones, right? This is like one of these guys. Where it's called the X Tones. This is like a fun thing for music. It was named after the Boston in England. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's old Boston, right? Boston baked beans sold at the Boston market. Yeah, exactly. Greetings from old England. Yeah. I mean, well, it doesn't have to be old England. It could just be normal England, right? Because they did the rename. X-Tones, that's a Minecraft mod. Yeah. Isn't there? Was it X-Tones? Is it Z-Tones? Is it Z-Tones? I think Minecraft. Maybe it's both. Maybe it could be both. Hello, Mickey Noon. Welcome in. I know Z-Tones is real. Is X-Tones? X-Tones is also real. They have multiple guys. Hello, Mickey Noon. Welcome in. You may be interested in this, Mickey Noon, actually. I know this is something that is up your alley, potentially. We're going to probably get some people playing Final Fantasy XI soon. People are going to be doing this in the near future. So if you're interested in this at all, this may be a place. Hello, good night, Masika. Also, welcome in. Thank you. Okay, what are we actually doing today? Also, what's the concept today? Well, it's the Exodus. We're embarking upon the Exodus. Spelled with 4 X's. Spelled with 3 or 4 X's or something like this. The goal today is to move. It's movement. PR approved. One moment. I have to drink from... We're doing 3 waters today, computer. They're calling this... They say there's 3 in the chamber. They're calling it 3 in the chamber. It's a 3 water day. I went and got 3 glasses of water. Hello, it me Dante. Also, welcome in. Move where? Do we have to? Well, our move will be inside of a nice climate-controlled vehicle. You'll see. You'll see soon. Okay. What is the idea? If you recall, if you know about us, if you know what we're up to these days, a few days ago, we wrote a little assembler for x86. There's a few flaws in it, but we wrote this guy, right? This is our guy here. You see him? He can and the thing with this assembler is he can assemble a few x86 instructions. Not all of them, but he can assemble like a couple of them. He can assemble like certain forms of like the arithmetic expressions and jumps and some conditional jumps and also push and pop. Like this is pretty much it. Already in the bag in the ocean, Nemo ending style. This could be kind of real. I don't remember anything about any of these movies. I'm afraid. The finding is this Pixar? This is the thing. I didn't really watch many of these when I was young, or like I saw them like at like a friend's house, like half of them. So I have like these weird half remembered memories. This is Rust. No, this is Emacs Lisp. Finding Memo. Yes. This assembler is kind of what we want, but it's not truly what we want, right? What we truly want is not an assembler written in Emacs Lisp. We want an assembler written in other. We would like other. It's enough to implement Forth, I think. Yes, we've done this before, actually, charstring88. This was a previous exercise that we did. We wrote a little Forth for the Game Boy. A long time ago now. This was like end of 2023 at this point, which is kind of crazy to think about. It wasn't a very good Forth, but it was good enough that I did one day of Advent of Code in it that year. And this was all. But we have some general interest in Forth for sure. Mukashi. Hello, Fizzbuzz. What is this? What is this? Forth is enough to implement assembler. Probably true. Also, I don't know. You need. Yeah. Anyway. Hello, Big Book of Bug. Also, thank you for... What is this? New England Giraffe Weevil? What is this? A long time ago? Yes. They made a long Weevil. I see. Very good. Very good. The state of our assembler, yes. So, our assembler here, we would like this to be in another language, right? It's written in Emacs Lisp right now, and we would like it to be in other Lisp, right? We would like it to be in Pit, in our custom Lisp, so that we can use it together with our little elf library. And in fact, it doesn't have to even be entirely in Pit, right? We can kind of write it in a hybrid of Pit and C, which was probably what we'll end up doing. But I think this is the idea today. Like, can we move? Can we? And this is going to be much more of a fucking around with Lisp thing than I think it is a fucking around with assembly thing. Maybe it's we have to see if we can make our thing support this. Does it work on WebAssembly yet? No. Well, it probably does. It probably builds with mscript in pretty easily, right? I just haven't tried this yet. It's not really my intention. Thank you. This is very good. Assemblist style, yes. Show friend a Wikipedia page is also a show clonk a Wikipedia page, inadvertently a Vogue buy one get one redeem. Yeah, I mean, really posting a Wikipedia page in the chat room is this. Hello, X Hyped. Welcome in, X Hyped. This is me. This is my name. This is my name. You just use EC. What was the point if it doesn't? Well, I think you mix up the projects we are working on, which is not your fault. It's more my fault, I think, Real Niceston. I think because there are too many of them and they are always all over the fucking place. I mean, I guess there is a point, right? Like, I mix them up. I do mix them up for sure. I mean, there's some sense where the technical motivation of this is to have a Lisp that runs on WASM. Yes, after the ECL thing. But more than this, at this point, I think it's kind of turning into generally, I don't know. The point of the project is I want to play with compiler. There's a built-in assembler in some versions of Forth, like everything one pushes the registers followed by the operand. I never got comfortable with it. Yeah. Andy Wingo gave a very good talk. Is Andy Wingo the author of Wingo Log? Is this the character? Wasm to C compiler this Fosnum. Wingo log blog. This is a good blog in general too. There's a lot of good stuff about garbage collection on here too. There's a lot of good GC kind of stuff happening. John Guile, yeah. A lot of stuff about ephemerons, which is sort of a cool thing. This is a good. I should probably link it, right? That's what you're supposed to do. I wish my name was Andy Wingo. It's kind of a good name, fair to good, I would say. Can we do this? Yeah, this is the website. This is a good one for the. Do we have this in the feeds? I think we probably do. I don't know if I have the latest. Can we go? Can we go potentially? What else has been happening though, computer? I feel like it's been a very eventful couple of days, right? Stuff keeps happening at 100 miles a minute here. There's so much going on all day. Does our feeds.eld currently have this? No, but I think I do on the other computer. Bitcoin crashing. They exploded the market for everything. Thank you for the gift sub, Charstring88 to Zuja Love. Welcome in. Well, hello. They did some wild guile scheme stuff. Yeah, I should be learning to flake, but I'm listening too intently. What are you looking to learn about flakes? We can kind of we can talk about that. We're allowed to talk about that on here. They don't make it illegal for us, right? We can in fact talk about whatever what you know, the anime flake book. Yeah. Flakes are kind of cool. Like many things in Nix, they are kind of fucked up also. I haven't really gotten started yet. Yeah, I think you'll probably find this easier than you expect. Thought I'd return something more. Thank you. I do appreciate this, Charstring88. It's kind of you. I honestly find the flake stuff, I think people like make this out like it's like some big overcomplicated thing. I don't think this is the case, right? I think that like complaining about this being overcomplicated is largely the same as complaining, why can't I just install stuff, right? Which is the other common complaint that people have with Nix, which is like, well, yes, that's kind of the whole point, right? It's sort of the like, why can't I just say Nix install and have it, right? Like that's kind of the, I don't know. So yeah, they're useful. It's package management for the Nix code rather than having this weird ad hoc global thing like channels. Hello, big book of bug. Welcome in. I just want to install stuff. Yeah, just give me the fucking file. What's the GitHub image? What's the GitHub image? GitHub. Give me the exe image. Just make a fucking .exe file and give it to me. I don't give a fuck about the fucking code. I just want to download this stupid fucking application and use it. Why is there code? Just make a fucking exe file and give it to me. These dumb fucks think that everyone is a developer and understands code. Well, I am not, and I don't understand it. I only know how to download and install applications. So why the fuck is there code? Make an exe file and give it to me. Stupid fucking smelly nerds. They're saying this. They talk about this a little bit, and you know, I sort of feel this in my heart, right? I think about this whenever I go down the rabbit hole and spend another weekend thinking about how I can fix the build for the game. Like, people don't want to care about exe. They don't want to care about DLL file. What do they think is inside an exe? They don't have to think about that at all. They want to download a file and have it run the video game, right? Or run the software. They want to click the file on the screen and they want it to run the software. And they should be able to do this. This should be legal. Oh, I see they're doing they're doing a scam. The game is in there. All the little characters and things. Hello, Inspirator _AG112. 01, 10, and 11. Thank you. Thank you for this, Inspirator AG112. Ideally, they don't even need to download it, right? Ideally, it should just work. They just click on the thing. Everything used to be like this on my Commodore 64. Yeah. Yes. The thing is far too, I don't know. I wanted to use Emacs on a PC in uni, but it wasn't installed, so I tried to add Geeks to my Nix VM and Geeks pack Emacs. Yes, this is a way to do it, maybe. I don't know what Geeks pack does under the hood. I suspect it may do things that are difficult to handle without permissions, right? Like a lot of these things, they'll either like do a C8, they do like some kind of basically similar stuff to like Flatpak, like some kind of containerization thing, right? And also, at least my experience with like the equivalent of this on Nix, like there's fake root. I mean, there's more than just this, right? There's things that the Geeks daemon is rootless now. Okay, this is good at least. I know Nix bundle definitely does this. I've tried, and this also tends to produce, I think due to like a weird way that dependencies are specified, this tends to produce gigantic files that have like a lot of like build time dependencies in them, I think. And maybe I need to like specify, like you have to be careful about it. I counted to 3 in binary. This is kind of good. This is kind of good. Actually, running the software may require a privilege. This is what I'm saying, right? It might not be as, because really what you want is I want to be able to plug in my USB drive and have this guy get auto mounted, and then I want to run the file and for it to just work. And this is sort of tricky business, right? But this is the experience that people expect, and this is the experience that people should have, right? There is no reason why this should not be able to happen. Yeah. I see. Goodbye. You take care of Maud. She's going for yes, you understand. Yeah, actually running the software is tricky in general. It's kind of a fucker. GJGPP in Nix, please. What is this? DJGPP? What is this? Oh, this is for DOS. This is the DOS thing that Freefall's been doing. I see. Normally it produces a tarball, but you can make it produce an app image that is made work by user namespace. Yeah, user namespace is the thing I was thinking of. But if you can just get a tarball, that's kind of good too. There's no reason why like it has to have the whole, like you can just put the store in the tarball and then have the things. I guess you kind of do need absolute paths for the things in the store. Is the chat summary AI generated? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, although it's sort of a parody of the It's a parody of a YouTube feature that was added. They put this on. They started putting this on YouTube live chat room. Also, I saw this recently. Apparently, like, YouTube is like 40% of live streaming now, right? It's like more than this. It's like YouTube and TikTok are like totally dominant in this area, right? I didn't realize this at all. Macadam. Is this word? This is the thing you were talking about in relation to asphalt before. Crushed stone is placed in shallow convex layers and compacted thoroughly. I see. Twitch is uncle. Twitch is becoming uncle. Hello, Pengu Ray. It's the sort of thing where, you know, when I think of live streaming still, I think about people, like, I still think, like, okay, who's the biggest live streamers? It's like, oh, it must be like Artosis, right? It must be like Artosis. It must be like Arteezy, right? It must be like some person who's like playing some, right? Like this is I really do think this. Like I have this like, my automatic impulse is like, oh yeah, live streaming, that's like StarCraft commentary. That's like, right? Sometimes it shows in plain text. Yes, only the first one goes. Also, they don't appear unless you've used them at least once. It's kind of, and also animated ones go quick. Also have just videos. Can you run install Geeks without root? With Nix, you can just download a statically linked Nix and it will automatically use user namespaces to make it work. Yes, I have seen this. I think just Discord also has AI summary now. Yeah, I mean, I think this is fundamentally a useless evil feature. Just to be clear about this, I think this does suck. I think it does kind of suck. But yes, hello DocRecD. Also, welcome in. It's good to have you, DocRecD. Hello. Just let me load star 81 and run, you smelly nerds. Yeah. Who knows with this stuff? It's now about StarCraft Brood War. Yeah, I wish. I don't wish, actually. I love the computer too much. Not sure on a foreign distro, but I think so. I mean, we could try it. How do we get it? Like, there's no reason not to try it. Geeks. We have Geeks bookmarked. Download. How do they want me to get Geeks? I can get an ISO image of Geeks system. I can get a 1.5.0 binary to be installed on top of your Linux-based system. Okay. I'm not going to install it. Can I just get it? Give me a tarball providing binaries for Geeks and its dependencies, please. Can we go into here? Why is that? Why does my autocomplete not work? Can we move this here? Can we tar this here? It's extracting quite a lot of a geek store. Yeah, I just want to see if what the experience would be like just downloading this from their website, right? Well, we clearly have the store here. Cool. Presumably, I can look through this store and find the Geeks binary somehow. Can we do this? Can we see? Yeah, they want you to put this over root. So probably the paths in here do not line up correctly. Like if we look at these guys, right? If we look at GNU store this bin Geeks, right? If we look at this guy, well, he's a static binary. What does he say? Well, no. He's looking for Guile. Is this actually just, this is just a script probably, maybe. No, yes. Yeah, he's looking for a script at root. So they expect this to live in root. So this is not the place. I could probably chroot in here, right? And do some stuff. Maybe. Let's try that. That's the thing you're allowed to do in the world, right? If we chroots Geeks. If we sudo chroots Geeks. There's no bash. We need to specify a shell to run probably inside of this guy, right? Can we get a bash? Can we get a bash in here? I guess we can just run Geeks itself as as the... Can I get man normally? Can you... Did you just say commands? I guess. Can we say slash, or what is the guy called? What's the fellow called? This you have caused an inversion, I fear. Oh, I'm getting confused by the multiple cursors situation. Yes, if we say this, maybe this does it for us. Maybe you go. Do you go or do you kill? You may kill. Okay, it does go. However, it's looking for... It doesn't know about proc. It doesn't know about proc. We have not mounted proc on here, but it does run correctly. We have managed to... Man, my terminal's so fucked up. We have managed to print Geek's help. So I guess that's okay. It's still not very useful if I want to, like, you know, this requires me to ch root, which is not really... Can I get a... Is it possible for me to get a Geeks that is just totally self-contained? That just, like... Can I just point... It'd be nice if I can just point the... I mean, it's kind of impossible to do this in general, maybe, right? Like, something has to be... I don't know. Is Nix plus Geeks disk space hell? I mean, it's disk space hell in the sense that you're going to be duplicating every library, right? Like, all your Geeks stuff is presumably... Like, it has its own everything down to libc, right? Running Geeks in a VM, yeah, but this is also not ideal, right? Like, let's I mean, imagine you're in the circumstance. I'm pretty sure Geeks can use Nix stuff. It can't by default, right? And if it does, then the Geeks stuff is going to have a different hash, right? In which case you're rebuilding everything, right? I mean, I'm sure you can make it do this maybe, but this is going to be very convoluted to do, right? Because the Geek stuff is going to have to depend on like a Nix hash, right? So presumably they have, maybe you could build some kind of machinery to like import a thing with a given Nix hash into the Geek store and have another hash, right? But like this is really like it'd be in this, it can depend on this in the same sense that like you can depend on like, okay, fetch your URL and assume, you know, this guy has a certain hash, right? It's like a getter into the store, but like it can't depend on it in like a more foundational way, I think. Maybe has a Nix service type, but it's like its own guy. Yeah, presumably. I think these guys are necessarily like, these guys want to control the world. This is sort of their nature. If you have Geeks, you can generate a Geeks app image using Geeks pack. Yeah. And I guess the existence of app image kind of is designed to facilitate like running these sorts of things. Like on like, I don't know what the state of these is these days, right? Like if I go to a college, right? If I drive to a local college and go to the library and I convince them to give me access, I say like, hey, it's important. I really need access to this. Can I run an app image if I have it on my USB drive? I don't know. Hello, Nitrix_dev. Welcome in. The things we do just to not use Flatpak. I mean, Flatpak and app image and all this shit is terrible, right? It's like, I don't know. It kind of, I mean, maybe I shouldn't speak so you know, firmly about it, but it's kind of terrible, at least a little bit. Thank you for large image, Nitrix_dev. I appreciate this. We love large image around here. Hello. But like I don't know. Like the Flatpak and app image stuff, like it's fundamentally like it's giving up, right? It's giving up on a problem that, right? It's the same as Docker, right? What is Docker saying, right? Like Docker is saying like the problem of managing dependencies is too difficult for us to handle, right? It is too difficult for us to distribute software. So we are going to, I mean, it is a good solution to that problem in the sense that we are just going to sidestep this entirely and ship you the entire system, right? This is, you know, like it feels like there has to be a better way than this, but like I don't know. I'm just really like, it shouldn't have to be that way, right? A really good exploration of how fucked this is, IMO. Yeah. Yeah, the I don't know what it's actually called. We ship you a container. Yeah, Haiku uses immutable packages. I don't know hardly anything about Haiku. I learned recently that this guy has a browser. There's a browser. Is it called Falcon? Falcon? You know about Falcon? Have you heard about this? Hello, Bluesberg. Also, welcome in. Oh yes, thank you from the other day to a Bridgewater. There's a browser. It's Falcon, and this guy runs on Haiku. This is like a I think is this like a KDE guy? I don't know what he is exactly. Web positive. Yeah, I know that. I think this guy does run on Haiku though. Maybe. Haiku Falcon. Is this real? Haiku seems like it is maybe kind of used. Also has GNOME Web and nowadays even Firefox. Like, is Haiku like usable? This is kind of exciting, right? If you've never seen this, Haiku is like an open source. It's like a recreation of this thing called BOS, or like a kind of a clone of this old guy called BOS that I'm not too familiar with. And it's been around for some time, and it's like, I mean, it's probably usable for me. It doesn't have hardware graphics acceleration, yeah, but like, I don't know if I really even need that, right? I mean, it's kind of painful for some web stuff and probably some video stuff also. Haiku has been pretty usable for some time, yeah. Like in the way that OpenBSD desktop is usable, yeah. Like all I really need, like, I don't know. I do a lot of stuff. Like it would be painful to use this for me because of the, it's just like I'm using so much different software for the stream that it would be. But it's like, it's the kind of thing that like if I was like just like writing, if I was just writing Haskell or writing C, I'm sure you could get it going. Have a bunch of networking drivers taken from FreeBSD, so your Wi-Fi is likely to work if you're using Wi-Fi. It's not practical, but it's usable in a classic sense. Yeah. Hello, trap exit. Yeah. Like you wouldn't. There's enough irritants that it's like not like yeah. It's cool that it's real though. It's very good. The browser truly is like the scourge of all these things, right? As always, browser and hardware support. The gluing together any two windows was woe back then. Hello, Sorcerer. Welcome in. Yeah, I have no exposure to this basically. What are they looking like here? It looks like this. You can even compile stuff with Rust on Haiku. I don't even think Mizano has a browser. Has vector icons that scale beautifully. Has a slew of basic applications. It comes with CodiCam. It comes with CodiCam. Hello Love X Knife. Welcome in too. I really wish they would have just used Linux as their base. I think they've had a serious desktop platform now. If they had, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is, I suppose. I wonder if people have, I mean, I assume there's maybe some effort to port the interface for this. I mean, maybe it's too different, right? There's probably clones though. Would have defeated the point. Yeah, I don't know. Tis what tis. Hello, Cat Lirana. Hello also. Yeah, I like that there is diversity in this sort of thing, right? That there are things that exist. They wanted BOS. Yeah. And BOS, as far as I understand, like this is like, it was like a later guy. Is BOS like a big time like OO guy, right? In like the system interface, like it's like a big. Is this? Am I recalling this correctly? The make a list machine again. Is this true? Mac Linux. Yeah, yeah. This is Asahi. This is. Yeah, it's C++ and OOP and pervasively multi-threaded. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting to have an environment to explore this, I guess. Yeah. Mizano. Want to mess around with geeks? I have a generated relocatable tarball and can share a link. I see. I mean, I can certainly get geeks if I want to. This was less an excuse to like I wanted to see like if there was an easy way to do this. Finally announcing Nix. No. Realistically, I'm on Nix. I'm like we can certainly get geeks. It would just be a matter of probably saying like Nix. Where is the? I'm sure we can just say like geeks.enable, right? If we really need this. Yeah, we can just say geeks.enable to get the build daemon at least, and probably also get the thing. Yeah, I mean, I can just say, I mean, I wouldn't say it this way. I would say it this way, because as always with Nix, there are 4,000 ways to do anything. But like, yeah, the we could do anything we wish. After we fetch, you know, as always with Nix, we can do anything we wish after we download 0.5 GB of dependencies. Does this actually? Can we go further? Can we actually run a thing? Is there an equivalent to Nix run with geeks? Can I like I can shell. What does geeks shell look like? It's been long. If I say shell help, what do I give it? What do I give it? You just list packages. If I say shell hello, we don't have the build daemon running here. So this is what it is. And also the store doesn't exist. So this is also, or the store exists somewhere. Yeah, we probably need to have the service running to do this kind of thing. I mean, this is just the way of the world, right? These are not even node. This is just like C packages, right? The dependencies that this is pulling in are, it's a lot of Guile stuff, but also just like everything to run Guile, which is like, I don't know, nothing new. An app could crash and its menu bar still work. They really push that multi-threading. Yeah, this is good and cool. The hello Demonov too. I realized the other day, by the other day I mean yesterday. The other day I mean yesterday, in a place that like 50% of you probably saw me ranting about this. How many glibc versions installed on this system? A lot of these are going to be like icons and stuff, but I probably have at least 10 or more glibcs. It just is what it is. Right, Chrysalis. But I realized I didn't really understand at all how multiple cores work, right? Like, and maybe you find yourself in a similar position, right? Like, I sort of have the idea. Hello, Machka6. Thank you for, is this Rot 13? Thank you. The file system was whatever. It was only POSIX-ish. They could have just rebuilt the GUI layers and build new services on Linux rather than the new OS kernel. Would have instantly had tons more hardware support. Yeah. Yeah, like you really can, like you can do a lot on top of Linux probably, right? Like it's not like if you're just like, I can imagine you could probably build something like again, totally different user space and just rely on Linux for like the stuff that probably doesn't have to be different in a hugely meaningful way, right? Like just be like, okay, Linux, give me a scheduler and a bunch of hardware support, right? Give me device drivers and also a scheduler and a notion of a process, right? Like you don't even have to like really like, right, like expose this to the user that much probably, right? You can be like, okay, like my user space is like one process where I do everything, right? And then I just, right, like you can do, I'm sure there's all kinds of stuff. You mean AOSP? I don't know. I mean, this is Android open source project. Yeah. It was Unix like, yeah. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? But kind of related to all this, I realized I didn't understand how multiprocessing works at all. Oh, thank you for this now. Feel free to delete message. No, I will keep it. I will keep it, in fact, and we will download it and see what you're doing here. Yes, this guy is John Big, so we can assume yes. Android is trademarked, but AOSP is not. Yeah. But I realized that like I don't really know. Oh, I extracted this on top of the existing. thing. Can we oh, are you gonna be horrible? Can I? Why is there there's, oh yes, I see. I'm a little nervous about this file name here, gamers. We have a file name named square bracket. We have a file name named square bracket here. Yeah, we'll look at this later. I don't want to accidentally can we clear? I ran this on my 8-bit VP6 dual Celeron for a week, then went for Linux. I realized, like, I don't actually know how, or sometimes flat with all files and sometimes in a neat folder. I mean, it's just you can put anything in there. If you want to delete it, yeah. Let's just do this. We can just it can be a program and yeah, I mean it is just a program here, clearly. I just don't know. I guess probably the permissions, like tarball, like tar saves permissions, right? So like we can just chmod this recursively, right? Exactly as was said, and then delete this. Yeah. And then let's not print. Yeah. Cool. What is an opt? Bin. I see. This does work. And this guy is just this is a binary. He is not dynamic. I wonder where he thinks the store is. Like if I say geeks shell hello, we still don't have the build daemon. There's probably a thing we can do to like tell it to build daemonless, but I don't. Anyway, I assume this is a thing to like do a build that does not do this guy. Geeks no failed to connect to socket. Let's just. I'm sure someone else is like, why is this the case? And then someone else is like, well, you do this. Have you started the Geeks daemon? Maybe you do need the build daemon though to do this. I know Nix I think has like a mode where you do not need this. Yeah. I guess we can just run it, right? Like we can just say, is this an ops 2? Yeah. Oh yeah, and this guy probably lets us, like, we can probably tell him where. I don't know. It's gonna be, I don't know. I kind of believe it probably works though. This is cool. Thank you. But no, sorry. I keep distracting myself. I realize I don't realize how multiprocessing works, right? Like there's an idea of a thread, right? You know about this? Hello, young Zaniel. Welcome in tomorrow. I don't know. What will tomorrow hold for you, young Zaniel? Yesterday? There's an idea of a thread, right? This is how I can kind of have a vision of this in my head, right? Of like a thread and a process, and like doing, this is what I think of when I think of concurrency, right? I'm thinking about I say, okay, spawn a thread, start new thread. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery. That's why they call today the present. Damn, this is kind of deep. This is a little bit deep. It's kind of, this reminds you that every day is a gift. It's faced with the air blowing out of the nostrils, clap praying hands. But okay, there's a notion of thread, right? This is like a notion that like your OS provides, right? Hello, Snoodle. Also, threads are worms. Hello. There's a notion of this in right? A program's instructions plus memory stack plus read. Yeah. Like really what a thread, I mean, you can also think of, it's kind of like a process that shares the same address space. This is also, I think, basically what it is, right? it's like a process that shares, but there's like a little bit that's different, right? Like every thread does have, they have their own locals, right? So they have their own stack, right? And there's also there's like saved register state here, right? But it's like kind of like an OS concepts, right? It's sort of a John, like the OS can handles like, okay, when thread 1 is running versus when thread 2 is running or whatever. The Linux kernel does in fact mostly ignore the difference. Yeah. So this is all well and good. I think we can understand this, and we kind of understand, I don't know, you have to save some things, and there's multitasking that happens here, and all this happens. Hello, Bergbach. Welcome in. I like this little guy writing. This is good. This is one of my favorite forms of notes. And thank you for Lane also. I just mutex everything and say I know multi-threading. Yes, hello, Angus May. This is me too, basically. Started more user space ideas within processes, then more so became kernel level. I see. Well, I guess you can do this, right? Like you can make a user space thread, right? And just do the scheduling yourself inside of your process or couple of processes, right? In fact, this is like what threads are in a lot of, like, this is Python threads in the GIL era. Do they still have the GIL over there? I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Angus Mang. But I should say, if you like this, we have place too. I'm linking this now. I'm remembering today. Hello, Crespian C. So this is all well and good. What's the deal though? When I get a CPU, when I go to the store, when I drive to the gas station and I buy a computer, they say, okay, this computer has 4 cores. What's the business with this? What's the deal with airline food? What's the deal with this, right? 4 cores and 7 threads ago. What is the meaning of the core is at a lower level, right? But I never really understood this, right? Like oftentimes, if I want something to run on multiple cores, right? I have to spawn a thread, right? At least on Linux, right? If I want to, I mean, it's kind of, you sort of need to do this, right? This is sort of a necessary thing, right? Like, I guess I can spawn multiple processes too, but I need to do this sort of multi-processing, and I'm doing it to facilitate running on multiple real hardware cores, right? Like real, like, right? Beyond just like, okay, the scheduler is going to, jump between these things and weave between them, right? What does it mean to have real hardware cores? Presumably the scheduler has to deal with this too. But this is like, I just never really thought about this very much. It turns out like this is just like a complicated thing. There's a notion of an IPI. Hello, Keksats.com, and also Fusimaru. Welcome in. Hello, Fusimaru. We have, what they say, they're calling it Fusimaru in the building. I think I don't know if we can find this IPI interprocessor interrupts. It turns out this is a lot. I'm only familiar with Go threads. Yeah, I don't know the exact shape of Go threads. I think, are Go threads green style? Hello, Lucky Mats. Welcome in. Are these green? Did they make a Go thread green? Yeah, are these guys like, does Go do like some kind of like so it's like does Go's runtime like do green threads on, like, is Go's runtime like a multi-processing guy? I know very little about Go, right? Go's runtime manages them. Yeah, they're green style. It's like Rust Tokyo, right? They're like a way of doing like asynchronous sort of stuff, basically, right? In the same way, I mean, threads are this too, right? OS threads. Register transfer language, they handle the execution unit and then an out of order execution. I mean, but this is not at the level of this is like on a single core, right? Between cores, synchronizing this is a little may I ask something technical out of topic? You can ask whatever you wish at any time, Fusimaru. This is not like how do you say? This is not like, this is more of a talkie. I yes. Like in general, like you can say or ask whatever you wish. Hello, Echo Soul, welcome in too. The topic has been meandering for many moments. Yes. Go routine scheduled on an M&N. Okay, cool. So they have like some pool of OS threads, and then the Go runtime has its own scheduler that dispatches these things, right? This is the idea. We didn't start. No, I mean, even when we start, right? This is just the backbone of the thing. We can do what we're allowed to do whatever we wish at any time. I have to reassure myself of this all the time, right? Because it's easy, I think, as a human being to feel boxed in, to feel like, oh, I have to do this particular thing right now, or it's going to be disastrous for me. But you can really do whatever you want, right? You could just, I could get up, I could convince someone to drive me to the airport, and I could go to New Mexico right now, right? If I wanted to. What is the way to sandbox Linux native apps? Like when you don't use VM for like Windows environment, just native Linux sandbox. Well, it depends on what you mean. We were kind of talking about something related to this earlier, so this is kind of a good topic. It depends on what you mean by sandboxing also. Like, are you talking about sandboxing for like a security purpose, right? Like you have something that you're running and you are concerned that the software might be malicious and you want it to not fuck your shit up? Or are you trying to do this in other? Are you trying to do this in other? Hello, A Square 31415. Welcome in. Are you trying to do this for another reason, like for managing dependencies, for example, right? For managing dependencies, there are a variety of ways that people are doing this. Again, people have mentioned these: systemd, nspawn, flatpak, Docker, and also sandbox what resources, right? How do you say this? How do you see that? I was just passing by. Have a fun stream, Colonq. Thank you, kexat.com. It's always good to see you. Have a good day too. I hope it's good. I may the clones rejoice from the grave. There was rejoice from the grave. You could interpret the binary manually using hexstub, x86, sysvspec, and pen and paper. Yeah, I mean, like in general, I would probably think that there's no way to perfectly sandbox anything, right? Like there's always a potential like for like a flaw or to exist in this, right? Even VMs, right? There are VM escapes. It cannot read write anything from system files, only some specific directory you set up. Of course, it could read dependencies, etc., but not personal files. Maybe read kernel, not write. No idea how to describe it better. Double wrap, Docker, oh yes, like containerization. Yeah, the thing is, none of these are really like perfect solutions for like a security. If it all depends, right? Like there have been like ways to escape from these things in the past, and like this is not like their intended purpose is not like a security purpose. It's more like a dependency management purpose, right? I think maybe FireJail is different. I don't know. Yeah, Swiss cheese approach too. I think broadly, like the thing that is like I probably would do if I was like worried about the thing is I would run it in a VM, right? I would not run it on my, like I would do this. But of course, like there's still a world where you worry about VM escapes and stuff. It all depends on what this is. Yeah, there have been leaks in this, right? This is, yeah, so it's hard to say. It's yeah, I don't know, but even this real nice one, right? Like a lot of these emulator, you write an emulator and the emulator has a buffer overflow, right? And so like this is like very, I mean, I think this is very believable, right? Like I write my new NES emulator and I give it to my friend, and the NES emulator has like, it has, right, like this, like it's just a program that is it's like it's really in the same spot as like a PNG decoder. What buffer? The memory buffer of the console, or like any particular memory region, or like any, like there's endless places this could happen, right? Like it's of course, whether it's, it could happen, right? Your VM or your emulator could easily have a flaw that lets people, I don't know. For practical purposes, I think Docker is like, and like the container stuff, systemd containers and things like this in general are fine. Using high performance apps, and oh yes, so if you're trying to run like Are you trying to run like games or something like this? Read past the end of it. Well, it would have to rely on the thing being implemented incorrectly, real nice, right? If I mean, naturally, there has to be some flaw. Maybe there's some bug in the decoding, right? You know, there's endless things that could happen, right? Maybe the instructions are decoded to some internal buffer, right? There's you can't exhaustively list all the problems that could happen. But I think saying that it's impossible for an NES emulator to have a buffer overflow that could be a security problem is you know, maybe on, I wouldn't say that myself. Yeah, it depends on what the software is. EXE files are like 3D sims or like a game. Yeah, I think this gets tricky because these things have to interact with the hardware, right? They have to interact with like graphics, right? There's a graphics thing that they have to talk to. I think the thing people love these days is like Flatpak and things like, but these are like very explicitly not sandboxing, I think, right? They're putting all kinds of stuff in your home directory. Probably they're probably, I assume they're freely writing to like local share, like they're not sandboxed in this way. I probably what you could do is you could, Flatpak is sandbox. Okay, I see. Is app image the one that isn't? I'm probably thinking about this whole thing wrong then. Well, Flatpak, maybe Flatpak is the way. What I do a lot is you can run a VM and you can give this guy app images too. Is this really the case? Like in terms of like var is the sand? Oh, they do have their own like file system sandbox. Okay, cool. How they share mutable state, Go is CSP style. Java made virtual threads backward compatible with existing mutable constructs. I like LXC containers for anything that might pollute my system. Yeah, I do all of my gaming these days. If I'm gonna get down to a little bit of gaming, oh, it has a no sandbox mode. I see. So they are both by. I've barely used any of these things, and mostly I've extracted them. The how do you say? I run a VM, like a Kimu VM, and I do pass through. Hello DARP6. There's a thing you can do. People call this VFI. I don't know what the word is for this exactly, but there is a way to give on Linux to run a VM and give the VM more direct access to like for example, your video card. Of course, having this be shared between the host system and the VM then is a little bit tricky sometimes, but like it could be an option. App image sandbox issues, a system-wide fix. I see. Cool. Okay. Yeah, it's yeah, who knows? It was too tricky for me. Yeah, I've been doing this for some years, but like it's kind of good. chroot, I don't know if this will work. I mean, to make the good I guess you can just like, yeah, I don't know. There's probably a world where you can do it, right? But I would personally want to compartmentalize my whole system. Some apps are more heavy, but I didn't find one app or solution for this. Pretty much confirms my research. Yeah. It's tricky, and it's going to depend on the exact trade-offs that you care about, right? Like the things that you value are going to be what determines what the thing to do is, I think. Sharing a single GPU between Windows VM and a Linux host is an absolute nightmare. I just don't make the GPU available to Linux at all. If you don't share it, it's a lot simpler. I just run my Linux setup on the integrated graphics because I don't do anything that like would require a GPU on Linux. Like in a heavy way, right? Like at most like I run the browser, right? And even then, I'm not even like watching, like, you know, if I watch YouTube or something, it's probably on the Windows VM. I mostly just I have the Windows VM, like just the GPU, just like I have its HDMI output plugged into a dedicated monitor, and it just like always shows. Like I'm looking at a monitor that has Windows on it right now, but it's just this VM. For the latest research in sharing mutable state, check the OCaml 5 Plus work. After a decade of writing papers for how to do it correctly in theory, OCaml finally has threads in practice. Unlike the usual difference, they are the same. I see. This is kind of good. I have not looked at this at all. I know there's like ideas. You may as well have a separate machine. Yes, it is identical to having a separate computer that is here. I guess not entirely, because I can talk to it from Linux. If I really need to, right? For example, I've never done this and I would not endorse doing this, but you know, there's, if I really wanted to like send auto hotkey inputs to something in a way that would be undetectable to the thing I was sending them to, I could in fact tell the VM to send events to, yes, the most mutable of states. Hello, Ginquox. There's a thing called software transactional memory, right? This is a guy. This is a guy. Haskell has some stuff for this. This is like a thing Haskell does some of this kind of stuff. Haskell has pretty, you know, in general, like the difficult part of the difficult part is the mutable state, right? So Haskell, you kind of get to cheat by just saying, okay, nothing is mutable, right? Like it's not mutable. I have to deal with NVIDIA Optimus. I'm so sorry. I yesterday I gave up just using Linux with this. The stream was run on a Razer laptop for a long time, and I made the mistake of buying this laptop, and it had a dedicated GPU and had the NVIDIA Optimus thing, and it was the worst pile of, like, it was so bad. Yeah. Hello, Jen Dude, welcome in. The pure IO, but the thing restricts you from doing this, right? Like, I cannot just perform arbitrary IO actions at arbitrary times, like within the context of the concurrency primitives, right? The ASCII art is nuts. Is it really just? I mean, this isn't a real terminal. Like, I could copy and paste this text. It's just scrolling by really fast. It's hardware transactional memory. I don't know anything about it. In theory, there is no difference between theory and practice. I don't know if the netcat mode is currently working. My VPS host like rebooted one of my machines, and the thing that runs that, the Colonq.computer machine, like, I don't know, I think I was just like manually running a bunch of stuff on there in tmux or something. There were some critical issues with it, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Declaring bankruptcy on mutable states. I don't know, but it's these things do get a lot easier, right? Like where is Haskell mvar, right? In general, the stuff in control.concurrent is like how do you say, like doing stuff with channels and mvar, like, is pretty good. And this is not even the STM stuff, right? The STM stuff, this lives elsewhere, right? This just makes the stuff like easy enough to use, right? It's kind of hard to fuck up, right? When you cannot mutate things other than in like the exact way that they want you to, right? Like where I'm explicitly saying, okay, this is the mutable guy, and he has very well defined semantics for like, okay, this is when things are going, like if I try to write to him when there's something in him, it blocks, and like et cetera, right? Transactional synchronization extensions. I see. I think the idea behind the transactional memory stuff is not, well, this machine doesn't run Nix. That's the problem, Real Nice Sin, right? This is the only machine I am running right now that is not Nix mode. It's not Nix style. This is how do you say this is just a Debian box that I spun up when I started streaming, and it only runs the IRC and a couple of like random things that I wrote early on. So yeah, eventually it will become a Nix machine when I need to figure out how to make the IRC changeover. Why did you not configure a init to run the services? Because they're just like a one-off thing, right? We probably spun it up in like one day and never thought about it again, and then I never reboot the machine, right? Of course, if I did it these days, like everything now is just like run Nix style, right? But sometimes the difference between 5 minutes and 1 hour is a lot. It's real nice when it comes to these things, right? Sometimes the 5-minute solution wins. But yes, I need to figure out a good way to do the changeover here, because like I need to move the IRC over, but I don't want to like lose stuff, right? So I got to make sure that like this all works properly. I'll probably just like I'll have to like take it down for an hour over the weekend, but I want to like people have accounts and stuff. Like I need to make sure all of like the this stuff works correctly. Refuse to regenerate your systems on stream. I do refuse to regenerate. Well, actually that's fair. I mean, this is for mostly, I don't want to, like, the things that I'm regenerating, right? Like my Nix code itself, like, has stuff, personal stuff in it. Or at least pulls in some personal stuff. So I don't want to, like, leak this. Hello, Random Logic 0101. The idea behind the transactional memory stuff, this is like, it's like rollback kind of stuff, like database transactions, right? This is like, this is how this goes. Oh, this is a very good background too. I think is this the idea? I mean, I'm sure it's a much bigger idea than this, right? But I think this is kind of the, I don't know. It's interesting stuff. I know beyond this, there's like, I think there's interesting ways that, like, the I don't know. There's so many cool things in, like, the functional programming world, right? I think some of the FRP stuff, like functional reactive programming, which is like a way to do asynchronous stuff, basically. It also, like, kind of auto parallelizes well. At least this is the impression I have. I don't know if this is actually real. I haven't done too much of this. I have mentioned this guy before. Yeah, this is a cool guy. What's up with Clippy? Are you Rossman fan? No, we just have Clippy. This was a project we did a while ago where we took Clippy and put this here. There was a talk about this guy at FOSDEM. This is kind of good. This is kind of good. Actor model also. Yeah, this is also a cool guy for sure. Yeah. This is largely for, like, UI. It's good for UI stuff, right? Elm does this big time, I think. Elm is they're into this kind of thing for, like, web UI, I think. I know there's a Haskell library. I think it's called Reactive Banana. I think this is a guy who's around. This guy may be mad old. There's probably newer guys that are, but I remember people using this. Due to side channel vulnerabilities, yes, as these things do. Yeah. Cool. Conal or was something called Wire or Easy Wire or something. Yeah. This is good. I had a very, very long talk with him. Oh, this is very exciting. I have also met this person in person. I wonder if our paths have, I mean, probably not. This is kind of a prolific guy. But like I have also had some very interesting conversations with this guy. The functional reactive user interfaces with propagators. Can we see? I would like to play with this more. Elm very cool, but it's old enough it doesn't really work well with the rest of the JS ecosystem. Luster and Gleam, on the other hand, yeah, I don't know. I think it's the kind of thing where, like, I don't know. I kind of dream of this. Yeah. Oh, you know, this is sprightly mode. This is D Thompson of Sprite of the Lisp Game Jam fame. This is we know of this guy. Cool. I'll have to look at this. Cool. Cool. Right. So, like, I think the idea behind a lot of this stuff is, like, kind of like a lot of things that kind of, like, often tend to take, you know, as far as I understand this, a lot of things that tend to take the form of, like, a very, like, annoying stateful problem actually kind of collapse down to, like, a data flow thing, kind of like a spreadsheet, right? And they're sort of a way to, like, write things that have behavior kind of like spreadsheets, right? Where you're kind of describing nodes in this graph that perform. This is sort of the idea. It's cool. Is there something you're working on or just chilling? Well, it's kind of both. There's kind of we talk and we also go. It's kind of a double. It's kind of a double. The thing we are working on today, Fusimaru, is we wrote an assembler last week in Emacs Lisp, and the goal today is to port this to another bad Lisp that we wrote. Just need a way to propagate changes. Everything is easier as spreadsheets. Lou was cooking, just saying everything's a table. I think this is a different kind of table. Yes, this is the idea. I see. Is this the OCaml guy? Yeah. I'll have to. I will open this on other screen. This is kind of good. This is kind of good for sure. He made a DSL macro for the talk where he did RGB to HSL, HSL to RGB to describe the data flow. Yeah. So like this is the talk guy. Like the propagator idea is to like help with cycles in the graph. Is this the concept? I'll have to like read this for real. This is cool. Man, we gotta play with the sprightly stuff is very sick too. I don't know if you've seen this. This is like a scheme web thing. So they have this thing called Hoot. Can we go to the actual website? There's a thing called Hoot, which is like a scheme to WASM thing for doing web stuff in Scheme. Space-time DB with logic modules written raw, compiled to WASM, and Lustre on the front end. I see. The table-oriented programming is the thing. Model things as tables and relationships. You can make it reactive too. Yeah. This is cool stuff for extreme real. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, they just give you a scheme in here, which is kind of wild. They're doing cool stuff. The thing about spreadsheets is they're basically functional programming. Yeah, right. They're functional programming with the variables laid out in a way that you can kind of do some funky stuff with them, right? Like it's good. I'm sure there are like opened a whole door to my brain. But Lua syntax is like I don't know, like are Lua tables really super exciting? Like Lua tables, it's basically like it's just like I don't know. These guys it's just like you have a bunch of dictionaries. You have a bunch of hash tables or whatever map representation you want everywhere. And you just do this, right? Like it's sort of natural. Like you can they're just JS objects basically, right? Like they're exciting to me. I don't want to discount that for sure. This is good. They are like it is cool. The cool exciting thing is about that there is no other data types. Yeah, it's cool that you can like share things between these. I have to go now as it's getting late. Good night all. Good night iRest today. Thank you. Enjoy iRest. Enjoy resting I for now. WASM GC proposal needs to be finished. Yeah, we ran into this a bunch when we were doing the ECL stuff earlier, right? I didn't even know that was like a thing. But yeah, I think this will probably make things much easier. Thank you for great. Wait, this is okay. Bergbach, maybe you can understand. You can explain. Maybe you can understand and explain even. Hello, Prodzy Pod. There's this person named Great. Is this the person I'm thinking of on Twitch TV? Sorry, it's just like I'm always accosting people for using one emoticon. Someone makes the error of posting a single emoticon to the chat room, and then we have to leap upon them like a wild beast. But there's this channel called Great Sphinx. You know about this, right? You're aware of this, and I see this place sometimes around. I see them on here. And I know a couple of my friends like them and raid into them sometimes. And they're always streaming under the category Gongo. And their title is always Gongo. And you go and it's like videos. It's strange videos. What is this? What is Gongo? What does it mean for it to be Gongo? Like what is I don't understand what Gongo is. It is good. The videos are often interesting. They're kind of good. I'm not sure what is it though. What did they do there. It's a 2D side-scrolling platformer where the player goes through levels killing enemies and saving the princess. Each level has amazing hand-picked worlds. On each of the levels, a princess is hidden, which must be rescued and delivered to your castle, cleaning up enemies along the way. I guess might be true. Gongo is the new Linux for PlayStation 2. Gongo sounds like a scheme. Gongo is Gongo. That's Gauche. I see now. Hello, Prod. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well, Prod. We're looking at thing. We're doing a looking thing. Hello, LG. Happy Gamer Friday. We've somewhat learned from other specs, so it's much slower process. Temporal, please, but they seem to be pretty well done. Gongo Soft. What is this? They're doing new. Man, there's so many. List of software, hardware, and more for creating homebrew Gongo. What is this? It has Blender. Can we bring it up? I don't understand what this is. Is this like a zombo.com thing? Smile. Is it one of the things where the joke is that you don't know what it is? That you don't know what it is. This is kind of a good thing if that's what it is. I do like that. They have awesome Gongo. And Bergbach is on here, and Bergbach has the same. They have the scapegoat Yu-Gi-Oh image on here. We're doing an investigation. We need to get down to business on it. I'm performing an audit, I'm afraid. It's kind of like this. They're telling us about various things you could use for this. They're talking about Orca, Esoteric Pro. They're linking to 100 rabbits, Orca. I see. They're linking to 100 rabbits fucked up audio befunge. The 100 rabbits fucked up audio befunge adventure. I see. I see now. There's everything. Mod talking about pizza reminded me that I'm hungry and I made some food. This is good. Emacs NES Gongo. There's Gongo here too. Gongo is on GitHub. Gongo, also known in Tokyo, Japan, Wataru Miyaguni wrote an NES emulator for Emacs 25 or higher 8 years ago. This is sort of what it huh? The rabbit hole deepens. What? It's okay. They have it on IG. The huge news for Tokyo, Japan. I'm gonna start doing this also. I really like. Okay, I don't mean to like. This is a person I don't know. I'm not trying to be rude to them or anything. I really like how they do the name formatting like this. Right? This is really strong. This is really strong. I really like. I'm gonna start doing this. Like doing it kind of also suddenly appeared Savannah Lion when coverage decreased rock. This person is like 100 times cooler than I am in every way. But what is this? Okay, we're trying to solve a mystery here, computer. What is Gongo? What captures the true essence of it? Like they're claiming, yes, this is a side-scrolling platformer. They have it on IGDB. They put it on here. Is this a real game? It's a real game. Lua as the lesser JS. If there's so much fundamentally different to learn, everything's a table and everything's not. With standard, since it makes it very easy to distinguish. Yeah, I think it is kind of standard maybe. Hello, Yusuf Habri. But it's something I see mostly, like this is like a Japanese thing I see, and it's kind of cool. I see it mostly in the world of this is often done in the professional world in France. Artmajeur.com. I see. For this is their what I'm seeing. This is render. Oh, I see at the bottom. Yes, this is kind of good. Hello, Yusuf Habri and Doc East too. I mean, I think it's not so much like a paradigmatic thing. Maybe Sorcerer. I think Lua is kind of nice in some ways. It's by being kind of small and cohesively designed. Maybe. The give hoot for scheme later on. Yeah, this is something worth exploring, I think. Is Gongo a game you can buy? I think this is a false game. It's delisted, apparently. I am convinced that this is a falsehood. An asset flip scam game that got removed from Steam. I see. Game was too good. They put him in. Hello, Great Sphinx. Also, I'm sorry to summon you. I'm trying to learn about Gong. I see this, right? I've known about the Gongo thing for several months, and I go in there and I type Gongo and I look at the videos and I'm like, ooh ah. But I'm interested in, like, I sort of get that there's sort of a, how do you say, there's sort of an element of mystery here that creates a sort of appeal, right? There's sort of a mysterious kind of appeal, but at the same time, like, it's like, I don't know, Gongo is gone. Go. I'm trying to hijack the IGDB entry so I can put my own icon. Last time they rejected it, but I got an idea how to get around it. How do you prove ownership on IGDB? I've thought of this myself too. This website, by the way, IGDB. This is how Twitch knows what the categories are. It's the guiding star in your world of gaming. You're thinking about this every day, and this is how they get their stuff. This is how they do it. I think they own it, in fact. Hello Zulfix _. Welcome in. They have just chatting on this website. I think these are different. They have I was thinking for a while. You know how they do drops on games on Twitch? Like you go and you accidentally like watch someone play Arknights for 1 hour and you have 10 notifications that are like, you earned the item. You've earned an item. You've experienced this, right? Just going to make an itch.io page for a Gongo remake and try and redirect to that for proof. Yeah. Like, I mean, if it's all just like, I wonder if it's an asset. I wonder if you can find the assets. Right? Like, you can probably redraw stuff in this style, and like you can probably find like some of the assets, or at least like redraw things that are close enough. It's not like this is like super high res stuff. Like you can probably like capture enough of the feeling of this that's like, I don't know. This seems like promising. This rocks. I'm always like, this is the kind of thing that, like, man, like I'm always thinking about like releasing like fake books on Amazon, or like books that like claim to be books that are public domain but are like slightly modified. Generative AI, no, people would kill you for this. You have to do it like, and also there has to be a human soul in it, I think. Like this, it demands a certain level of respect, and right, I think it's kind of moderated like a wiki is. Damn. Is it slurped up everyone's soul? But I would like to I was thinking for a while about trying to contact them to do drops in software and game development, which seems really, like, I don't think they would let me do this, but probably maybe if I bother them enough, right? Like, I don't know what it would look like in practice, but like it probably mostly is just obnoxious to people. But like telling people that they get $dollars for watching software and game development or something like this. This is really funny to me, I think, right? The like creating $. The I don't know. Anyway, thank you for the explanation. No. So as far as I understand it, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone who and thank you, Great Sphinx, for being a good sport about it. Gongo is a delisted asset flip video game from 5 years ago, right? It does have a very charming logo here, right? So I think what has happened is that Great Sphinx is using the Gongo category that still exists on Twitch TV because this game is in the database. Alongside, or maybe does the Gongo thing come from earlier? Does this word art Gongo? Is this older? Hello, Bruxisma. Yes, we're learning about this. Like, is this older or is this newer? Is it from here or is it from old and this thing took it? I don't know. But regardless, then they have in their context, this is a thing where it's like how do you say? and it's like you make strange video. There's like, it's a strange audio visual art thing, which is good. We like this. I used to pick random categories with names sort of similar to whatever I was showing at the time. A few years ago, I streamed Gone in 60 seconds, and Gongo was the only game. Okay, this is good. This is lore. Gongo 60 seconds. Yeah. Okay, this kind of goes crazy hard. Man, this is really good. I do this a lot. I don't do this with the category. I do this with the tags a lot, right? Like, you'll notice that if you're a knower around here, the final tag is changing every day. And today it's boring because it's just assembly. But usually what I'll do is, if we have like a certain theme, I'll just like type whatever is kind of related to this. Like, if it's like phone call, it'll be like Call of Duty Modern, something like this, right? The Lazy Map Man always says Gongo. It's a constitutional right. I only know of Gonzo journalism. It was Gargantuan plus Mondo or something. I think it's Gongo. Why did they call this game Gongo? Also, that's a deeper question, right? It feels like Gongo is an oddly inspired name for what this is, too. Right? Like you would call that, like, you expect to see a game like this. It's called like Princess Quest or something. You expect it to be called like Fight Nights, right? Like, Gongo is kind of like it's kind of it has a little bit of secret sauce to it. I think it's like the spam. Yeah. But those, like, but when you go on Amazon to buy a sweater, and they're from 7 random capital letters or something like this. But I don't know. Sword Knight Castle. Yeah, it's uncomfortably close to my name. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Gong Zero. Like, I feel like you could, like, I don't know. Man, the idea of a daring heist of the IGDB page is very, very appealing. I'll follow this with great interest. We're going to be following this soon. Go. Yo, yes. This is also relevant to today's theming. I did not. Why do they want 100,000 for Gongo.com? Damn. Do you know about this? This is one of the most fucked up things I know about in the world. They know its true worth. This is one of the most fucked up things of all time. So there's a thing on a boat, like, boat like this. There's a thing on a boat called a forecastle. It's like the upper deck, right? It's the upper deck. They do a contraction. They do a double or triple contraction for this. They call this the forecastle, I think. Like, this is what they say. They pronounce this forecastle. Can we play this?
Forecastle.
Can we make it loud and louden?
Forecastle.
This is new language technology that they're doing here. Who the fuck does this? They're right. Like, it's like you put apostrophe for like don't, and it means do not, because you're making it short. You're making it short, but you don't usually do double, and you definitely don't do triple. Boatswain became bosun. Botswain, bosun. This is diabolical stuff here. Please play Obra Dinn. I see. Hello, MXLX. Also, welcome in. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. We're looking at forecastle. This was like old English, guys. When did they start saying this? I don't even know. Like, when we have no information here. Yalv. Yeah, I guess this kind of goes. People, I can imagine someone typing this and meaning it. Gongo is still well, I think we've solved the mystery sorcerer, right? So it's thus, right? The name was arrived at by Twitch.tv streamer Great Sphinx. Great Sphinx went on this and was trying to find a funny category name to play Gone in 60 seconds, and they typed GON and it came up with a 2021 asset flip Steam game that has since been delisted called Gongo. So they started streaming under the category name Gongo, and then you should follow this person, by the way. I'm being like a evil freak. I'm being a complete evil freak towards them, and you need to check this person out. I don't think I can do this. Twitch.tv/GreatSphinx. You will like. I have it in my Steam library. Okay, the plot thickens. Also, but no, go. Did I spell it wrong? I spelled it with an I. I don't know how to spell words. You spell Sphinx with a Y. Okay, there. Go click this. Click on this. Is it a reasonably good game? I assume it's, well, maybe. I guess. No, the videos are not asset flips. I think what Great Sphinx does is Great Sphinx streams interesting videos, either made by them or by others. I don't know what the exact origin is, but they are interesting. They're often I put these on a lot in the evening. It's absolutely unplayable dog shit. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think it's like this. There's no it's because it's funny, right? It's the idea is humor, I would say, Sorcerer. You know, as a humorless being, right, I find it difficult to understand these things sometimes. We have to, you know, number one Gongo. Yeah, I know it's a coveted position. No, this does rock. I hope I'm coming across as like, yeah, I'm just chatting or retro. Yeah. It does. It's really good. Okay. What are we actually doing? Robot chicken vibes, but more obscure. Was this Adult Swim? I'm afraid all this is before my time. I'm too like, I don't know. When Prod streams Kirby on Windows or something like this, yeah. When Prod goes live in like the whatever category, whatever in the demo software PlayStation category. Okay, what are we doing? Can we find what we're doing today? It's been 2 hours. The 2-hour intro has been completed. We were talking about anime. We have is there I don't know. I don't think there's anything I could say about anime to talk about it. I haven't been watching this. I fear. I'm not doing this. We're doing trigonometry. No, neither of these. Unless maybe we're doing tangents. Yes, a little bit. We're doing x86 assembler today. This is the idea. Also, why is size on you? Oh, I guess we just never we never care about this. Lame. Oh, also, I'll say it again if people are here. We're gonna be playing Final Fantasy 11 soon. Not on stream, but like there's gonna be a bunch of people playing. So if you have interest in this, you should hop on with us and game. It's very nice to have you here, Sphinx. This is kind of, I mean, I feel bad. I feel really bad whenever I shout someone out, and it's like the summoning ritual. Although I probably shouldn't, because I do this all the time, and I feel like I'm being a mischievous little character, right? I'll show up somewhere and I'll be like, you know, there. Yes. Hyperbolic immediates. Hello, Piss. Welcome in too. Hello, 37. Is Piss here? No, Piss. This is a lie. This is a lie. There's not Piss here. Hello, 37 Chairs is here. And Fighting Annelids. Whatever we're doing, it sure is not clones. Yes, it's humans only now. So we have not only is Piss not here, Piss's robot is also not here. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's just fun. I see. This is good. We should start. You'll actually. Okay, this is the new thing. Just say hi to people who aren't here. Like, I'm just gonna start like hitting them with. I mean, this is sort of a classic thing you can type in chat room. Like, we'll do like a hi when they're not here. It's a new form. For 20 minutes when we were testing it. Yeah, I think they're still working on how it's gonna be. Hi. I am here though. Hi, Mod is not here. That's true. We have this assembler. We wrote an assembler. It can assemble basic things. Hi, XQC. XQC is confirmed secret clonker. Hello, Narkiplier. thank you, Anomalous, for the gifted subscription to didn't this they made a new movie, apparently. They did a new movie from this guy, from Narc, right? I don't watch this because I don't watch scary movies. It's really bad. I mean, apparently it like all I hear about is that it's making money, and like to me, I never know about. I never watch horror. I get too scared. I would have to pull the blankets up over my head and stuff like this. It's good. Will this make the meet? Can I say hi to someone who is not here now but is here sometimes, please? Yes, friend will do this for real. I could barely finish it. A record of an amount of fake blood. I see it. It is cool that he made it, and it's kind of cool that it did well commercially. This is sort of an exciting thing, I think. I'm glad for Mark, my personal friend Mark. I am glad for him. Hello Lane VT, welcome in, Lane. Hello. Does it go? So we need to port this assembler. That's the problem. We have this assembler written in a kind of in a good Lisp, in like a slightly good Lisp, and we need to put it into a bad Lisp. He's going to make a Blood Meridian movie next. He's doing the first ever adaptation of Gravity's Rainbow. They're dropping the brand spanking new Infinite Jest movie. Also, hello Sightsoul, welcome. It interests me, but I have not played the game. I imagine I'll get around to both eventually. Does Pit have fancy set F? No, it does not. Can we navigate ourselves over to our current Pit environment? Royal Jelly. Here it is. Does this actually have the latest thing? Actually, let's go to Pit. Pit is where we need to be right now. We have some guys here. I think last we left Pit, we have some capabilities now, right? We have some capability for doing keyword arguments, and we have some capability for doing structs, right? With automatically generated getters and setters. So this is kind of good, I think. I'm a little bit excited about this. Thank you, Mickey Noon. Thank you, Mickey Noon. Hello. Thank you for 2 years. I hope you've been well, Mickey Noon. I hope you're holding up okay. Representing numbers as confusing rationals where the numerator and denominator live in wildly different locations. It is defeating me. I see. This is hell. Like, you mean wildly different locations in the XML tree? This is deep hell. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I think we have most of what we need. Can we look at like what is the basic structure of the assembler here, right? Can we break it down a little bit? Let's boogie down, right? We have some utility functions, right? These are guys that we basically just need to like write versions of, right? We need to make sure that these guys have enough, right? Like right now we don't have a case. We probably either need to write a case or just rewrite this with const, right? But most of these guys are just like, we can write them. We probably need like we'll probably do some of it in C. We'll write our list contains function in C for purposes of I don't know. We'll get it going. Right now we have no facility for a Lisp standard library, so we'll just write any utility we need, like that's not part of the assembler itself. We'll just write in C. Let's shout let's gong go as if you're projecting your voice to the heavens themselves. Let's gong go to the moon. It's thinking did it link to moon? It's thinking about I see. There are 4 quarter notes or some shit. There's implied rational numbers. I see. They're doing false numbers now. Thank you, Mickey Noon. Where's this then? So once we get into the actual stuff, right? The mostly what it comes down to is checking operands compatibility. These are also kind of simple guys. We just need like a bunch of predicates and cases and stuff. The tricky part here is we are relying on pcase, but like all of these things that we can express with pcase, we can like also ostensibly express with it's just a cond, right? We can write a big gnarly cond here and make it go. But then beyond this, past this point, it's I really think this thing is pretty simple, right? Like generating instructions. Notably, we don't really use any fancy features of anything, right? We're not like, it's just a bunch of cases, and like we're not using, for example, any macros. Oh, we are using quasi quotation though. And this is a piece of tricky business, I think. I fear. I guess there's no real reason we have to use quasi quotation, right? Quasi quotation is essentially like not required for anything, right? You just you know, you just write the normal thing, just implement quasi quotation. I think actually this is probably not hard. Air quotes quasi quotation. Yeah, this is okay. So if you don't know what this is, what we're talking about, this is like a Lisp guy who goes around. You know in Lisp you type like this. Like if you want to add two numbers, you type +1 2, right? This is the basic syntax of Lisp, right? Function calls like are parenthesized, right? If I want to multiply this by 3, I do this, right? Function calls kind of have this parenthetical form. You also can write this like you also write lists like this, right? Like if I want a list of numbers, I write it like this. And the way you distinguish between, if I just write it without the quote at the front, it's going to be like invalid function 1. I'm trying to call 1 like it's a function, right? That's not how it works. The way you say, okay, this is data and not code to run, it won't be quite quote 1 2 3. It's kind of like this, right? Quote 1 2 3, I think will just give us either 1 or yeah, it'll yell at us, right? So Lisp fundamentally, right, it's a way of representing data, right? Right? The like this is like the data syntax of Lisp, right? If I say times +1 2 3, right? This is like a way of representing a tree as a string in a very like general way, right? And they call this an S expression, right? And you can either tell the Lisp system like, hey, this is actually data, or by default it will try and evaluate the thing. Oftentimes when you're expressing data though, you have like it's mostly data, but sometimes you want to like evaluate something inside of it, right? Like you can kind of imagine this, right? Like you're building like a big structure, and it's like mostly just like, well, it's just you know, it's not things I want to evaluate. It's not an evaluation shaped thing. But occasionally I want to be like, hey, just you know, this part, like replace it with a function call or something. So there's an idea of quasi quotation. Quasi quotation, there's another quote, it's the backtick. It works the same way by default, right? Like this just gets returned as data. But what I can do is if I put a comma in front of something inside, it will get how do you say, that part will get evaluated, and the data, like that term in the data will be replaced by its results, right? So you can see, right, this is the literal data times 3 3, right? Hello F Mega, welcome in F Mega. Is this eval apply? Well, this is a little bit different, right? But eval is related to this. Eval is a function that takes the data and evaluates it, right? So right? If I say eval around this, it gives us 9, right? Because eval takes a quoted thing that is data and actually runs it, right? Eval is a guy who is a dangerous character to hold a lot of the time. You rarely want to be using this. You on-off switch for the reader. I don't think the reader so much, more so the evaluator, right? Like the reader is kind of the reader, like the way I understand these things typically, right, is the reader is the guy that like reads in characters and turns them into this tree, right? So like the reader takes the literal characters, parenthesis, E, V, A, L, you know, et cetera, and turns this into an S, like a list that is, okay, a list containing this symbol and then containing the symbol quotes. You know, it replaces some things, right? You understand, right? The Hackers Movie Vercel app that a guy made. I didn't see this at all. Hello, Small Knight. Do you have a link to this? So yeah, these guys are also just. I think, do they just call him quasi quote, or is he called like back quote? They call him back quote in Emacs. Hello, Wind Up Boy. Welcome. And this also, astonishingly enough, is not a language feature. This is one of the interesting things about Lisp. This is not a language feature. If I want to run this, if I say unquote, I think is what they call this guy. 1, 2, 3. Does this go? No. Oh, it's just called comma. Yeah. It's literally just this guy. It's straight up. I think, is this a separate symbol even? Yeah. Like this is yeah, and this thing is just a macro. It's not even a reader thing. Real nice in ELIST. This is just implemented in. It does treat those guys specially. Yeah, probably, right? There's probably something in here. But like we could implement this character. There's funny stuff. Only like 12 guys that yeah. Hello Wind Up Boy. Welcome though. Hope you've been well, friend. And Rudiger Smoot is here too. I'm missing everybody. And Code Knight, I'm reading the next name and I'm like, oh, I must have said hi to this person at this point. I must have fulfilled my what do they call this? My fiduciary obligation to the chat room. But alas, I have not done so. I have continued to not do so. It's how horrible. How horrible. We're in quasi-quotely. Yeah. We're kind of explaining the general concept here. They would need more parentheses otherwise. Yeah. Although I guess like if this is just a symbol, like you could implement this. Like you could just write this macro. Of course having this automatically translate to the macro, this is not. I don't even think this is not even bound to like a symbol, right? But yeah. But you don't need it in an extreme sense, right? Janet A3 boys. It's just parentheses. This is kind of good. Okay. Where is, so all this being said, I don't think we actually care about this at all, because back quotes are essentially like, we don't actually need this. It's essentially just some sugar, right? We could just as easily write this thing as lists of cons of lists EBGB, right, of the thing, right? And this is the same basically, right? This kind of thing. So I think we can get away with that. It's just sugar for quote. Yeah. I think we don't actually have to write, we could implement this pretty easily, but I don't think we care to. We have more important fish to fry. So let's go. Let's start moving the guy over and see what we need. What about reading it back? We're just not going to do that. I don't even think we expose a way to read a string as an S expression. We don't even expose a good any IO really. Let our code write code. Yeah. Okay. Let's go over to Pit. What do we need to write this? Let's call this, for now, x86.lisp. What does this look like for us? Let's start writing some simple guys, right? We probably need to have this fellow. Let's call it x86 split 16 LE. And he takes a given word, right? And he's going to look like this. I don't know. Is there a standard word for the humans attempting to... I mean, I write plenty of things in the const style anyway, right? Like, for example, our Twitch... I actually kind of prefer this, right? Like, all our chat commands are like this anyway. So, like, I don't know. I'm not a hater. Hello, you_Daniel Pancake. Welcome in. How are we putting symbols into lists? Just quote the symbol. Right? like anything can be written this way, right? Like I can write this as A, B, C. I can write this as like this either. They're the same. I mean, they're not literally the same, right? But yeah. Hello, the Muffin 4 also. Yeah, we have normal quote, right? Normal quote is essential. I'm just talking about quasi quote, right? We have normal quote. What do these guys typically call bitwise operators? Is there words for this? What do they say about these? What do they call them? Does Scheme have these? Yeah, back quote, we'd have to write a fancy macro for this. What do they call these guys in Scheme? We could just call them by like their C names if we really wanted to. We could just def macro back quote, but it's gonna be a little tricky, I think. Given our lack of good ability to perform recursion in a way that is satisfactory. Our lack of given some of our I don't know, we'd have to write the macro in C, or we'd want to write the macro in C. They just call these bitwise whatever. I guess that's kind of fine. We can just call them this, I guess. Where's our standard library? Where's Pit's library.c? What are we doing here? We have recursion. The recursion is, how do you say, maybe a little bit exciting. There is recursion. The problem is the way that the memory management for this language makes implementing things in the language itself sometimes a little bit dicey. So we have to set the balance, right? We have to set the balance. Okay, what do we want here? I think we'll just call these guys bitwise, right? Bitwise arithmetic. And we'll have a bunch of fellows, and we'll call them things like, I don't know, bitwise and etc. Right? Bitwise or the whole crew. Bitwise XOR, bitwise not. This jolly gang. And then bitwise L shift, I guess. We could just call it shift if we wanted to. XOR Xavier mentions. We like this. We like this character. We like this character a lot. Enable the GC during loading. There's no GC. We have not written a GC. This is the problem. And in fact, some elements of the thing are kind of incompatible. I don't know if I'm going to write a GC at all. I'm still going back and forth about this. I think we may just grin and bear it and never write a GC. I think the style that we are doing here, I don't know. It's interesting. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I want to keep exploring the idea. Can we write all of these fellows then? Gasps. Where are they here? Here they are. Give me this, please. All of these guys are kind of fancy because they take multiple arguments. We're just not going to worry about that. I don't think I care. If I say bitwise, or I guess we do need to care. Cons but not GC is quite foolish. Yeah, well, I don't know. Well, we have a sort of GC, but it's a GC that behaves in a very interesting way, right? It's this all or nothing sort of arena guy, right? And this like immutability setting sort of freezing thing. And it's definitely not like the intention behind this thing is that like it goes it's sort of it's like what's the joke about missile allocation, right? The missile lands before you run out of memory. This is kind of the intention. Where is can we go bitwise and can we go the missile knows where it is. Hello Waflex, also welcome in. This is crazy stuff. Thank you very much. Okay. We don't care about any of this. We care about this. It's just this. We just do this over and over again. That's all. That's all. We are just gonna get a number and then and it's repeatedly from the arguments, and we're gonna do the same thing with bitwise or. Do I know you? Yes. Probably. Hello, Wafflex. I hope you're well. Wow. We can also or equal. We can also probably XOR equal. Whoa. Were you at Fostum? Oh, you should have. Damn, we should have. Did you know, Wafflex, that there were many people from here at Fostum? I was not at Fostum, but there was a bit of a meetup from here. I did not really know how to like get the news of this out there, because it's not like I was there, but like a bunch of like there was like there were like at least like 5 people, I guess now more than this. I wish I went too. Missed the 0args case. The 0args case, this will be handled, because I guess we could make it be handled if we want to. It will be handled by pit as integer. It'll error currently. We probably want to make it return, like, what does log and no args return here? -1. What does log or return? Logior 0. They're just returning their identity, I guess. I guess this works. I showed you to multiple people. Every time Emacs shows up, I gotta show you off. This is very kind of you. I hope I'm always worried that the anime thing will like freak out the gray beards. I don't want to like There's another person we did not get the chance to meet due to time. I see. I gotta go to. I haven't gotten strong yet. I think it's coming. I'm continuing my horseshoe hypothesis, right? Like this is the hype, and this is the hypothesis, right? They love a new, but like here's the hypothesis. I think there is a. You're wearing no. I am not doing this. There is no connotation of this. Can I where's this? Where's this? Where's this horseshoe.org? There are multiple camps in technology, right? There's multiple camps, right? Of people who go online and they yell about programming stuff, right? There is what do they say? There is like the camps. Normal people. Discussion of employment, job prospects, real names / faces. What else? What else is I don't know. This is one crowd. There are you understand, right? There are what's another crowd? There is like old heads / gray beards, right? This is another category, right? And then there is anime people, right? I think we have you have an understanding of this, right? My understanding is that the arrangement of these things is kind of like it's sort of like this in terms of alignments, right? This is normal. This is normal. This is gray beard. This is gray beard, and this is this, right? In terms of general alignments of opinion, I think they're monoids. Yeah. We got to give them identity. We got to give them a guy for real. And we should just, they're basically just like the case here is like fold, right? Which is the guy you get for monoid, right? Fold with no argument, right? The combination is sticky, right? Yeah. So there's a certain sense where I think there's, I don't know. I don't know. Hello, mental equilibrist. And the categories we are is like this. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, let's just handle this in a way that is better. How do we handle this in a way that is better? We just don't do this at the start, and instead we just default the total. Right? We just default that it's literally less code. So the it's not really too challenging. People drink at Fostum is to filter the marketing employees. Hello, Rolling Cow. Thank you for hello, welcome in, Rolling Cow. Greetings. The yes, there's a certain degree of this, I think, right? Of marketing people can't pretend to care while they are drunk. Yeah. Bitwise not just has, it takes one fellow, right? It takes one fellow. Thank you for the gift sub to Rolling Cow also, Mufflex. I appreciate this. Looking for things to watch, Clonconia, this maniac's whole thing. Yeah. This is, I think this is the intended effect. I don't know. This is the guy. This is Bitwise compliment in C, right? This is the fellow. Yeah, and then this guy is. If we want L shift, I found my new tribe in the computer. Yeah, although I think it's mostly just like a how do you say? It's a known tribe probably, right? It's just yeah. Can we? Your VTuber model is amazing. Thank you, Rolling Cow. This is very kind of you to say. I like it. I like it too. I think it's kind of cool. Can we shift Val by this? All of them different yet somehow similar. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, people I think are into this sort of, I don't know, the hacker thing a little bit, right? Like the hacker thing, like the funny. What's the funny glider symbol, right? People are into this sort of stuff a little bit. I'm a bridge between worlds. And people are just into like the cool thing, right? It's people are into cool thing and not like, yeah, not necessarily just because they want to make megabucks. Although making megabucks is, of course, you know, it's not bad. Can we say this stuff? Bitwise, and we don't have binary literals, which kind of sucks. I guess we could make them pretty easily. If I say 3, 1, you give me 1. Yeah. If I say bitwise and 2, 1, give me 0. Yes, good. If I say bitwise and with nothing, give me -1. If I say bitwise and 1, 2, 3, give me 0. Yeah. C style or like an E list. So we'll do them C style. Want the funny hacker guy tattoo. I don't know. This is good. I've been like, I don't know. I was very, obviously, probably like many, I was very charmed by all that stuff when I was young, right? Probably like I read, what's the book? I was reading 2600 and I was reading what's the book? This book. I read this book at a formative age, and it was like, damn, I want to be like all those cool Lisp hackers at MIT, right? This was probably like shortly after I had been introduced to Lisp, right? This like, I just wanted to say hi. Hello, Kirsch. Well, I just want to say hi as well. Hello. I'm going eep, but please have a great stream. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate this a lot. It's thank you for thank you. Hi. It's very good to stay in touch. Hello, Ron Moo too. It was all downhill from there, but I was very charmed by like the aesthetics of this stuff, right? Like and recently reading a lot of Neil Stephenson has also left me kind of, I don't know, like I'm feeling nostalgic about, like, it's like damn, it's good to be a hacker. It's kind of a hacker's world out there. Hello, Seneca TTV also. Hello. Hi. We're talking about the idea of hacker. What are we doing? Well, we have these guys now. Reread the Neil Stevenson bibliography. Yeah. Book money and the openprojects.net people told me to get the Art of Computer Programming and good old Escher Bach. Yeah, Cryptonomic. Yeah, I read this one recently. That was the most recent one I read, and I thought about you repeatedly. Wind Up Boy. I was like, this is such a fade book. It's unreal. This is a major hacker style book. It's good. It's good for sure. Okay, we can say stuff though. We have the ability to say words now. We can express them, can't we? We can say things like, well, I don't know. I don't know about it. We can say stuff like all the code compiles. Yeah, it's the only book I have ever read that has obfuscated Perl source code in the book. This is crazy. Like there's like something straight out of like Perl monks or whatever in the book. And it kind of rocks. We can say bitwise and okay, we need literals though. Where is Pit? Did I write literals already, or am I being foolish? Where's Pit Lexer? Go to Lex. You mean just Perl? No, it's definitely obfuscated Perl. Can I find the sample from this? Hello, Prowlcash too. Where's? Oh yes, it's here. Can we get this? Cryptonomicon Pontifex GitHub. It's an implementation of a cool cipher that you can play with cards. No, this is not it. I want to see the picture. I would like to see the picture. I found a repository on the other. Am I typing this out by hand? github.com/CSI18N Pontifex. Is this it? Dropping pearls of recommendation. I don't know about this. This book is fun though. Yeah. Like I would call this obfuscated Perl, right? They're doing all this, like no one is writing Perl like this. Like if like this is somewhat obfuscated Perl. In a way that is probably likely intentional. They're doing an intentional kind of thing here. 3,000 years ago when the strength of men failed. Forming a C program. This is the other guy. This is what is this guy's name? The guy who wins IOCCC a bunch. He's I think either former or current Google guy. Where is the what is the no, not every entry. No, this is the guy at ugu.org. We've looked at these before. This is like a frequent winner of this contest. But does a lot of funny obfuscated code that is ASCII art shaped. We have some, yeah. And they tend to do interesting things or have interesting effects, right? I don't know. They're kind of cool. Can we I'll share this. Where is this guy? I don't know. But anyway, this stuff rocks. Twitch say. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Where we were looking at the Lexer, right? Did we do this? Did we add support for guys? Did we add guys? We didn't add guys. You can't say this. Mark kill text right out of the video frame. Yeah, we need to have this. We need to have. I need to be browsing only with EWW, and I need to have like some way that you can see the Emacs, right? We need to have like, maybe it's just I run this in. what I would do probably is run the Emacs server, expose it only over my Tailscale VPN thing, and then on some server like the Pubnix or something similar, run the client, but then have like a wrapper around the client that like doesn't allow it to accept any input, and then set this as the shell for people who like SSH in, right? So then you can SSH in and you can see my like the client, and I could probably I would have to make that frame mirror what's on my frame, right? Because technically, like, I could start a client, like I can connect with Emacs client, but it's not going to like show exactly what's here. But I would have to, yeah. Anyway, we could do something. Anyway, this doesn't work the way we want it to. Can we get like, this just doesn't work at all the way we want it to. Let's think about how we want it to work. Well, we just want other, like, the way we're handling this is we only have one kind of integer literal token right now, right? And the way the tokens are is that tokens just represent like a range of text in the input, right? Do we have the token type here? Where's include LCQ pit lexer.h? Like a token ID is just like it's just an enum entry, right? Thank you for 150 streak, Prelka. This is crazy stuff. Thank you. I really do appreciate this a lot. And thank you everybody for saying all these, like, people like say you're telling people about my silly thing, and thank you very much. This is very, like, it means a lot that you are, yeah. Why do we have tokens? Because we just it's easy to, there's tokens in the language, right? There's left parenthesis is a token, right parenthesis is a token, literals and string, right? It's there's a reason to break it up like this. And on the parser side, right, what we do, yeah, even Lisp needs to be Lex, and there's a parser, and the parser just parses to the S expression representation, right? Like we have a function called parse that takes a runtime and a parser, which wraps the lexer, and it returns a pit value, right? So essentially what this lets you do is, given the runtime and a string, you can produce, this is like an arbitrary expression, arbitrary value rather. CL has lexing? I'm sure they do, right? Like, I mean, lexing is sort of a nebulous concept in the first place, right? You could certainly just build a parser directly on top of the, just your tokens are like characters. It's going to be wonky, and you're going to need a lot of look ahead, right? But like mostly the thing with, like, I don't know. The BPM just random. The BPM is the rate at which my heart is beating, Usimaru. It's the rate at which my human heart beats. It's BPM. This is beats per minute, where 1 beat is 1 beating of my heart, and 1 minute is 60 seconds. So what it indicates is the number of times that my heart beats within the last. It's a sort of a rolling average. Yeah. Human. Well, I don't know. Maybe it may be my inhuman heart. I might have gotten it a little bit confused. It might have been my inhuman heart. Excuse me. Sorry. I flubbed it. I flubbed it a little bit. Okay. So what do we do with integer literals? We literally just call A2I. we extract the string and call A2I. This just grabs like the string for the current token and puts it in a buffer so we can have a null terminator on it. And then this just, we call A2I. But there are other ways. It was kind of hot. Yeah, it's my CPU load, Fusimaru. It's not my actual heart. It's the CPU. Hello, big gay Mikey too. There are other ways than just A2I. There's guys. There's like stir2d, stir2l. There's various characters like this. There's stir2d, right? And these guys are a little bit more exciting in that this is actually what we should be doing anyway, probably. What they do is they let us give a base. What is the second? Yes, it just writes the ending character here. An infinite number of abstruse methods of turning string into number, fellow. Yes. Yes. And also, if the base is a special value called 0, if the base is 0, I think it just does what we want implicitly. Right? Also, Tayumisi is shouting us out. We need to fire back. Tayumisi is my dear friend, a notorious green circler, kind of a figure many know around here. This is like one of the nicest people I know about. If your encoding method is not, I would not use stir2l. Yeah, sure. We don't need to use it necessarily, right? I guess we probably don't need to use it at all. TikTok. Yeah, we're doing stir talk. We probably don't want to use this either because I really like binary literals. So for our purposes, here's what we do. We have a token, right? We have a token, and we need to go from, right? If the first character is not 0, then it's a decimal number. If the first character is 0, then we look at the next character, and then the next character indicates the base, and then we know the base, and then we just look at all the rest of the characters and we do something with them based on what the base is, or error. I think this is not hard to do, so let's handle this. First off, let's make integer literal a little bit more smart, right? Right now it's just saying while, if it's is digit C while match is right. This is not quite what we care to do, right? This just says keep consuming input while there's more digits, right? That's still part of it, right? However, probably what we want to do is we want to say I don't know. Probably something like if C equals the 0 character, then advance st. Just go forward 1. How can I scam you into switching to C++? There is no world where I'm going to write C++, I think. The intention here, Waflex, by the way, is that all of this code needs to eventually get compiled by our own C compiler. Which is why, another reason why it very much needs to be C, because I'm not going to write a C++ compiler, but I probably will write enough of a C compiler. Yeah, there's a bootstrapping sort of intention here, right? The idea is we wrote this Lisp in very simple C, and we've written like an elf library, and maybe soon we'll have the assembler working in the very simple Lisp. And the idea is we're going to make this guy compile himself. Will this run on Bad Apple? No, probably not. Although we didn't get back to this. This will probably, I bet we could talk him into Algol 68. Yes, this would be a better bet. We can say skip base character. The specifier. Welcome in F Collector though. How are you doing? Not even mentioned this. Yeah, I had forgotten about this. I mean, I don't know. There's room out there. We'll like, I don't know. There's too many projects. There's too many projects, and I need to focus on one at a time, or I will become dead. So now if I say 0, it says 0. If I say 1, it says 1. If I say 0x10, it says 0. It still parses it correctly, but it doesn't work, right? I can say plus this. I can say 0 y 100 and 2 this, and it will be 0 because both of these are just parsed as 0 because it's just calling A2I on these strings, and it's just getting 0, right? It's Free Ren Friday, Mr. Letterman. Have you an elf today? I don't know about this, Pizza Eater. I have not watched Free Ren at all yet. I do like these things. I like that they're doing non-isekai fantasy, right? If you don't know what this means, if you're like, what the fuck is this? There's a genre of thing that's quite popular in Japanese media for a while called isekai. You know this? Where it's like another world, right? A lot of this stuff is like oh, they made the game real, right? Oh man, I got hit by the truck and now I'm in the game. It's kind of like a, what's the movie? Spy Kids 3D. It's sort of like a Spy Kids 3D concept, right? If you need to relate this to something more culturally. the right, it kind of goes this way, and I would much prefer if it was just like normal fantasy, and they're doing this more, it seems. It's a relapse day, and just so happened to be on the Holy Sabbath. What is this? Relapse? Compare it with Spirited Away. Is this what it is? I don't know if I would call it this. I feel like the sort of the quintessential guy who like brought this into I don't know. This is like Sword Art Online or something. Often not a game, and yet for some reason game-like. To be honest, as much as I am a gamer, as much as I am an occasional gamer, and I do love the MMORPG genre, you know, I'm doing this all the time. I'm gaming. I'm freaking gaming constantly. Despite all of this, I find the game stuff in like a show or a book, especially, I find this I cannot tolerate this. I cannot tolerate this at all. I can't get into this. I understand how people do get into this, but like I can't fuck with this. Your Mud talk then? Well, Mud is I do like games, right? Isn't straight isekai, it's more heir apparent. I don't know. I don't like the like. I'm glad they're doing like fantasy stuff. Like Dungeon Meshi kind of has this a little bit too. Anyway, do you know Pike? Which Pike? Rob Pike? Battle Pike? Heir apparent? I don't know. I just don't. I'm not a huge fan of this sort of stuff. The language Pike all. There's a Pike language. What is this? What is this? Pike programming language, a dynamic programming language with a syntax similar to Java and C. What is this? What is their is it an array language? Powerful built-in data types allowing simple and really fast data manipulation. The funny Lisp assembler to Lisp the GBA things. No, this is a funny Lisp assembler to Lisp to Lisp itself. We're working on so the idea today, Pete Cedar, is we're trying to port the assembler we wrote before, like the general architecture of this that we wrote before. We prototyped this in eLisp, and we were trying to port this to Pit, which is the bad Lisp we wrote in C. That we also like wrote bindings for the elf stuff we did like a few months ago, or like a month ago, or whenever that was. And the idea now is like we want to eventually write a compiler on top of this. We're making the Lisp slightly less bad. Americanism and assemblism. You should make LCOLONQ wiki account. Maybe, I don't know. I guess I could if I wanted to. I just like doing this. It makes me funny. Yeah, I mean, it kind of also does involve this a little bit, Pete Cedar, because I would like to retarget the compiler too. I would like to have the guy retargeted. You could call it Zaddy. It would be good. It would be good if it had an x86 backend and also a little ARM backend. So I don't know. Who knows? Hello TVSR8, welcome in. Thank you. Hello. So we need to parse these guys in a more reasonable way, right? We could parse them for free, right? Like where I say A2I right now, I could just say stir2L or stir2D or whatever. I probably have to enable something. No, I don't. What do I need to get for this? Is there a thing I need to get? Stir2D. Oh, this is to double. Yes, this is not what we want. We want what's the guy called? What's the guy we were just looking at? It is stir2L. Yeah, and only stir2LL requires a feature test macro. What are you? Do we not have? Do you not? Oh, you're just telling us about. Okay, good. You're normal. You're normal. Okay. The can we make? Can we make? If we say this, wow, we have hex literals now. It's that easy. It's that freaking easy, gamers. Whoa. Wow. The problem is we don't have binary literals. And also I like writing this. I don't like writing this. And like we explicitly do not have like this. It does not work. What's happening today? We are messing with assembler style. Jamaican. Help. Green pages. Okay. We have yes, we're x86 style still. Where is where are we going? Let's just write this by hand instead of writing it like this, right? Like get token string, what does this do, right? We're just going between stcur.end and stcur.start, right? Where st is the parser state. So here's what we do. We have, let's put this guy like so. We have char c. Are we using C for something? No. We have char C. You're gonna get red spot pigments on your skin. I don't know what this is. I kind of like this. Binary parsing is the wrong kind of parsing. What is this guy? I see. This is not this. This is okay. Char C equals what do we call this guy? We call him S. Where is the buff? The buff is in ST, right? It's just it's in ST Lexer input, right? Okay. Can we go here? We also want i64 IDX equals st cur.start, right? And we want C equals st lexer dot input IDX. Something like this. This kind of stuff, right? If C is 0, right? This means it's followed by a base prefix, right? We also probably want to have i64 total. So I don't know what you are saying about thing. This is kind of just like I don't know. This is kind of random words. This is sort of random word posting, my friends. Can we figure this out then? The basic thing is going to be, well, I guess we can just we want to just set the base and we want to treat it all the same way, right? Let's say i64 base equals 10 by default. We don't even need an else case here, right? Then we just need to say IDX switch ST Lexer. Well, I guess it could just be 0, right? N++ IDX is less than ST Lexer or ST cur.end. Does this go? Sorry. ST Lexer inputs IDX. We want to let's do it like this. This is crazy that I'm doing it this way. Cool. We probably want this to be IDX plus 1 is less than current ion, right? Because we're using the next guy. Increment this here. Why are we saying inputter? Yes. Let's do this. Can we go this form? Can we go this form? We just have a bunch of different like things, right? So like if this is B, if this is B, hello Zulfix _ so many deleted messages. Yes, sorry about this. I just banned this person. I think there's someone who like comes around occasionally and like ban evades. I have no ill will towards them at all, but they sometimes have these like episodes. I also think their username is probably trying to like bait me into saying a racial slur. So I'll like not do this if possible. It is what it is out here. Sometimes it's a little crazy on these mean streets of Twitch TV. Can we say base equals 2 break? Otherwise base equals 16. We'll do octal 2. It's fine. In the default case, some people... No, I don't even have like any ill will towards... I think people... This is just like, you know... This is how it goes sometimes. Hello, Failure. Welcome in. Can we set error? How are we setting error? We just call pit error on this, right? We have our little helper function for this. Welcome in, Failure. This can just be... we want to return something on error. We'll just return nil, I guess. Return pit nil. And the error here is unexpected integer literal. No, I missed an event. No, this was just a normal event. This is a normal spawn. A normal spawn, I think. You're good. I hope you're well, Failure. Welcome in. We are tinkering yet again, assembly style. It's been our current style for a while. Our form is that we go this kind of way. We're going this sort of style. What do we want to say about it? We probably want to say picking out tiles for my bathroom. Very nice. It's kind of annoying to print the integer because it's like an invalid integer base. Let's just say this. We'll just print the character. Well, even that's annoying because we don't have like this. Hello, Spherophoria. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Can we shout out Spherophoria? Sup, dog? Not too much. We're kind of going normal mode. You should check out Spherophoria, by the way, if you don't know this person. They're a good friend. They're kind of oomph. They're kind of homie, maybe, potentially. Hello, Ghosty X 101. You should go insert mode. Am I right? Huh? Oh man. That's a knee slap. I'm slapping my knee. That's a knee slapper. We call that a knee slapper. Okay, is Clippy Rossman inspired or just general? It's a general purpose Clippy, Mea Tulpa. It does talk sometimes. We can make him talk. We are, if you're just arriving from Spherophoria, we are in the thick of it. We are in a long quest kind of to write a C compiler that compiles itself. This is the eventual objective. Right now what we are doing is we are extending a bad Lisp that we wrote in C to write the compiler enough that we can port an assembler that we kind of prototyped last week from Emacs Lisp to our new bad Lisp. And one of the things I want in the bad Lisp is I want support for binary literals. So what I am doing now is we are adding binary literal support and also other integer literal base support to the bad Lisp. Blitterals, if you will. Yes, they call them blitterals. The blatterals, yeah. So we're doing this a little bit. Can we I'm just gonna say unexpected integer base. The errors don't need to be good. It'll have a location attached anyway. It'll figure it out. Okay. And I could just pass in base here and call stir2l, and in fact, I might do that. But I don't know if do we really want to do this? Will you blit the blitterals to draw pictures one day? I guess maybe. I guess we could do. I can imagine a world where we do some kind of graphics here eventually, and like sometimes you do write a pixel this way. What was Sphero up to, by the way? How was the Sphero stream? I know Sphero has been drawn into the murky depths in recent weeks. They've been drawn into the murky depths of color space stuff, and also WebSockets to support because the chat died, and also so is this for the WebSocket idea? I'm just not going to call stir2l. I'm going to write this normal mode. While how do we say this? While idx is less than stcur.end, this kind of while, it's for Twitch auth. I see. Good luck. Just printfs to the HTTP socket because like fuck it. I see. Yeah. The Twitch API stuff there is a lot of there's a lot of shit. Parsing integers in C, but what if I just do it like this? What if I just do it like this? What if I just say total times equal base, and then total plus equal st lexer input idx plus plus minus 0 every time? Like, what if I do? What if I didn't? Well, like, isn't this just it? I think this is just what we care about. Probably. I don't think it's that much more complicated than this. Maybe I'm thinking about it backwards, but like if I say 0b11, it's 3. If I write a lot of ones, it's gonna eventually be a problem. And it's going to be a problem in a way that is unpleasant, actually. Why is it aborted? Why does it die? I think probably why it dies is we're not handling range checks on these integers at all, anywhere. And I think actually I can make it explode. How do I require your assistance? How do I visit the same file in a different window on Emacs? Okay. So do you have both windows open? This, okay, I'm gonna make a guess as to what's happening here. Okay. So I think a lot of the built-in like find file and buffer switching stuff will automatically, like, they'll just switch to a window that currently has the file open on the screen if it's already open somewhere, right? I have all of that stuff disabled, so I don't know about this too much. Control X2 seems promising. There are a bunch of guys that are like find file other window, or like switch to buffer other window. Yeah, and also splitting by default probably does this. Like if I have parser.c open here, like if I split this, it just does this. I don't know what if I say split window vertically, it does just by default open both. This can go this way. However, one thing to note, like, well, I don't know, it's probably fine. Cool. Okay, so what's the problem with big numbers? Right now, there's a major problem with big numbers in our little Lisp, right? Can we observe this? What's a big number? I don't know. I don't actually know how much numbers we are allowed to have here. But definitely, like, what's 2 to the 50? It's like this much. It's like this much. Like this number just kills, I think. No, but it produces a different number. You might notice the number that it's producing is a different number. If I put more on this, it's producing wrong numbers. It's continuing to produce incorrect numbers. Now we're negative. and then we eventually die. So in general, our handling of big numbers is a little bit poor. And we just haven't thought about it very much yet. The reason why our handling of big numbers is a little bit poor is because we are nan-boxing our stuff. I assume what's happening here is that with certain big numbers, we are just like overflowing the part that the number goes in, and we're going into the tag. And we're being like, and instead of, it's looking at the number and it's thinking, hey, this number, this is actually a reference into the table of values. This is like a console or something. And then it tries to read the thing at this index, and this explodes, right? So first of all, it probably shouldn't explode. Second of all, it probably should not, you should probably mask it. Yeah. Second of all, you're not using the low bits of the mantissa for tag. No, we're using high bits. This is the character here. We're definitely masking it, like when we do arithmetic and stuff. I think what's happening though is, well, yeah, we need to mask it like post arithmetic. And I think we're not doing that right now. And that's just a question of we need to do this both for our literals and also for let's see. It's really, we just need to do it in the place where we create integers. That's the only place it needs to happen, right? Pit integer new. Yeah, we're just saying U64I. That's just wrong. It's just wrong, right? We just need to fix that. What could it be? It shouldn't be a nan. I mean, there's definitely some combination of bits that will make it be a nan, right? The infamous clitoral, maybe. What is it? This is you could call this a constant. I don't know. I guess all literals are constants. What could this be? I guess seed literal in general. How many do we use for this? We use 49 bits. We get 49 bits for our integers. Can we express this well? If I get this, if I say 2 to the 49 minus 1, and b hex, yeah, this is the fellow. This is the fellow that we are looking for here. Okay, does this resolve the problem? We're sometimes going to get integers that are too big, but we should manage. We should also add this to our literal guy. We should go over here to our parser, and we should say this. We should error out at any intermediate point when this is too large, right? We should yell about this. We should say if total is greater than this guy, then we error out, right? Integer literal too large, yeah, something like this kind of thing. Yeah, so now if we give this guy a big number, it should just yell at us. Yeah, and it doesn't crash the program, it just is like, it's too big. And it should do this for any of these that are like too big, right? Like even this first guy. No, he goes. Oh, he's evil though. He's just skipping his first digit. Like if I write 1, 2, 3, yeah, we're skipping the first digit right now, and that's no good. Why are we doing that? Oh, of course. We need to handle this case especially, right? If the first thing is 0, right? We need to check this, right? We should be saying total equals C minus 0 here also. Okay. This is good maybe. Yeah. And if we give these guys that are too large, they will explode. For example, this guy, he's too large. But if we take a character off of the end, he's still too large. If we take another character, wow, he's fine now. Good. Python didn't always automatically use big nums where needed. Yes, neither do we. And we never will until I implement big nums. And I probably won't, by the way. Oh, I should say this too. If you're new here, if you're just arriving, I'm never saying this these days. I've kind of become a forgetful sort of guy. We have a Discord server. I know what that, I think people have a very strong negative connotation when it comes to Discord server. They hear this and they're like, damn, this is evil. Like, this is going to be like, I'm going to go here and like, I don't know, it's going to be like some, I don't know. It's going to be like a clique of people who like I have no connection with, and they're going to be like posting all day about, I don't know. We try and keep it like a pretty good thing where like people talk about computers and things. It's like one channel. It's linked to an IRC server. I don't know. This is like the main thing that I'm quote unquote advertising these days, I guess. And have been for a long time, because I think, I don't know, it's kind of good. Yeah, it's sort of a good little gang. Okay, we have binary literals now. That's fine, I suppose. Can we do what we want to do then? Where's x86.el? We just want to mask all of these guys with this, right? Like, it's just this, right? We mask this guy with bitwise L shifts W-8. Does this work? Do I have load also? Like, can I say load x86.lisp? Attempted to get cell value that is not ref. Oh, is it called load exclamation point? That would make sense. Oh, cool, we have it. If I call x86 split 16 LE then of like 0x babe. Okay, it does not exist. Why does it not exist? What if I just do this here? Like, can I just like run the thing? Beef babe. No. On line 5. Huh? Oh, it's called print exclamation point. Of course. Well, that's one thing. Hello, Hizumion. Welcome in, Hizumion. Welcome. Hi. Okay, no. Still wrong. What are we calling these guys? I probably just call him something else. No, he's called print exclamation point for sure. Like, I can say print exclamation point 1, and that runs. Did we not? Are we not defunding this guy correctly? Has his defund become? Howdy, my fellow 0x beef babes. They real. We have all kinds of babes. There's cafe babes. There's cafe babes. There's beef babes. There's various rare. There's also LGs here. Is it possible that this is being? There's dead babe. That's a little morbid though. If I say x86 split 16 LE, is this token being parsed in a freakish way? No, that is a valid token. There's feed face. It's mostly just goth. Well, I guess what could happen is that if the underlying, it'll still give us the same thing if these underlying guys are not real. Well, yeah, that's it. Bitwise and is not real. Bitwise and is a fake character. Maybe, or no, W is maybe. If I say this one, no, it still doesn't like that. Why are we not getting this somehow? Like, what is did we not rebuild this? Why are you not around? What's your problem? Why does hex stop at 16F anyways? Why can't we do 17? Well, this would be a different form. We call this what's the prefix for septa? Septadecimal? Yeah. Yeah, like what if we just call bitwise and on something? Didn't we write that before and it worked? Oh, it's the numbers. It's a numbers kind of situation here. It's that we didn't realize that there can be more. There's letters. There's letters in addition to numbers who can go in. There's letters too. There's also, in addition to numbers, there are also letters. We have to think a little bit harder about this thing. I mean, we could just cheat and use stir2l, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be... Am I going to do that? No, we won't be that bad. We won't be that freakish. Let's go to our Lexer. We have to handle hex especially. It cannot be match st is digits. It can no longer be this. What does is digit actually say? This is just like the built-in guy from C-type, right? We need like is hex digit basically. So what does that look like? It's static int is hex digits. Because we're only supporting up to hexadecimal. You can totally write 0b whatever. We'll just catch this in the parser phase, right? Game Genie for sake of Genesis uses base 32. Certain confusables are skipped. 0QWE a valid sigil? Yes. Well, no, probably not. 0Q like F1 is a valid literal token, but we'll just disambiguate. Well, in the parser we'll check this, right? Let's say is digits C, or C is greater than, or C is greater than or equal to A, and C is less than or equal to F, or C is greater than or equal to capital A, and C is less than or equal to capital F. Scary bells, yeah. Then we can just say is hex digit here, and then the parser side of things, we have to be a little clever about it, right? We can't just be saying this -0 stuff. But we can just write a helper that does it. Right? We can say static voids char like digit value. And this takes a digit, or a char C, and it returns an I64. And this guy is just if C is greater than or equal to 0, and C is less than or equal to 9. Is this the order they go in? It's definitely this, right? It would have to be this. Like we were just relying on this behavior. This is just C -0. I'm writing this like it's Rust. They started auto-promoting to long. And then this guy down here, otherwise, else if C is base 64, we're only going to do a couple of them. Rust mentioned, hello, Paladini. I have been spawned. We do write quite a lot of Rust around here, Paladini. This is kind of maybe our like second most written thing on the stream these days. I am I don't know. I would call myself a novice at Rust, but I do like it a lot. It's kind of fun. Greater than or equal to A, and C is less than or equal to F, lowercase. Return this minus A plus 10. Something like this. Rust is an LLVM IR. Are you compiling targeting Rust? This is kind of wild. This is a little bit exciting. I would love to hear more about this. We are very normal about compilers around here. We are totally extremely normal about compilers. No, not at all. Not at all. Very, very, very normal. It's something different. Otherwise, we probably do want a way to die. Better suited written as LLVM-IR, but LLVM-IR has no meta programming. Why are you writing LLVM-IR by hand then? Is there like what would be better suited? When I think of writing LLVM-IR, this is usually like this is something I would write as, you know, not write by hand but emit from a tool. Is there something that is advantageous? Just simple sync code? I see. Like wouldn't this be well, this is totally fine, right? The Rust that I'm writing also, I have a bit of an aversion to writing I'm not using async anywhere either. I don't think this is something that's like a failing necessarily of the, I don't know. Otherwise, you know what we're doing? We're being evil. We're returning 0. I do a lot of const. I see. Well, be as it may. I don't know. I think this is kind of cool, I guess. Can we where is blah 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 blah? Wherever we do this now, whenever we say this minus, we need to say digits value, right? We need to say digits value here as well. Okay, build this guy. Run this guy. Wow, he does nothing. For thee, I cannot transcribe those links, for they doth not lend themselves to translation into ye old English. I see the robot is complaining and pretending to be Max Sylvester complaining. Max Sylvester did not complain. Max Sylvester simply posted a link to base 65536. And yes, I see. Does this work now? Can we get Babe? Bring up Babe. Can we run pits? Does this not work? This does work. Oh, do we not have negative numbers in this language? Oh, we don't. But if I say, oh, and that also doesn't work. Oh, it's evil. Oh, it's so evil. We need to fix that too. Let's make all of the, let's fix all of the integral functions. Like, where is impl add? Like where, yeah. I mean, this guy does say total equals 0. Impl sub. Why does impl sub behave this way? Why doesn't it just like do the right thing? Why would we, why did we choose to do that? If I say -8 now, there it's -8. Can we turn our numbers into signed numbers without triggering undefined behavior? Base U16. This base 65536 thing, is this a guy that uses like 1 million Unicode characters? TM base 65536, or I guess like roughly, you know, 65,000 of them have any negativity? I don't know. I don't think I'm a particularly like non-negative guy. I don't know. I would say broadly like I'm it's kind of funny that people like, I think I'm broadly like a pretty, you know, at least in the real world, I'm kind of a dour pessimistic person. I do try and be like, I don't know, I just like what I'm doing on here. Yeah, this is a thing. Prod has done something with this. I have seen this page, this repo before, because Prod has something that is like this but like different from this. And in fact, Prod was using this to compress bullet patterns when we were doing the bullet thing a while ago. This is a thing that Prod. Can we shout out Prod also? This is the person I'm talking about. They're a friend who is doing interesting things on the computer. Cool though. Okay. Well, we can get negative number. They can give to us negative number. What do you know about NXC? What is NXC? What is this? What is the meaning of this? Can we go back to x86.lisp? So we're gonna write our negative numbers like so, not exactly C. I know nothing, I think. Oh wow, cool. It's wrong. Cool. It's freaking wrong. Oh, for Lego NXT, I see. I never had any of these guys. I never really had a chance to play with them. Why is it wrong, Ben? What's up with that? If we say this, right? If I say bitwise L shift W or 0x babe -8 gives us 0. Are we returning a result in L shift? Like, what is the? Do we implement L shift even? Like, where is L shift? Oh, we're shifting. I mean, what the fuck is this? Like, we're like, should this? Why are we returning 0? What have we done wrong here? Oh, that's not how shift works. That's not how negative shift works. In C. Okay. Okay. We should probably just write L shift and R shift. Right? I have the OG RCX somewhere probably. Oh, and a scout. This is kind of cool. I remember looking at these in like the magazines. They were always too much money to like justify asking my parents for this kind of thing, and it was kind of all, this was sort of in my pre-computer days, right, and seeing these guys, but they are very cool. I remember they had the yellow one, right? Lego Mindstorms, I think. This was the new one, the NXT one, and they had the old one too, the yellow one. Yeah, this kind of rocks a little bit. They had the, I think I had one Lego thing that used these cables. This was a really cool thing. Like, they had these like Lego power cables that just were like, they worked with like the standard brick thing, right? Like, you could put stuff, they just had contacts like on the side of the studs, I think, and on the bottom. This was very cool. I had like one Lego set. It was like you built an ape. You built like it was like a monkey thing, and it would like crawl. It could like go on like a cord. It would like move. That was like I had gotten that like from like a relative for Christmas one time, and it came with like one motor and a few of the like some of these guys, because there was like, maybe it was a few motors actually. The Lego pneumatic stuff was cool. Only got to handle this kind of stuff like once. Yeah, it was very cool. This is one of those things where if I had like infinite time and infinite money, I would just like fuck around with this a bunch. Although I guess now it's just like I would just buy like reels and stuff. I mean, there's something to be said about the ease of prototyping though, right? Like, it is really cool. Like, you don't have to like do a bunch of bullshit. Like, you can just like, it's very easy to like build like frames and things, and like if you need to like run an axle through something, it's like very trivial compared to like having to do a bunch of shit. My high school started a first team. Yeah, this is cool. I think that's probably a lot of people get exposed via this. Hello Bunzel channel also, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. Lego rocks. I'm a big fan of this. Okay, can we like write this normal? Let's just write L shift and R shift and be done with this, and not worry about doing negative shifts. Like, I kind of hate that anyway. My high school had no good math teachers. I think this is the same for me. That's probably true in a lot of places. Learn math in spite of it. Yeah. I think I've said my high school in general was like, had fucking no anything. And the way, like, for me, even to this day, the best teachers I've ever had were again, I mentioned this before, but like when I was in high school, I was trying to, I don't know, I was doing a bunch of stupid shit, but basically I ended up basically like finishing the running out of classes that were offered when I was a junior. So when I was a senior, we convinced the school to just let me take classes at like a community college, which is just like I don't know what the equivalent of this is outside of I think they just call this college outside the US. Like, this is like the college university distinction. Right? Like, it's not like a place where people are going for 4 years and there's like research happening, but it's a place where like there are people taking classes and doing like 2 years of post-secondary education. Something like this. So I just went there and for 1 year and just like took a bunch of classes. And I took like some like, you know, like the kind of math classes you take at like the start of like a, you know, university thing. Like, I took like a differential equations class and like a multivariable calculus class, and like these were the best 2 math classes I ever took, because the teachers, it was like super small classes, because like very few people at like this community college thing were like taking this, right? So it was like 10 people, and the teachers were all just like retired engineers, and it was just like very good. I felt like I had a better experience in these classes than I did at like the fancier university I went to the next year, where I had to like take similar stuff. Yeah, I had to retake one of them actually because they didn't take my credit. So I like had this. I had the comparison because I took differential equations twice at both of these things, and the one at like the cheaper, less quote unquote prestigious thing was so much better. It was unreal. It was like the whole experience was way better. So something called dual enrollment in Florida that gets you college credits. Yeah, this is like a lot of the. I'm a fan of this, right? Like you save mad money on this. Saying something wrong, and the next day we had a new, better teacher. That's kind of nuts that they would do this. I feel like if you say this most of the time, they're just going to hate you and resent you, and they're going to try and sabotage you, like in a scary way. Hello, Murky, welcome in too. FEQ class, all the others were pretty trash. Yeah. I don't know. It's you have a fancy university, you now have a scarlet letter. Yeah, I don't know. I think really people attach too much value to these kinds of like prestige. Really like good education. You can find this in a lot in places that you don't expect. Welcome in, Murky. I hope you're well. We are tinkering and also talking. This is the way of it. It's kind of a tinker and talk. Okay, can we go back to x86? Can we just say R shift instead of being weird? Just make it be R shift, please. Tinkering and tonkering. Yeah. Exams were a time. Okay, you're still evil. Did I just not change you? Where's R shift? No, we did change you. Why are you? Oh, they're both getting the car. Yeah. Wait, does it just work like okay, let's just fuck this. Pit cutter RT arcs. Cutter RT arcs. Okay. Uni 1-2 formal? No, I don't think so. It was just like so detached, right? Like, you know, so I mean, I'll compare these experiences. I think it's probably a matter of receiving individual instruction more than anything, right? I think this is probably like the most measurable, like, so I took this at the small thing, right? And it was like 10 people and the professor in a room, right? And like people asking questions and the teacher answering questions, right? And it was kind of this like more interactive sort of thing. And I feel like this was I don't know, it was just a nice environment, right? And people, it was easy to learn in this environment because you could just ask easily, right? Compared to the university thing where like it's the professor and 150 people in a lecture hall, and there's also 2 other sections of the course with 150 people. And like, sure, you can go to office hours or whatever, right? It's just a different experience, right? I think beyond like the availability of the person, it's like being able to like see what, like if someone else has a question and you can hear what their question is, right? This is very valuable. I had a CS classes in high school. The teacher deliberately refused to teach. The class forced him to give a serious lecture. He did, and he said, "I won't do this again. Do your assignments." Yeah. So I don't know. I think there's value in this, right? Can we run? Okay, cool. Is this the right answer? Is that the right answer? What's 190? This is BE. What's 186? It's BE. Wow, it's Babe in Little Endian. We've done it. We've freaking done it. We've written one function. Can we write more functions? Let's go over to the assembler again. Let's grab. Can we steal this guy? Let's steal this guy. x86 split 32 LE. Split 32 LE. It looks a little bit different, but it's going to be much the same. We're going to do a bunch of R shifts, right? These are all bitwise R shifts. These are all 0x. These are all bitwise and big streamer with 10 messages per second versus small streamer where we can actually kind of chat. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's like there's having this kind of like one-on-one talking is a thing. Lecturing does a poor job of getting programming knowledge into brains. I don't know. I think it's there is you have to do something. I mean, I don't like, I'm much more ready to assume, maybe it's because I have I don't know, I think my I don't have a very high opinion of the quality of high school education. It's probably like more likely than someone who was trying to like imbue them with a spirit of like, okay, you need to figure this out yourself and kind of tinker around. More likely it was someone who just totally didn't give a shit at all. I think there's a lot of people, a lot of people in this kind of role who just like, whether through overwork or just like they do not care. Yes. Anyway, Split 32 LE. Can we say Cafe Babe? Wow, that looks like Cafe Babe to me. I'll trust it. I'll choose to trust that. Okay. What about other things? Bit representations of instant floats. Who want? Yeah, this is really good. This kind of rocks. And it's in fact relevant to what we're doing right now today, Hizumion, because we ran into a bug earlier that came from the fact that we are doing a trick called nan boxing, and that trick involves stuffing. We squeeze integers into the bottom of certain floats. So yeah. If you gotta have just one, it's a good one. Yeah. Let's see what else we have here. Hello, Freshwater Fern. Also, welcome in. Hello. We like. Can we shout out Freshwater Fern? And thank you, Gasparulo, for the follow. What were you doing today, Freshwater Fern? How is it going? If you don't know me, I'm LCOLONQ. I pretend to be letters. That's my main affect. Is we do letter pretending. Sort of videos on here. We go on here and we go on videos and we pretend to be letters and numbers sometimes too. You can see Fern in the background. Can we do the thing? Pretends to implement Lisp. I did A-star pathing and some cool game settings. This is really good. Hello, holla we dem boys and Max Wattage and Starla Carrots and K579 Signal and everybody. Hi. I hope you all are having a good time. Please check out Fern if you do not know this person. They are very cool. They are very cool, and they are doing programming and game. They are doing game mode. It's kind of good. Knowing what Lisp is, we could teach you what Lisp is. We can talk about that to great length, to so much length that. Yeah, but I think you do know what Lisp is because I see you over in the Janet zone. What we are doing over here today is we are trying to, it's a little, we're doing Lisp, yes. So it's a little niche. It's a little bit niche. So a language server thing. This is really good. Hello, Pixis _2. Welcome in, Pixis. What we're doing here is we are porting an x86 assembler, or like, so last week we wrote an x86 assembler, or at least we wrote enough of one that we can assemble like a couple of instructions, right? We're not doing the whole shebang just yet, but we have an idea for an architecture for an assembler. So we can take assembly and we can turn it into machine code with this little program, right? Do you follow? So our goal is to port this from the kind of good Lisp that we wrote it in, which is called Emacs Lisp, to a really bad Lisp that we wrote ourselves. Or it's not really bad, but it's kind of bad. It's a little funky. The reason we are doing this is because I would like to use this little Lisp to write a C compiler. And in order to write a C compiler, we need a couple of things. We need a way to like produce binary files, basically. So for that, we need an assembler if we want to do it in a sensible way, and we need a like elf stuff to like actually emit the right file. We wrote elf stuff for the little Lisp a while ago, and now we are writing the assembler part. And the goal eventually is to make it so that this little Lisp has enough of a C compiler staple to it that it can compile its own source code. So we can kind of go in a funny little loop. This is the concept. With no GC, well, we're just gonna see how much memory we use. Real nice. We're just gonna see how much we use, and maybe we'll use too much. Maybe we'll use, I don't know. We'll see. We'll build out what we need. But But yeah, that's what we do. We kind of just like, we don't really have like a long-term project we're working on necessarily. We just kind of like show up here and like fuck around a bunch and try and have fun online. This is the main idea. It's yeah, BPM. Oh, this is the rate at which my computer's heart is beating. It's the rate at which your heart might be beating. I don't know. The Sega Mega Drive use x86 assembly. Well, your computer uses x86, is x86 right now, probably. Yes, this is 68K. This is a different fellow. x86 is the architecture that your computer, like that you are. I mean, if you're on a phone, you might be using an ARM machine, but if you're on a desktop or laptop computer, there's a very good chance that this is an x86 or x86 64 computer. And this is why we're doing it. I want to be able to run the programs on my machine. We have done similar stuff kind of for old machines, a whole bunch. We wrote assemblers for and like used them to make homebrew for the Game Boy and the Game Boy Advance last year. And we're kind of, this is sort of the extension of this idea. We're doing a lot of like tinkering with like weird old game console, like not even weird old game consoles, normal old game consoles, and trying to see like if we can make software for them and stuff like this. What's the blood pressure? Oh, this is disk usage. This is usage of my 2 disks. So the first one is root and the second one is where my home directory is. I probably need to run nixgc at some point here. Okay. We need some way. Do we have cond right now? Do we have any way to, like, we don't have case. Haven't done any x86 assembler for 35 years. Well, fortunately, we're not really writing much in assembly. We are writing the assembler, right? So it's sort of a different, writing in assembly sort of is a little harder even, I think. Hello, Orestes IO. Welcome in. Crazy visuals, love it, thank you. You can do various stuff to it also. You can put stuff on. You saw Janet was just on here, but there's redeems. If you go down in the channel point thing, there's various redeems. You can say stuff like you see someone just did this, right? They submitted a redeem and it now says rolling cow. It says rolling cow on it. But writing the assembler itself, you don't really have to understand, like writing in assembly language, you kind of have to have a good sense of how you're structuring your program, right? This is kind of a different skill, right? This is like, I have to know, okay, well, I'm going to put this here. I'm going to manage my stack this way. I'm going to, you're right. There's kind of a, just writing the assembler, you just have to know how the instructions are encoded. A farmer, very creative, will stay. Thank you. I appreciate this. And if you like it, just we have a Discord and an IRC. It's a one Discord channel linked to one IRC channel. It's kind of good. We like computers. We're very normal about computers. A farmer hired 3 people to help him with his crops. One worked 2 hours, one worked 4, and the last 8 hours. At the end of the day, the farmer paid all of them the same amount. The 8 hours worker said it was unfair, but the farmer didn't agree. He hired the worker for an amount. Why would I need to pay the other less if you're getting the same amount? This is an example of envy. This is is this a biblical parable? I think this is a parable in the Bible. Are you attempting to test the biblicality feature? I think you're paraphrasing, right? So this will not be quite so exact. Also, someone is submitting frame very. We have a couple of this is lane happening here. This was biblicality 0.68 though. Useful staying to hello Thunwo and RCR and STN. Welcome in both. So we need a way to write this guy here. This is a very simple thing. It's basically a switch case. It's like branch on AR and based on what it is, return a result. We don't have this, but I think we can write cond pretty easily. Where cond is a guy that Lisp has, where it's just like a big multi-way if, right? It's kind of like Lisp's way to say if else, right? So I can say like if eq x foo return 1, or I can say if eq x bar return 2, or I can say like, you know, some other thing, you know, like they don't have to be like just comparisons on X. It's just arbitrary Booleans, expressions for Booleans. So I think we'll just do this. Do we have cond already? Let's go over to library.c. Did we write this? We have a cond? No, we don't. Do we have if? We better have if, don't... Oh, we do have if. This is good. In fact, I think I'm not going to write if as... It's like just JA22111 loading. Oh, we can definitely... I'm kind of going all over things. I'm a little bit crazy. I'm going a little bit crazy with things and talking really fast, I think. I will totally actually, like, if you have questions, explain things. The stuff we're doing is... It's really not that, like, complicated. It's mostly just, like... We're kind of in the sauce a little bit. Not in the sense that we are drunk, that we are being driven to drink, but more so in the sense that we are how do you say, we are in deep waters. They have pushed us into the deep waters. So really what it is, right? Like, we're drunk on life, right? There's you can say if in Lisp, right? I can say, like, if t 1 2, right? And it says 1. If I say if nil 1 2, it says 2. This is like conditional, right? There's another guy you can do, you know, chaining this in like an if else kind of way is really annoying. I can say, like, I don't know, set f x is 100, right? And I can say things like, I don't know, if less than x 10 1, otherwise 2, right? This is if statements. Chaining if else, right? Like, this is a common pattern in programming languages, right? Like, if I'm writing C, right, you're often saying something that looks like I don't know, if x is less than 10, like, I don't know, do thing. Other else if x is greater than 20, right? Do other thing. Else if y is less than, right? This kind of chain thing is very common to do, right? And the reason you can do this in a way that's kind of ergonomic in C is because in C, like, I mean, other languages have special syntax for the same thing, but you don't have to, like, nest these more, right? In C, this is because the brackets on this, and this is distinct from a switch case, x widget 1, right? A switch case, you could not express this thing, right? Or you could, but you'd be contorting yourself into knots a little bit, right? A switch case is like branching on different values of a single thing, right? It's like saying you have a single expression here and you're branching on different values of this, right? We can check any number of arbitrary conditions, right? This could be y and, right? Like, these things can be arbitrary, right? And this is more general, right? You can kind of write this very nicely in C because you don't have to put the brackets around the body, right? Like, I can, for example, just write if foo bar, right? This is valid C, right? This is, you don't, like, all the brackets do is they let you combine multiple statements into one statement. They're like a block kind of thing, right? So in C, what this actually is, right, is like, it's just putting the if inside as the body of the else, right? Like, this is not like magical. It's just like, I could just write else foo, right? It could be anything, right? But the advantage here is that I don't have to nest things further. If I always had to put brackets around the else, right, I'd have to keep nesting these guys, right? It would kind of suck, right? Like, it makes it a lot more annoying to read, right? If we zoom out and look at this, right, you have to keep, and that's what this is really expressing, right? So the brackets sort of make it syntactically unwieldy. When you're writing Lisp, it's got the brackets, right? Like, so if I want to write something like this, I have to write, like, you know, I have to do this. I have to keep nesting these ifs, and it becomes really awkward to look at. And the indentation is kind of weird. So there's typically a Lisp form called cond. And what cond does is cond just lets you write this, right? Cond, instead of writing, you know, if less than x 10, you know, like foo, otherwise if greater than y 20 bar, otherwise less than z 40 baz quux, right? Instead of writing this nested thing, cond just lets you do, like, just list the conditions, right? So here I can just say this as one clause. I can say this as another clause. I can say less than z40 as another clause, and I can just say t, which means true at the end, as like the else case, right? And this is very simple, right? It's literally expressing the same thing as this if. It's just saying, okay, check all of these conditions in order, and if the condition is true, return the thing. If not, just keep trying, right? And T is a catch-all because T is always true, right? So that's the idea. We need a way to express this right now. Unless it's Z. What is this? I see. A tiny, strict, impure, curried, dynamically typed, partially applied language with rather peculiar syntax. I see. This is kind of good, maybe. I see. It's all yeah, this is really good actually. I do like as I am a bit of an alignment hater, but for this concept it's very funny and good. Using both the horizontal and vertical space. Yeah. It's Lisp without parentheses. Yeah. This is kind of good for real. Okay. Anyway, back to business. Can we get our cond then? Do we actually have a place where we need to handle these special... Like, if I go to runtime.c, do I have to go... I think we only actually care about that here. We do care about... Let's go then. Let's go to library.c. I'm just going to write this as a special form alongside if. I'm not going to write it as a macro. It's just going to be more annoying. So... let's go here. What do we want this to look like? What do we want it to look like? So we really just need to say it's just a matter of different parsing, right? Like we have a bunch of forms, and this is, well, I guess all the arguments are just like the forms, right? So we just say while args not equal to nil, while the arguments are not equal to pit nil, what do we want to do? Well, for each argument, right, there are two things. There's a body and there's the condition, right? The condition pit value cond is equal to pit's car. Or let's call it like this. Let's say the clause is pit car RT of args. It's the first element of the remaining arguments, right? The cond is the pit car RT of the clause. If the cond is not nil, then we just want to evaluate the cutter or the catter of the clause. We'll push that to the expression stack. Otherwise we just want to continue, right? We want to do this and we want to return pit nil. Otherwise we just continue. We just say pit's args equals pit cutter RT args. And this should get us where we need to be, I think. I guess we're not always necessarily pushing something to... I wonder if this breaks. We're kind of doing a weird thing here. I wonder if it breaks. We'll have to see. I think we're probably fine. But maybe not. I guess cond is kind of weird because it's possible to not have an else case. Right? So this is a little bit potentially uncomfortable. Like what do I can I say this? If I make this, if I say pits, if I say cons, I don't know. T foo. It's foo, right? If I say cons, I don't know. Nil bar T foo. It's foo. If I say cond nil bar, yeah, that's going to be a problem. We need to make sure there's always something being pushed to the evaluation stack. So we should push. We should just push in the fall through case. Can we just push nil? Just make it evaluate to nil. That seems like a reasonable behavior. Other than high. Yeah, high is like the typical Lisp Python fusion guy who's around. If I say cond nil foo, it's nil. If I say con t foo, it's foo. Good. Good. Hello, pasta linguine pepperoni. Welcome in. Hi. Hello. Hello, boss. Hello, hoss. What is the inverse of boss? I don't want to say like, I don't know. He's drunk on life. I'm drinking deep from the wine dark sea of life or something. I really like this. Goon. I feel like this word has kind of been overtaken by evil. And I don't want to be saying like someone comes in, they say, "Hey boss," and I respond with "Hello goon." Hello goon. I think this is like this is a diabolical character that I would be becoming. I don't think this is where I want to be. Okay. Can we try transcribing them? Can we take register 1 byte? Lackey. We can defun register 1 byte. We don't have a doc string anymore. We don't believe in those. That's not something we believe in any longer. Maybe we should put the doc strings from elisp and just put them in comments also, because we're writing them anyway, you know. Why not just have them? I could also just add support for doc strings pretty easily. Like, it's not like it's really difficult to I mean, I don't even need to add support. It's just an expression that does nothing, right? They do nothing, sure. I guess we just leave them in. This probably doesn't explode, right? We're probably fine. Yeah. We'll keep those guys around for now. Okay. For this guy, we want to be saying something like cons, right? This guy is going to be a lot more verbose, unfortunately. What are we calling this guy? Is it eek? Is it eek? Eek? Yeah, it's just eek. He's going to be a little more verbose, I fear. I guess we could write a macro for case. We're gonna want case all this stuff. Fuck it. We're gonna write the macro. Let's go. We'll write the macro in C again though too, because I'm just gonna continue writing everything in C that we need. Where are the other macros we're writing here? Where are these fellows? Like around set Q. These okay. Let's add case. Let's go up here and let's do this. So this guy just needs to be a guy who returns. He's going to return a Lisp form, right? And he's going to return a big cons chain, right? So his structure is going to look like, he's going to look like this, right? It's going to look like case X, Y, foo, Z bar, right? And this gets turned into cons eek x foo, eek x y foo, eek x z bar. And these are quoted also. Well, it's just the value basically. Hello, Dark Nivla. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. So we just need this. It's going to be a convenient thing. It's going to shorten what we're writing all over the place. It'll be good. It'll be good. So we have a couple of things here. We have pit value x equals pit car RT arcs. Good night. Thank you for the computer. Thank you, Niche Penguin. Thank you for Niche Penguin. Thank you for coming. Good night. Good sleep well, please. Thank you. Pit value cases equals pit cutter. Why is our thing so... I feel like there's something evil. Also, why are we at 200 BPM? This is continuing to happen where, like, once the stream goes long enough, there's something that, like, eats our CPU. there's a CPU eater. You'll notice this is like this weird latency. And Newton renderer, this guy is always at like passive 30%, but that's like normal. There's something strange and spiky that happens. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's him. Maybe it's some like an Emacs timer or something. I kind of believe in that. How do I see that? Is it list timers? Maybe it's the chat being, yeah, XOR being 30% also is kind of normal because we're running a bunch of shit. And like the I think even my model changing that fast in ST is what causes that. Because ST is not hardware accelerated. It's using like Xorg's text rendering shit. Like we do run a ton of Emacs timers, I guess. I don't know. We need to do like a profiling day at some point. Hello, sommelier_SR. Welcome in. The not even software accelerated, yeah. Okay. Let's generate the funny cons. So like many things, we're gonna build up a list of cases in reverse, I think. This is how we shall do it. Like, let's call this pit value clauses equals pit nil. And we will say while cases not equal to pit nil. Do any more oop? I did a little bit over the intervening 2 days. I continued to tinker with this. I have not I don't know how much you caught last time. We have like the working item selection menu. We can like pick up items and like use them basically. I think my immediate future task list that I have a little to-do list. I think what I want to do is also even further the how do you say we are going to quantify it real nice. That's what this is. The artist that I had contacted a long time ago, you know, I think I had mentioned that like there was an artist that like I had paid to draw stuff and they had just like totally like not just stopped responding to me. They finally responded to me. I sent them a DM and I was like, hey, like I know, you know, I hope you're, you know, I would love to hear something about this. Like no hard feelings. I'm not going to refund the order either, because I assume they might be worried that if they say something, I'm going to like, you know, finally be like, I'm going to write it off and like cancel the order. I think they're just like a college student or something in like Italy. So I don't want to like totally blow up their spot and be like, yeah. Hello, the tramps are also, thank you for the follow. So I just said this and they were just like, yeah, sorry, life's been really hard. And life's been really hard. I mean these are like sprites for the player characters, Failure. This is the, yeah. This was after the previous time they were, because I don't know. It's a whole saga. Anyway, I have some hope that I will get this. The main things I need to do are I need to like add enemies with interesting AI. Not even that interesting. I need to like do things other than just chase you. I need some guys who like try and stay at range and shoot you. We already have support for this. Like all our pathfinding basically supports this, right? Like we can like give the pathfinding an arbitrary range and they'll like try and stay in that, like, right? I can say like, okay, a bow hits this far away, or like the sword hits 3 tiles in front, and like and like I can make it pathfind such that it tries to stay in that, you know, where it can hit. We need some interesting enemies, like as like basic enemy classes. We need to recolor these and like have a couple of different statistical variations of these guys. We need a little more interesting level generation sometimes. And we need, and I think before I do anything like interesting, I just need like the basic like back and forth like you fight kind of mechanics settled down. And I think I've resigned myself to like doing something that is a little more crunchy, right? A little more like, okay, things are dealing like 10% of your HP and there's some healing and stuff, with like consumable, you know, the usual sort of model. Our recoloring works. Yes, we already support this. Real nice, Jim. The we can, and if we didn't know how it works, we could figure it out. we're not limited by some innate capability. We can do whatever we wish. We already have support for like some kind of hue shifting or hue changing in our shaders. Can we do this? For every case, we're going to add a clause. The clause we will add to the case, well, at the end, let's say cases equals pit cutter RT cases. The clause we will add. Hello, Divorce John Zed. Also, welcome in. The clause we will add looks like this. It looks like we're gonna say clauses equals pit car. Also, thank you, Joe is not real for the resub. I don't know if you're here for real or if this is a specter, but even if it is a phantasm, thank you for this. You are pit cons. The second argument is clauses. Hello, computer. Oh, you are here. Hello, greetings. Joe is not real. Welcome. The first thing that we are going to cons on is going to be a pit list RT, and it's going to be a list of 2 elements. It's a 2 elements type of list. You see this? The 2 elements in the list are going to be something, and then the second element is going to be pit car RT of pits cutter RT of the case, right? Of pit car RT cases. In fact, we should just say pit value case equals pit car RT cases, so we don't go fucking insane writing that 1 million times. Let's call it C. Let's call it C. Actually, upon reflection, I think we'll call it C. Now, the first thing this has to be the eq. We got to put the eq in here. This is a list with 3 elements. The first element is pit intern Cster RT eq, or rather eq question mark, because that's what we call him. The second element is, well, it's kind of tricky, isn't it? Because we probably need to evaluate X, right? We don't want to evaluate X 1 million times. We don't wish for this, right? We would like instead to evaluate X only 1 time. We don't want to, like, if the thing we're casing on is like some big long code, we don't want to just like in the macro substitute that big long code everywhere. We probably want to substitute that code into like a let binding or something. But that gets tricky because then our let binding, we need like gensim. I don't know. Maybe we just cheat. I don't know. We'll figure something good out. I think I'm going to go fill up water. I have depleted 2 of my 3 water glasses, and I'm beginning to feel a little bit of water insecurity. We need to get a little more of this. So I'll be back shortly. Let's click this and let's move around a little bit too. It's time for movements, I think. One moment, please, computer. I'll be back in like 30 seconds or so. See you soon. See you soon. back again. Hello, you egg. Thank you, you egg, for the follow. This is good. Hello. I would never say "ooh" to an egg. I love this. I love to eat egg every day. I love going and cooking egg on the cast iron pan every day. I've been doing this like every evening. It's kind of good. I've been making like toast and eggs. It's really nice. I kind of fuck up the eggs probably about 50% of the time, but I'm slowly getting better at this, at trying to do the perfect over easy or whatever. The kind of I had a phase recently where like I went to a diner when I was traveling to Magfest, and they asked, how would you like your eggs? I never know what to say like to this, right? Like, because like people like, there's so many different terms for like egg types. There's like, what do you say? Like, I could say like, oh, sunny side up, right? But is this just like a local thing, or is just like, do people say this? Are people say, like, I always am like, okay, it's, I don't know, de-searing? Yes. There's so much. What makes me want to kill all of Mega Man's enemies? This is good. You'll protect him with your life. The music is from a video game called La Mulana. I would like my eggs cooked, please. Yes, please cook them. This is a very cool game if you've never seen this. It's a cool like adventure platformer game. Let's just put the full thing, because most of the time we're just going to be casing on like some variable or something. No, that's not. It doesn't match the semantics of what case should be, I fear. I guess we put in a fake variable. We're willing to take the risk of I'm not going to deal with gensim. I don't want to write a gensim right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call this internal cont or internal case or something like this. This should work in the presence of, we have proper lexical scope. How to spell? La Mulana. Gensim can't be that. Yeah, gensim's easy, right? I just think we don't need it probably. I mean, gensim it's exactly as hard as generating a random C string with some characteristics, right? Which is not, or like not even random, just like a, you know, we could do it very easily by just like having a, we'd have to make sure it's a symbol, like has symbol syntax that cannot be generated by the user though. Yeah, just increment a counter, right? Like that's the thing you do. But like, I think this is fine too. Like, or otherwise use some kind of character that like, I mean, one thing we can do is just use a character that it cannot be put into a symbol according to the lexical syntax of the language, right? I could just call it this. Right? Like I could just call the thing, I could put parentheses in the symbol, and that, like, we don't have syntax for like, I don't think we do, at least. I don't think I have like escaping in I'm pretty sure I did not implement this. Yeah. There's nothing like this. So we'll do this for now. It's kind of good. What else? We need to compare this to Pit's. We need to compare this to the thing in C, right? To Pit's car RTC. Okay. So that lets us build up a list of the con clauses. What do we need to do around this though? Well, we need two things, right? We need a let binding, and then inside of the let binding we need to have the actual con on the reversed clauses, right? So this can be return pit value or pits lists RT. First we have the let binding. The let binding is 3 elements long. This really does suck. We should really just write these in Lisp. But you know, it is what it is. I think to write these in Lisp, you'd really want to do the quasi quotation, which I'm coming around to the fact that like we just need to do that. It'll just make our life better. But it's like far enough afield from like what I want to do today that it's like I don't know. We'll get there eventually, I guess. Pits intern Seaster. Also, I think our intern right now is a linear search, which may prove to be a problem. I probably need to have like some slightly smarter structure for like as like an index, a lookup table thing for these intern guys. Because like it just like grows linearly with the number of symbols that exist. So I don't know. Again, these are probably problems we don't have to worry about for a long time. Computers are pretty good at linearly looking through things. And symbols are like basically human scale. That over quasi. We go back to talking about Moo. I can tell you're very excited about Moo. This is good, real nice. This is really good. I want to learn more about this for sure. Can we say this is let? This is a let. What else is in there? Well, there's the let bindings. There's pit list RT1. Pit lists RT2. Pit intern Seaster. Let's call this actually. Let's say pit value xvar equals this. Let's get this guy. And then we can say we're binding xvar to x. That's all it is in the let binding. And then in the body of the lets, this is a pit cons rt pit intern Seaster rt cond pit. Is it called pit reverse? Is that a guy we have on this fucker? Clauses. Yes, good. Okay, really good. Maybe let's see. If I say case foo 1 bar 2. No, the problem is these need to be like this right now. Okay, that works. I think I'm not averse to that being the case. I don't hate this. I think it's fine that you have to quote it. Well, maybe it's not fine that you have to quote it. Maybe we should make it be quoted. Let's make it be quoted, I guess. Do we have a good way to quote things right now? Is that I guess to quote things we just like we're just putting code in here, right? So we can just say pits another pit lists RT2 pit intern Seaster RT quotes. Like this? Like this kind of thing? Hello FN_Lumi, welcome in. Hello Lumi. It's great to see you. I hope you're well. Thank you for the lurk. Hello. Okay. If I say now case foo or bar 1 foo 2 baz 3. Wow, it does the right thing. Cool. If I say case, I don't know, print foo, I think this evaluates the same results. Attempted to get print has an exclamation point on him. Yeah, it does not print foo 3 times, it prints foo 1 times. So that's good. Okay, now that we have case, we can port this much more simply. We can port it just by saying this. We do need support for the special T case though. We don't have a very good, well, I guess we don't if we're just returning nil. But in general, sometimes we want to say like an else. Hello, Flyan. Welcome in. Can we shout out Flyan? Flyan, I watched your video the other day. I got your video recommended to me. And I was like, wait, that's, I I opened this and I was like, wait, that's Flyan. This is like the exact shit that I am watching all the time on YouTube. And it was very extremely good. You should check out Flyan. Flyan is an old friend on here. And also you should log on to youtube.com. If you're like a person who's watching videos about people playing old video games, which is what I am all the time. I'm always watching someone play Ultima 2 or whatever. You can go to Flyan 2 on YouTube. Flyan is a Monster Hunter head, which I have never played Monster Hunter, but I know, if I was gonna play Monster Hunter now, I'm hopping on Monster Hunter 1 or 2 or one of these early guys. And I learned like it's good. It's just really good. It's like I think this is like one of the better things of this kind that I have seen, and this is like not just because Flyan is like a person we know. It's like really good. I will link this actually. Check pay. no, for real, it's good. And like it's introduced me to, I didn't realize that Monster Hunter was freaky like that, right? Like maybe I'm weird for this, but something that's more appealing than anything else that I've ever heard about Monster Hunter is that you can import gear between Monster Hunter 1 and G. Like this is the kind of freak shit that I love. I love when there's like cross game weird interaction and stuff like this. This is like good. This is really good. Hello 733TZ. But yeah, this is the fellow. They put a video on there. We are tinkering away at assembler stuff today, Flyan. This is the recent world we've come to inhabit. Hello, Danny Catboy. Also, welcome in. Okay, does this go? If I say x86, register 1 bytes, we are assembling. Yes, we're becoming rectangular. As they say. Okay, that's not a good sign. Generally not a good sign. I think this may be because we are mishandling a guy who is a var args fucker, though. Our list guy is sort of explosive, and there's no real way to avoid that, I think. Let's see though. Been playing ever since Monster Hunter Tri. This is kind of good. I have not really explored these very much. I tried playing when the new one came out. What is this, Wilds maybe? But it ran like such absolute horrible that I had to. But I've been seeing this forever. Like I remember like seeing this when it was on the 3DS, and there was like the Wii one. There was the one on the Wii. Implicit prog in around the cutter of your claws. Yeah, that's one thing we need to do for sure. But the claws. Oh yes, we probably do want it to be multiple guys. It'll matter. It doesn't matter for case, but it matters for cond. It does matter for cond, for real. Which I guess we can just, instead of saying pit car here, we just say pit cons RT pits intern Seaster Progen. And that solves that for us. Conway's Game of Life. Yes, we have there's a redeem called Spawn. And if you send a description of a Game of Life pattern to Spawn, you can spawn. You can cause a thing to be spawned. As Danny Catboy just they performed this action. That's so cool. Yeah, the format it's the format from the Game of Life wiki run length encoding. It's like this like slightly compressed thing. My 1070 Ti shed tears and pass away. Hello Soy Milk, also welcome in. Hello Green Woman made us smarter. Green Woman, they put a woman and made her green. They made a woman green on this. They're making a woman green. Hello Raiders. Hi, I'm LCOLONQ. I am a man who is not green. I'm a man who is not green. I guess I'm a different kind of man. I'm a man who pretends to be letters. That's my main thing. Hello, we're writing an assembler today. This is our concept. Hello, Soy Milk friends. How was the stream today? What was Soy Milk doing? If you don't know Soy Milk, this is someone you should be learning about quickly, soon. She's green for an amazing reason. Yeah, the Soy Milk does like various cool things, electronics and things like this. Yes. What we're doing today is I could be green though. They put Soy Milk on me. You can make me green if you type stuff like this. Then I become green. I learned to shift a bit with a shift register. Oh, I see. Wait, you're doing like hardware stuff at this level. Like are you doing this in is this like are you using like a program to like play with like logic gates or something, or are you like doing like Verilog or something like this? This is really cool either way. Hello, Miss Satum and Drunk Dark Elf _ welcome. Hi, I'm LCOLONQ. We do programming. That's the thing. We come on here and we talk about the topics. We do topics discussion, and then we do programming in the most baby way. Well, no, don't put yourself down. Don't talk about soy milk like that. I think it's cool regardless of the way that you're doing this. It's good. It's good to learn about things. The chemicals in the water are turning women green. But anyway, what we're doing today over here is so I have this idea for I wrote this little programming language a while ago. It's called Pit. You can see it here, github.com/LCOLONQ Pit, and it's a little bad programming language. Called it's a little Lisp basically. It's very similar to like Common Lisp or Emacs Lisp. We read a lot of Emacs Lisp on this stream. All of the stuff is in. We've written a lot of programming languages, most of them not good, but we kind of are. We do a lot of compiler type stuff around here. King Mario. We are getting interested in compilers. So this is just a little interpreter for a little language. What our goal though? I have a little bit of a dream. I would like to write eventually a little C compiler that can compile itself, right? And I'm feeling like the best way to do that right now is we wrote this little Lisp in very, very simple C, and then we are going to write the C compiler in the Lisp. So over the past couple of weeks, we've built some tools for doing this, right? We built some tools. We built a little library for producing ELF executables. So we can just like bootstrapping is the word. We built a library for like writing out and reading ELF files. So we've kind of verified that we can produce a binary, just like, given we've written a C program that, given some machine code, can spit out a binary that Linux can run. And then recently, last week, we built kind of the bones of a little assembler. And I prototyped this little assembler in Emacs Lisp. So what the assembler does is like, what can I say? What's an example? If I say x86 ASM, if I say adds, I don't know, RAX 10, like so, it takes like a Lisp representation, like a S expression representation of a given how do you say, instruction, right? And you can we get the bytes out of this? What is this? UX86 ins bytes? Yeah. And then produces like what bytes would correspond to this thing. This is kind of a thing we've done quite a bit in the past. We've written quite a few Emacs Lisp assemblers. So we wrote one of these a while ago for the original Game Boy, for like its Z80-ish architecture. And we wrote one more recently for the Game Boy Advance. So we have a little ARM assembler and a thumb assembler that kind of target the 32-bit ARM thing that the GBA runs, and we use these to write a bunch of GBA homebrew. So we're able to write like programs that run on the Game Boy Advance basically entirely with Emacs Lisp, right? We write an Emacs Lisp program that generates a ROM, and that ROM like runs on the thing. And we've done some funny stuff with that, right? Like we made a little game where you can walk around, and this like runs on a real GBA. This is like an emulator, but this runs on a real GBA, and it relies on no tools that anyone else wrote. It's entirely like our stuff. There's no other assembler or compiler. It's just all our thing. It's GBA compute compatible. Yeah. I mean, it runs. I can put this on a cartridge and it will run. We're trying to do similar stuff now, but for like running programs on my computer, like on Linux, right? So instead of making these like things for these old consoles, which are like, they're old, but they're also like very like, there's no OS, right? They're very simple, right? Like the ROM is just like, okay, this goes in the memory, right? Like you don't really have to like there's not a lot of legwork you need to do to get a program to run. Versus like a modern computer, there's a lot of additional there's a lot of motion happening, right? You gotta make sure stuff's in the right place. You have to worry about like linking and all this shit, right? So that's what we're doing. We're tinkering with this, and we have written the bones of an x86 assembler, and we would now like to, we're trying to port this thing from eLisp to our own Lisp, and we're gradually adding features to our own Lisp so that we can support this thing. And sorry, I've just been ignoring people, and sorry. Thank you, Bobo __808 for the follow, and the milk testing man. The Claude Code wrote a C compiler. It took 4 days and $20,000. I'm very skeptical. I'm kind of an AI, not a fan, I guess. I don't know. I don't use AI stuff at all. I think it's mostly, I don't know. Like I'll be interested once they make the computer into a guy, right? If the computer's like a guy and it's like obvious that it's like a guy and he's like talking and thinking about stuff, I'll be like, okay, I want him to be my friend. I don't really care before this point, and mostly like all the claim, like even if it was, I don't really even. It's kind of like, I don't really care on multiple levels, right? Because like the claim is that it makes you way more productive at programming. I think this is unlikely. Yeah, I like language processing too. I do like that you can generate like human readable text, and like there's been a lot of like NLP advancements for sure. But in terms of like throwing my stuff at Claude or whatever, I feel like this is like, one, like I don't want to do this because I'm doing this for fun, and this just makes it less fun. It's just like, well, let's have a machine do the fun part. Like, no. And also, I don't even think it makes people more productive. I think it kind of gives people the illusion of productivity, or something like this. I don't know. Hello Saxton Hale, welcome in. Also, a lot of these claims are really funny. They claimed recently that it made a browser, right? Like there was this thing, I forget which one this was, right? They claimed that it wrote a web browser. This was a thing. What was the guy with Soding together? I think neither of us are big collab fans, but I do like Soding a lot. And Soding, I have a lot of respect for this person, and we have, this is a guy you should know about if you're here. I owe a lot to this person. In terms of like the inspiration to do anything. Useful for tedious tasks where you could solve them with traditional tools. Yeah. All manually managed. So in the little Lisp, we are doing a very strange sort of memory management. I don't know if it's going to pay off. Right now, it is effectively, there is no memory management. We accumulate garbage indefinitely. The intended paradigm is like, we have this weird notion. It's almost like using an arena. We have this notion of like freezing the current state and then resetting back to that state later. So what you can do, like, there's some information on the GitHub about how this is. I'm not gonna like hash it all out here because maybe it's a little bit technical, but like, that's how it is currently. I am becoming increasingly convinced I have to just bite the bullet and write like a silly little like semi-space garbage collector or something like this. But I haven't done it yet. So for now, they what do they say? They say fuck it, we ball. So right for now, it's a fuck it, we are balling situation. Yeah, what was that? What was the thing? I don't know. Yeah, I think this is real. I am Jessa. Welcome in. And Curiousus, welcome in too. Discount all the externalities. Yeah, you need to know, right? The thing is, the hard part isn't the typing. The hard part is the knowing, right? And sometimes you don't have to know that much, but often, most of the time, knowing more is good. Number Day raid, National Frozen Yogurt Day raid. Hello, Walfus. Thank you for the raid, everybody. Welcome in. Hello, Hamflow and Probs Not Jack and Denshi __ and JD _274 and Namington 2D and Alchkar and Classic Carabelle and Walfus. Hello. We should need to shout out Walfus too. Hello. Can we do this? Walfus is cool. I have to wait 4 more seconds. Sorry, we were sort of double. It was a double. It was a double raid. Soy Milk just raided too. So we've been rolling the CD. I hope you had a good stream, Walfus. Walfus is really good. Walfus is like everything. I aspire to have this ability. Walfus is a very talented artist and also a programmer, and also is composing music. Like this is crazy good. This is crazy good. Like I don't know how to like even, yeah. You gotta know about this. You should check, my friend, please. Were you doing music stuff today, Walfus? I know this has been like a recent thing. I think the few that I have caught recently have been music, unless I am like direly misremembering. Sort of require a bit on the side. Yeah. Needs to stop him. He is becoming too powerful. He's gaining too much energy. Transcribing a Pokemon song to LS. Okay, this is so relevant to like what we do. Okay, LSDJ is a Game Boy like tracker synth thing, right? This is really good. Little Root. Oh, also, speaking of Little Root, we have our own systems. If you go to the redeems, like the channel plate redeems down below, if you go to Bells of Basilia, you can type like songs in there, and also certain names of songs that are like pre-configured. I think if I type Little Root Town, so what these are, it's not just like pre-recorded songs. It's one of the people around here, the 0x539. It has a long history, but basically, this person wrote like a synthesizer that you can give it. Here's one. Right? It's we can find some examples on the website probably. If you type ! bells. Thank you, Left Lane, for the follow too. You can see, I think this page probably has, yeah, you write music like this, right? And you can test them on the web, and there's a ton of docs about like what this exactly is and what the syntax is. But you can write programs, and you can chart out songs in like this simple text format. And then you can also import from Music XML, and then you can play them on the stream. Yeah, it's like MML, but like a different thing. It's like tracker plane, yeah, kind of like this. But no, LSDJ this is really good. This is really sick. It's like people do this. This is like a classic kind of like chip tune guy, I think. I know a little bit about this because when we were working on Game Boy stuff, right? I was doing a bunch of assembly programming for the Game Boy, right? And we have audio, and we made a thing to transcribe this bells, like a simple version of this bells syntax to the Game Boy. Do I still have our original thing I was doing on there? I know we were messing around with the Lane song for a while, the Oberdin song. Yeah. Can we go? Do I have this on here? Does this go? We're layering songs, but this little guy, this is songs from the bells syntax. Like we have a thing to automatically translate these. Can I find this? Colonq. Hello Bobo __ 8008. Do I have this hard coded in here, or what did I do with this? Where are you? Where is music? Yeah, I think oh yes, I just hard coded the result here because I didn't want to. Hello Scuffed Chungus, also welcome in. Hi. And if you like this stuff, also, if you're like, damn, I kind of like we're not really like making a game or like doing, we're just kind of like fucking around and trying to have fun online every couple of days. We have like a Discord. It's one channel and it's linked to IRC. That is one channel. There's like a bot that we wrote that goes between them. And you can, yeah, that's where we live. That's our main home. I like building small utils. Yeah, people were asking things. Kling Mario asked, how would it be difficult to make a programming language like assembly? So assembly is hardly, I mean, that's basically what we're doing here, is writing an assembler. What this really means is assembly is something that typically means it's tied very closely to the machine code format for a particular architecture, or like a particular like VM or something, right? So a lot of how difficult it is to do this kind of translation is it depends on the thing you are assembling to, right? The machine, the kind of the instruction set that you're assembling to. So writing an assembler for x86 is a little bit tricky, because this is a complex, sort of gnarly instruction set. Writing an assembler for something like the Game Boy or ARM or these kind of guys is kind of much simpler in comparison. I think this is something you can do if this is a pretty, if you're a little bit comfortable with programming, you can definitely manage this. Bytecode is like assembly for some. I mean, bytecode is kind of like, the machine code for a VM, maybe, is what they use this term for, right? Like, you can make an assembler that targets the JVM if you want to, or that targets WebAssembly, or various things. What is the arbitrary counter? The arbitrary counter, you're asking about if I W cycle or gizmo, what is it called? Gizmo cycle. The arbitrary counter is the number of times people mention the word BPM or heart rate in the chat room, I think. Manufacturers, well, sort of, right? They're not in charge of making the assembler. They're responsible for they have to document what the architecture of the machine is, right? So really, like, maybe to explain, I think people get fuzzy with this sort of thing, right? What does the computer do, right? Hello, Alpha Lynx 00, right? What does the computer actually do? The computer reads numbers from memory in a simplified, it's more complex than this, right? But you have a CPU, right? It reads numbers from memory. It kind of has an idea of like where it's reading the number from memory, and it reads some numbers, and it interprets those numbers in some kind of way. It decides that, hey, the numbers 72, 5, 10, 0, 0, 0 mean add RAX 10, right? Where this is like, RAX is like a thing that designates like an internal, like, little storage cell, right? Register is what this is called. So like there's rules for like what the numbers mean to and these are like, this is what the CPU is, right? The CPU is a circuit that is designed to interpret these numbers in certain ways, right? And different CPUs have different like patterns of numbers, entirely different, right? So like your phone, probably the pattern of numbers is described by an instruction set called ARM, right? So your phone, there's an instruction set it's some version of this ARM guy. Your desktop computer probably follows this instruction set called x86. Right? Or x86 64-bit these days, right? And this is a totally different other instruction set. So what there is there's documentation that the vendor provides that describes how the CPU interprets numbers and what it does with them, right? And literally all the CPU is doing is just moving along in memory, looking at these numbers, and like there's certain rules that it like obeys, right? It's like, okay, well, if the number is this, it does this thing. Maybe if the number is this other thing, it jumps to another spot in memory and starts reading numbers there instead. That's all it does, right? There's no like, it's just these numbers that is reading. And like, if we look at these, right, there's just documentation for that, right? Like, here's the documentation for like the ARM version that gets used in the Game Boy Advance, right? I can just look at this, right? Here's a breakdown for what the numbers are, right? On 32-bit ARM, every instruction is 4 8-bit numbers. It's 4 bytes, right? And this is like how you interpret those numbers. It's kind of a complex table, but like for each of these entries, there's like things that describe exactly what it means given those numbers, right? There's a similar thing for x86, right? If we look at this, there's a huge long PDF here. This is like a 700-page PDF. And this PDF describes how the instructions are encoded, which means what the numbers mean, right? It's kind of more complex on x86 because x86 is what's called a variable width instruction set. So it's not always 4 bytes. It's between 1 and 15 bytes or something like this. That's all there is, right? All the computer knows about is this. They call this machine code, right? This is, and it's just numbers, and it's not like human. It's just bytes that exist in memory, right? What an assembler is an assembler is a computer program that turns something that is nicer for humans to read into the corresponding numbers, right? In a fairly like direct translation, right? There's not too much above, right? Because each there's like, you can kind of imagine each like little pattern of numbers that the computer looks at. This is like an instruction to the computer, right? It's saying, okay, do this and then do this and then do this. That's all it does, right? It just does one thing, it just kind of goes along, right? And it reads some numbers and it interprets them some way and does a thing and goes to the next thing. And these are at a very low, simple level, right? It's not like interpreting them and saying like, oh, put something on the screen, right? It's not saying, the instructions are not at the level of like, oh, put a window on the screen or play a song, or right? The instructions are at the level of like, add one number to another number, right? You can think of it like this, or like subtract 2 numbers, right? Or like read a number and jump over to the position denoted by that number. Things like very, very simple. So an assembler or an assembly language is a programming language that's kind of at that level, right? It's something that translates sort of directly to this machine code almost. There's a little bit of stuff, but like it translates pretty directly. So you could just write an assembler. That's what we're doing here. But like I don't like, maybe Intel provides an assembler that they made themselves, but like it's nothing special, right? The only thing that's special is the machine language that the hardware knows about, right? You can just write any kind of program you wish that produces that machine language, and it's fine. Or you can download an assembler from online, right? There's an assembler called YASM, right? You could get this right now. You can grab YASM, which stands for, I think, yet another assembler or something like this. And you can download this guy, and their website is dead. There's a ton of these, right? You can write one yourself. And then all the other like higher level programming languages, they'll typically like target an assembler, right? So they'll like, if you're writing like C, right? Like if I write C, I have a C compiler, which is just another computer program that spits out assembly that then gets assembled by another program that eventually turns into the machine code, right? Oh. Yeah, this is kind of good. Phasm, NASM, gas, yeah. Like, there's nothing special, right? I think people get this idea in their heads sometimes that like the computer knows about programming languages or something, right? That like, at least I see this some places, right? Can I get Chumbawamba bells? Hello, Mint Julep GLHF. Also, I think this is Severance. This is the television show Severance or something like this. Chumbawamba was a punk band. I know nothing about them other than the one song. Okay, does this go? Okay, we are segfaulting. We are segfaulting for an amazing reason, I think. What about the Java machines? They sure love their... But even these Java machines, they are not interpreting Java directly. They are interpreting some lower, like, right? They're interpreting like some like Giselle or whatever is interpreting some subset of JVM bytecode. You can, and I mean, ostensibly you could build a machine that interprets C in hardware, right? You could write a C interpreter in Verilog, right? This is freakish. You'd be a freak for it. It would be crazy. But I don't think there's anything inherently stopping you from doing that. The resulting circuit would probably be like so huge you have to like, I'm sure someone's done this, right? JVM kind of based. Where is this? C interpreter Verilog. No, I don't know if anyone's going this way. The people are doing C to Verilog compilation, but like, yeah, I for one will wait for the fucked up and weird actual Java string interpreter CPU. Yeah, this would be a funny project. Trying to port like this Lisp interpreter to Verilog, right? Making a thing that, like, you just put the bytes of Lisp source in memory and it runs this. This is kind of good. The inspired musically by bands as diverse as The Fall, PIL, Wire, and Adam and the Ants. I see. I've been learning about emo lately. This is my I've been educating myself about emo. I've been learning about this a little bit more. The C closure. No, we do like the JVM a little bit. Okay, can we do what we're supposed to be doing here instead of what we're not supposed to be doing? Java is a science experiment that escaped the lab, but meets Rember. It's going meets Rember on it a little bit. I don't know. I think Java probably these days especially is like basically fine. It's very kind of banal, right? It's just like it just kind of does. I don't know. It has some weird edges, but like, I would not mind writing Java, I think, probably. And we're doing all kinds of exotic weird shit around here, right? I think it's fine. I did one day of Advent of Code in this a while ago, and this is again, it doesn't, people get, I don't know. People love, like, I think people hate this because, like, there's a very particular, like, ancient style of Java that gives people a bad taste in their mouth, and also this is like what they teach in schools, and people like naturally will hate what they get taught in school, right? It's sort of inevitable. I don't know. I don't even think it's particularly archaic, right? Like, it's certainly more like it's basically the same as like all the rest of them, right? Python and like, yeah, add unsigned integers, yeah, but even then, like, it's mostly a matter of, I'm not even sure this is, okay, I have freak opinions about these sorts of things too. I think signedness and unsignedness should be properties of operators, or rather functions that operate on the integers and not like a type thing in these languages, at least. Some of the more basic stuff has it being something I wouldn't want to spend a big chunk of my time writing. Yeah. Haskell is a real experiment that has escaped. I don't know. We like Haskell a lot too, though. It's a little verbose, yeah, but I don't know. Again, I'm not writing a ton of. I don't know why I'm finding it in myself to like. I think in general, I try not to have opinions about things like this, about programming languages, about technologies. I think it's I've come to view opinions as like an artificial limitation that you're putting on yourself. Hello, Arcana Systems. Welcome in. All right, hello. Thank you for the raid. Can we shout out Arcana Systems? I hope you're well, my friend. I hope you're doing okay. Hello, Ibis Till. Welcome in. What did you get up to today, Arcana Systems? How did it go? You need at least a stack. What's up, Colonq? I'm doing good. I'm enjoying my life right now. I think it's really cold. Hello, Savvy Sunny. Also welcome in. Did you see the huge news? What happened? What's this? 3D modeling and then Minecraft? This is really good. What did you model? This is exciting stuff. It's too cold recently. Oh, okay. You can't just post, did you see the huge news, and then say, oh, okay. This is crazy. Hello, thank you, Kling Mario, for the sub. I appreciate this.
Thank you.
But yes, welcome Raiders. I'm LCOLONQ. I'm a guy who likes computers. This is my attribute. This is one of my main attributes. Okay, how are we exploding? What is the origin of, can you tell me Segfault's home? There's bells going off here. What's this? Preference ranking for ease of use. Yeah. Can I start x86.lisp? It's trying to read this as a core dump. We're dying in parse. They're killing us in parse because cell doesn't exist. Huh? Designed to be incredibly confusing on purpose. I haven't done too much in like in like the real like SOLang, like, you know, brain fucking things like this. Although I am a little bit interested. I feel like if I were to work with something like this, we would write like a compiler targeting it. Actually, Malibulge, yeah, this sort of thing. If you're interested in this sort of thing, we made a puzzle, like an extra puzzle for Advent of Code this year. What's the website for this? Is it here? The image it pulls of me is so old. Yeah, it's probably a very ancient clip. What is puzzle? Where is this chat commands? We have the private leaderboard. Where did the puzzle go? Where the fuck is the puzzle? Is this at secure colonq.computer AOC? Can I log in? No. Where does it live? I see where it is. Feelingof.com. What is this? Let's take esoteric programming languages seriously. I like some of this stuff. Bfunge is probably the guy who I'm most interested in and who I have seen the most of, because our friend of the stream Liquid Cake has done a bunch of this. I think the closest thing to this that I'm like actively interested in is array languages, which I think many people would consider like this kind of, but I think they are much more practical, probably like APL or something like this. Does this live? Module Advent. What is its home? It's Advent. Okay. If I go where can I go? Where do we go for him? Is this available in public? If I go, yeah, they're not SOLang. This is what I'm saying, but they're like, people consider this kind of close. api.colonq.computer advent.html. Is this it? No. Illegal. Is it api.colonq.computer just /advent? I think that's it. Yeah. So I wrote this puzzle. I made a puzzle. Oh, this, you have to be on secure to actually fuck. I made a little puzzle. It's maybe interesting to some. It's kind of this elaborate programming languages puzzle a little bit. I don't know how fun it is or interesting, but if you're interested in like the SOLang sort of stuff, it's maybe something that is a little bit good. It's been sitting in my background tabs for the past month. I see. Hello, Vosher1025. I hope you've been well. I hope you've had a happy holiday and a good New Year, Vosher. I hope best wishes. I was thinking today, would it be weird to message Vosher and say like, I hope you're doing good. But we have yes, I've been very busy at work. Yeah, this is very understandable. Of course you have no like, but it's always good to see you. You know, this is the guy if you have any interest. It may be interesting if you are into these sorts of things. Maybe it will be uninteresting also, but you know, it'll be something. Did Arcana Systems say something? A little creature for stream. Okay, this is really good. This is really good. Also, good morning, Mesika. Okay, where are we? This is exploding for a reason that is incredible. That's a little frustrating. What is the value of cell? It's null. We're not doing a null check on arena alloc bulk. Is this seg faulting? We are running out of memory already. This is insane if so. Can we just ask for like way more memory? We're asking for like so little. Yeah, we're asking for like fucking nothing. What if I ask, we're like, what if instead of asking for 64 kilobytes in all these guys, what if we ask for like a couple hundred megabytes total? Or let's just like make each of these like arenas a megabyte. That's like kind of fine. Or like a couple of megabytes. You should switch to the Roblox category. Is this related to the big news? You can have that many megabytes? Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about that. You can just like have like millions of bytes if we really want to. Is that really what it is? No. There's something that's causing an infinite loop here. There's something looping. Yeah, these are exotic, not SOLANQs. Yeah, maybe so. I don't have... Yeah, I guess I don't really care about any real SOLANQs. I think they're mostly kind of fun as like a little art project, but like I don't really have much... I guess like Piet is kind of interesting. Most of these guys are like I don't know. It's more... They don't really entrance me so much. They are kind of cool though. Where Piet is cool, yeah. Does this case just die? There's something strange happening here, computer. I think we're running out of memory no matter how much memory we have. And I think that's because of did you hear it too? The big news? What's the big news? What's this? What's the hell is this? What's this? Good news, everyone? Good news. It's okay. It's going to be okay. I see. I see, I suppose. I'm very I think you finally realized the way that you can like maximally fuck with me, which is just like making vague, slightly worrisome statements. This is like the most powerful thing of all time. It's gonna be okay, Bo N. I see. Do you think he knows yet? Check your email. Yeah. Turn on the TV any channel. This is kind of real. Wait, I am Jessa is a Koki head. This is kind of good. This person is cool. Version 6 opcodes for window manipulation. Why does this loop forever? Why is it doing a forever type of loop? And how? It's like we're recursing. Can I run this in GDB? Or can I say start x86.lisp continue? We don't actually have that much of a... I don't think we're not going to get a backtrace because we're not literally recursing. This is just like the first... Are we not... Is this what they say when... Like, what is this? Is this an actual big news or is this a bit? I think it's a bit, probably. I think I am being... Hello, sure. Welcome in. Exclamation point, big news. Yeah. Only news I know is the Roblox Twitch thing. Wait, okay, that actually is kind of big news. What is this? Twitch Roblox? What are they doing on here? They announces Roblox Twitch Rivals event Blocks Fest. They're doing Blocks Fest. Is this it? Hello, Bud Herb _ also. And I just made a new account because I'm on my phone and not my PC, and the Twitch website is so bad I can't even add space tabs between my sentences. I think they are doing this on purpose to make me download their app. This too. Hello, Maxter Viewer too. Hi everybody. Hello. It's kind of good, I think. What are we looking for here? What's this thing that we're looking for on this? They've invented a new evil character. My now fixed broken mobile typing. Does any case work? Does it work with any case? If I say case foo 0 bar 1, like, does this work? No, that also segmentation faults. That's a little bit concerning, isn't it? If I just run this and I just paste this in. Oh. Why? Huh? Huh. Is the number 0 illegal? No. The number 0 is allowed. But the numbers... Oh! The number 0 is not allowed if... Okay. This is a problem with our new number parsing. The number 0 has become an evil landmine. We need to do some stuff here. We gotta do a couple of things on this guy. It's a little bit of a tee-hee. Who's we? Well, it's the royal we. It's the royal we. I didn't get us in this mess. It's the royal we. Come on. Like, I don't know. We're skipping the next character after 0, and that's just not what you want to be doing, boss. That's not... that ain't it. We need to... How are we going to check this, right? I think we can say peak. Peak is kind of good. If this is equal to 0, we have a couple of things we want to do. We can say if peak st, or let's say int next equals peak st, if next equals x, or next equals o, or next equals b, then, you know, actually, we can invert this. We can invert this guy. If this is all the case, then we just return pit lex token integer literal. Otherwise, we advance to skip the base specifier, and we do the rest of the stuff. Okay, I tried turning desktop mode on, reload the entire site 5 times. I'm just 3 iPhone generations behind, so not a phone error _ Twitch is genuinely trying everything to get me to install their app. I'm really sorry to hear this, Maxter Viewer. I thought this was to be honest, when you first posted this, I thought this was an emote that we had. Not like there's a lot of like long 7TV emotes that we have. Like, what is the one like can we find... Yeah, I thought this was a 7TV emote. Like the people have these. Like, where's one of the really long ones? Does it not show? My thing doesn't show these anymore, apparently. It's decided it hates them. It hates this now. Where's like this one? Like there's this one. And then there's where's the other one? Where's that other one? Get it up. Bring it up. We have to have the other one, don't we?
Can I transmute your pants into ashes, Kappa?
Yeah, like it looked like this one. It looked like Joel teaching his son Jal how to spin while Wide Boris passes by, but my Windows XP keeps crashing. Right? One time my keyboard got fucked up in pressing one key in a certain column. Yes, we remember this. This was good. Oh yes, and Ashur posted it too. Very good. How to install Grav. Hey, I hope you can figure this out though. This kind of sucks. I've honestly found Twitch mobile to be better than the app in most cases. It's pretty great. Yeah, we've been saying this. Graphene OS is good. Like it basically just works, and it just like doesn't have any of the stuff, the evil stuff. If I say foo 0, it's still bad. Why is it bad? Oh, this needs to be a not equals. Of course. Foo 0. Okay, now you're complaining for the good reason instead of the bad reason. Do you work? Are you a workable? Okay. Can I do this? Okay, you say 7 if you're BH. If I say 0, you are nil. Good. I am verily using Safari upon a common phone. Actually, the hex did fix this. So someone, if you're wondering what's happening here, Max Reviewer, someone has hexed you, which has caused all of your messages to be translated into Old English, ye old, like from medieval times, like from the medieval, not medieval times like the historical period, like from medieval times like the eatery. And hexing you has actually fixed the spacing issue, but now your messages read like, I am verily using Safari upon a common phone. 'Tis only occurring when I doth type in a Twitch chat, nowhere else. What a mad thing to do to increase app downloads. Yes, I agree. We should make it. We need to go back to lead chat. I need to have like a special chat I can send people to when they, right? There needs to be a special special second chat where I can just be like, you go here and then you can type there and it's just gonna work. Cases on phones are different, are weird. This is, I don't know. I've never had a phone break or even be damaged in any way, but I'm kind of a freak and I use the what's the really big one? Also, thank you Scuffed Chungus and Skelly Dome from like half an hour ago for the follows. I apologize for not realizing that was happening at all and just saying nothing instead. I have like, is it Otterbox? Is this what they do? I've just been like getting these since I was like in high school. I prithee, am I more pleasing now? I mean that is better. That is more readable. But you can talk however you wish. I'm not going to hate you. Yeah, Otterbox is crazy good. You can just like throw these guys on the floor and nothing happens to them. But also my phone looks like it's very big. Got a new phone after like 5 years. Yeah. Okay, can we make this guy be good too? They're easy to do now. We just write like this. Ma Sylvester, yeah. Okay. Does 2-byte work? If I say R14W? Yeah, it works. Okay, let's keep porting. We continue port. These are all easy. We can do register 8-byte, register extended. They're all easy to do. However, they're going to require some additional legwork because I don't think we have Boolean functions. I don't think we have normal or normal and. In fact, I think we only have the bitwise versions. So we get to do these too. We get to do these. Should I get an Amiga? Maybe. Probably. Amiga's kind of good. This is like, I know very little about this. Is not typing spaces kind of vexatious? Thou canst just omit them and write only in lowercase, and it likely shall suffice. Yes, this is a powerful tactic. PowerPC or ARM? I don't know. I know very little about it. I'm tempted by these old computers. Verily, I beseech thy pardon for that. I am truly not jesting. Yes, I understand. Yeah, you're totally fine, right? Like, I'm not gonna, like, I am 0% upset, and I think the situation is very amusing, but I'm not laughing at your expense. I hope you can get this resolved. In the meantime, feel free to, if you feel the need to talk, you can certainly talk in whatever mode you wish, and we're going to make our best effort to interpret it. That's your promise. That's your money back guarantee. That's your time back guarantee. The guaranteed read or your time back. Okay. We need to implement or probably. And we also are going to need to implement some kind of contains guy. We'll call him list contains for now. So this will not work yet. He will not yet work. Or actually he will work. He doesn't work because these things are not actually being called, right? Like if I say register extended, this will then proceed to not work. And it's telling us there's an error on line 64, which is the wrong line also. Our line number tracking could be better. The error is occurring on this line, but the error is occurring because the body of this function call is fucked up. So probably need to think about that a little bit. But it is what it is. They have off switches on CPUs now. I found an IBM PowerPC at my new job that wasn't even turned off that long ago. I assume they mean PowerPC as in the whole shebang, right? As in the whole PC, the whole personal computer. Was an ERP server. I see. Verily 'tis wondrous. Camel case was devised solely for this purpose. Yes. They're doing erotic roleplay. They're doing well, we don't need to get into that. We don't need to get into any of that, I'm afraid. Well, we'll keep things, we'll choose to keep things G-rated. We keep things G. What about list contains? What about it? We need to have list contains also. The workplace ERP server, yes. Set plus G on the IRC server then. Doth thy Lisp walk the tree, or doth it interpret bytecode? It is sort of a hybrid of these things. There is a small intermediate format in eval basically that gets used. The reason it's done this way is because I wanted to avoid doing things with C recursion as much as possible, because this has right, like this is like, you know, I wanted to use like stacks where I could control their size more easily, right? So I like wherever I could use recursion, I am in general choosing to use just like within, like, not recurse and just do this with a loop inside of the function and a stack, right? So like what I do is I build up like a queue of like sort of like VM instructions, and then I kind of interpret these. It's sort of wonky. It's not great. I don't love the way that I did it, but it does mean that for like typical evaluation, it does not actually do real, like it is not actually using like an amount of like stack on the machine that scales based on this. I probably shouldn't even be worried about this, but like it is what it is. Part of the goal with this was like being very, I don't know. But it's basically a tree walker. There's no fancy VM. And also I'm probably being very, like, I was thinking earlier, I think I like macro expand. I don't actually know when typical Lisps do their macro expansion. Like, when does this actually, like, when does it happen? Like, you can imagine this happening kind of early or late, right? During compilation. But like, let's say I have a pure, like, I mean, sure. During sure. But like, let's how do you say for a pure interpreter, this is sort of like, yeah, before eval, right? Like, but you can sort of have like, I don't know, right? It's not like the reader doesn't do it, obviously, right? Like if like eval must do it, right? Like calling the eval function, like there is clearly like a macro expansion step that happens during eval, right? Like I can say in here, I can say eval defun, I don't know, test foo message I right? And I can say test foo and get high, right? So like, and like defun and friends, this is a macro, right? So like yeah, eval, I mean, I think it's easier. I mean, eval evaluates, right? Whether it compiles or not, this is an implementation detail, right? So presumably, like, you just do this at the start of eval, but like, I don't actually know, like, I guess that's just always what you say. You just say eval does macro expands the form and then does this. But like, this gets kind of interesting when you're thinking about things like let's say you want to implement, you know, you're passing around lambdas or something like this, right? if you define macros in the code, it seems like a val must do it. Yeah. Hello, Avenel. Welcome. I bet there's all kinds of things you can do here. There's like, I feel like there are different options that probably different things choose. I mean, common list probably definitely specifies this behavior exactly, and we could probably track it down. But like, it's a little bit nuanced, right? Like, I know I have to do macro expansion when I define a lambda. I have to expand the body because I have to expand the body to find free variables, right? Like there's a if I don't macro expand the body, I won't be able to find free variables, and I need to find free variables in order to bind them like in the closure, right? So like this is right, there's trickiness, right? I assume maybe like if I say, do I have lexical scope enabled in this buffer? If I say lambda x defund test foo message x here, the I mean this does not perform the macro expansion, but like I could conceivably have a macro that like I don't know, that like shadows one of these names and I don't know, it's a lot, or like introduces a new name that is, you know, I mean it certainly does, right? Like defund probably refers to some, I don't know. There's just a lot of complex things. F eval when, yeah, and like I know about this guy, but it's just a matter of like, I don't know. I finally fixed it. Bad news, I had to request desktop view, so my layout consequences are now worse than having to use camel case. Yeah, desktop view is better than general for a lot of these sites. This is another, I've noticed that if I'm listening to like YouTube on my phone, I'll do this a lot. Like I'll go for a walk and I'll like listen to a podcast or a YouTube video or something like this, and it will stop if it's in the mobile site. If I turn the screen off, it will stop playing the audio. But if I go desktop mode, it'll keep playing the audio even with the screen off. And it's just like pure annoyance, right? It's, yes. They have those now in the 80s. See the examples. Yeah. I mean, this, yeah. I don't know if this tells us much about like exactly when, when just use the app. I mean, I think for YouTube, I don't want to use the app because I don't want to see ads. And I have like my mobile setup is in such a way that I'm not going to see the ads. I shall ne'er be compelled to download the. Also, I just don't like it. These things tend to not work very well. I was using like NewPipe for a while. This was like a guy I was going for. This guy also kind of does not work extremely well sometimes, at least in my experience. And I would never endorse ignoring an ad. I click every ad and I buy products. Whenever I see an ad, I click the ad and I buy the products every time. Twitch TV has nothing to complain about with regard to my behavior related to advertisements. I am clicking the ads and I am buying the product instantly. I don't even look at what it is. I buy it and order it straight to my house. Okay. Anyway, we have back to this. Does this loop forever? We probably need to give this better behavior in the presence or absence of. Why did this like? Okay, there it errors out. How much gambling have you bought recently? I don't gamble, honestly. I'm just not a gambling man. I don't play gacha either. Yeah, just buy the entire casino. Yeah. Where is this? Get this. YTDLP with an HTTP server running intermux and VLC. It's running intermux and VLC. Yes. I had this set up for a while. I was using MPV combined with this, but I also found this less reliable than the site in terms of like if you had a spotty connection. Okay, get this. We want list contains. List contains P. List filter. List contains P. Oh, too many gamble. Oh yes, I see. I've heard this. I don't really see ads ever in my life. But I've heard that it's a lot of gambling now. They're doing gambling. They're doing yeah. I prithee pardon mine intrusion, for I had to revert from the desktop visage. The layout was most dreadful. Well, no worries. No worries. We have no problem with this. This is it's an interesting thing that's happening, and it's fun to see it. Okay. Pit value needle equals pits car RT args green needle. That was one of those like things where like some people hear one thing, other people hear the other. What was it? It was green needle and something else. Green needle. It mostly worketh as long as it catcheth enough. Yes. And it's kind of nice because you can also set it to stream only the audio, right? This is sort of good. Okay. While haystack not equal to pit nil. Haystack equals pits cutter. I really should write a macro just for doing for each over these lists. That would be probably convenient. They do calleth it prediction markets, but 'tis but gaming. Yes, I agree. Oh, okay, this is actually huge news. Like you know, everyone, when I eat a food, I like to sit and I like to read about the food. Does anyone do this? Like, if I'm eating like a sausage, I like to like go onto the web and like find out about like the history of sausages or things like this, and it makes me feel a little more immersed in the experience of eating. So the other day I was on the Wikipedia page for sandwich because I kind of had the impression that this was like something that people, you know, this is named after a guy. This is named after a guy, right? It's a guy type of name food, and I wanted to learn like what's that about? What's the history of this? So I was looking at this and I learned a new thing. Can I read this for you now, computer? Here's the history of the sandwich. The use of some kind of bread or bread-like substance to lie under some other food or to scoop it up and enclose or wrap it is found in many cultures historically. Before being known as a sandwich, this food combination seems to have been known as, quote, bread and meat, or, quote, bread and cheese. These two phrases are found throughout English drama from the 16th and 17th centuries. This wasn't even that long ago. This is like 400 years ago. In the 1st century BC, the Jewish sage Hillel the Elder is said to have wrapped meat from the paschal lamb and bitter herbs in a soft matzah, flat unleavened bread, during Passover in the manner of a modern wrap made with flatbread. Flatbreads of only slightly varying kinds have long been used to scoop or wrap small amounts of food en route from platter to mouth throughout Western Asia and North Africa. From the cuisines of Morocco to Ethiopia to India, bread is usually baked in flat rounds, contrasting with the European loaf tradition. During the Middle Ages in Europe, thick slabs of coarse and this is written in a crazy way. I hope we'll read on, Failure. En route from platter to mouth is a really funny way to do this. I feel like this is not subscribed to the NPOV. Thick slabs of coarse and usually stale bread, called quote-unquote trenchers, were used as plates. I had never heard of a trencher before. I know about this in terms of wood, but originally a trencher is a big slab of stale bread that you use as a plate, which is kind of cool. The Trojans eat the trenchers after a frugal feast in the Aeneid. After a meal, the food-soaked trencher was fed to a dog or to beggars at the tables of the wealthy and eaten by diners in more modest circumstances. The immediate culinary precursor with a direct connection to the English sandwich was to be found in the Netherlands of the 17th century, where the naturalist John Ray observed that in the taverns beef hung from the rafters, quote, which they cut into thin slices and eat with bread and butter, laying the slices upon the butter. Explanatory specifications that reveal the Dutch Belege Bruges open-faced sandwich was as yet unfamiliar in England. The word sandwich appears, referring to a certain roast beef sandwich in England. Initially perceived as a food that men shared while gaming and drinking at night, the sandwich slowly began appearing in polite society as a late-night meal among the aristocracy. The sandwich is named after John Montagu, 4th Earl of Sandwich, an 18th century English aristocrat. It is commonly said that Lord Sandwich, during long sessions of cribbage and other card games at public gambling houses, would order his valet to bring him roast beef between 2 pieces of toasted bread. He was fond of this form of food because it allowed him to continue gambling while eating, without need for a fork, and without getting his cards greasy from eating meat with his bare hands. So this is they're calling it gamer food. This is literally gamer food, and it's because one of the epic gamers of history, John Sandwich, he's literally John Sandwich, didn't want to get his gaming paraphernalia greasy, so he asked his guy to bring him a sandwich so that it would not interrupt the gaming. So he needs to gamble until late at night without going home to eat. Is he John? Yes. John Montagu, 4th Earl of Sandwich, or John Sandwich. John the Earl of Sandwich. Thank you, Digital Danny. Thank you, Microsoft Sam. This is yes, but he is one of the original gamers, and yeah, it's kind of I thought you might like that fun fact, computer. It's a little bit interesting. The more things change, the more they stay the same, eh? Okay, let's continue. let's keep doing this. There's a question of whether we want to compare these with equal or eq. I think we'll do it with, yeah, really we should have both variations for everything. Or really we should take an optional argument that is the function we should call. But it is what it is. John Sandwich was made up by big peanut butter and jelly to sell more. I mean, it sounds like it was made up by Big Beef. I didn't know about the Earl of Sandwich's gambling habit. I know nothing about it. I didn't even know there was a person, Real Nice, and I could have just as easily assumed that it was, something that was invented in Sandwich, the town of Sandwich, England, or it could have been the town of Sandwich, Massachusetts. I don't know. It's a place, right? It's a place both in Old England and in New England. They have Sandwich. This is like a real thing, right? Sandwich, MA. Right? Sandwich, Massachusetts. The after so many shipwrecks, a haven. Right? It's a place you can go. Java was devised by a gentleman named John Java. I think Java. This is a guy, Steel guy. This was involved in this. Who is the other Java guy? Who is the main John Java? Is this a John? James Gosling. This is a James Java. Yeah. This is more of a James Java. I am yes. Can we go? Okay, we're just doing this. If I didn't think it was linked to sand and witch, yet there be neither sand nor witchcraft therein. There is actually a relation to sands, right? Because Sandwich, it's from the Earl of Sandwich, right? John Montagu, 4th Earl of Sandwich. And this is because he is the Earl of Sandwich, which is the associated with Sandwich, Kent, right? This is like his holdings or whatever. And this is called this because the place name, quote unquote, Sandwich, is first attested in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, where it appears as Sonwick in 851 and Sandwick in 993. In the Domesday Book of 1086, it appears as Sandwich. Sandwiki, Wicca, I don't know how you say this. The suffix wich comes from the Anglo-Saxon wic, meaning a dwelling or fortified place where trade takes place. The name means, quote, market town on sand. So the sand in the name literally comes from like sand, the material. It comes from sand, the block, the Minecraft block type, right? So there is a direct connection between like sand, the thing like that's on the ground, and like the thing that is you're eating. Uwo was joking about having talked to John Wardle and refused to believe that the guy is actually named Josh Wardle. Is this true? It is. Holy fuck. That is crazy. Wordle was made by Josh Wardle? I mean, I guess that's why. I mean, the dull suffix, it probably comes from his name, right? Like we think of the dull as like a generic thing because there's so many things named that now, but like there's no real reason for it to be Wordle compared to anything else. It could be Wordo, it could be Wordo, it could be Wordaholics, right? There could be any suffix here. Dull just is kind of a neutral sort of suffix that's like, oh, it's a little game thing, right? Word up, right? So presumably it is an intentional pun on his name. This is not just a coincidence, right? I'm sure. Oh, yes, it was originally called Mr. Bugs's Wordy Nugs, which is admittedly a much less catchy name. Yeah. I don't yeah. When was the name changed to Wordle? Hello, Fabian _GG. Yeah. I don't know. They don't really mention the naming scheme very much. You have to assume it's based on his name. Like his name is Wardle, so he called it Wordle, right? It's kind of like this sort of thing. Hello, Fabian, welcome. It's his name, yeah. It's a name sort of thing. Okay. Let's see this thing. Do we have pit eq, right? We definitely have. Let's just do equal. If pit equal needle, green needle, pit car RT haystack. Yes. What's your problem? Oh, this is C. This is that language, not the other one. What do you need? You need RT too. If this is the case, return pit T. Otherwise, return pit nil. We must drink. Make sure you're drinking water, computer. This is a good thing to be doing. Do not develop gout symptoms. Okay. Can we go over to... Is this good, then? It's wrong, clearly. It's also it's wrong because this is in the reverse order, and it's actually in the reverse order of the way that I like it, so I'm just going to flip it around anyway. Okay, broken symbol 1. Not a good sign. Not good there that it's broken symbol 1. Why is it broken symbol 1? Is that the case everywhere? If I just type T, it interns. I mean, that'll intern it sort of implicitly. Where does this happen? Like, can we go over to... Where is pit T? Do we not have pit T? We're supposed to be interning him. Are we never doing this? We are interning truth. Oh. Is truth not ending up as the first symbol somehow? Is that what's going on here? We're trying to set T to its own. Have we found the asphalt C? Hello, Topo Cato. I think things are, it's going. We're going along, Topo Cato. We're sailing. We're upon the forecastle. I don't know. We're figuring something. I don't know. We're doing what we always do, which is we noodle around a bunch. Doth this likewise avail with the Germanic tongue? Yes. Not only does it do this, it also translates. The term camera is cool. Thank you, Fabian. I think so too. It's kind of good. I think it's a nice visualization of, like, I don't know. I think you need to have like some kind of human-like guy. Noodles are tasty. Yeah. Did you see the new I don't know how much people follow the V stuff. I know there's some people who are into V, other people are not into V. Did you see this the streamer, the occasional streamer that people know about, Clavio, has returned? And the notable element of this that's interesting is she just has a t-shirt that says pasta now. This is kind of good. I'm feeling this. I do partake of tea. Yeah. Why does this not... I feel as though pit T is constructed in a way that is improper. Yes. I feel as though the truthfulness may be incorrect. This may not be the correct thing here. Blah 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 blah. Why would that be the case? Like, we're always interning T when we initialize the runtime. Like, there's no chance for T to not be interned. Are you winning, Colonq? I'm doing okay, I think. 14 Android. Less than 1,000 U logs left to burn for 75 fire making. Don't you go do... What wasn't the thing you do? Wasn't it winter tots? Isn't that what it's supposed to... I don't know. I only pretend to know things. Why is this... Okay, can we log this? Can we printf LL? Can I just say X? Does that print hex by default? Can I say truth? Can I say pit T? How do they differ? Is it LX or is it XL? Why is your face a screen now? Oh, someone did a redeem that puts another stream on my head. Papo Cato, if you look above, they redeemed the palette swap hair technique, and this caused another stream to be on my head. You can do this with in various ways. Okay. Okay, but of course the entries are a different size. Yes, okay, that makes sense. So actually this shouldn't be 1. This is the wrong constant. This is the wrong constant. This should actually be pit nil plus size of pit simtab entry. In fact, we are wasting a lot of space for this. I need to like not be doing this anymore, but for now this is what it is. Yeah. Where's runtime.c? We should fix that. How can you code and read chat at the same time? We've just done the whole lot, right? And also, I'm not very productive programming, right? Like I'm kind of just multitasking back and forth. I have like realistically, like I have observed, like me doing something on stream is like probably like 10 to 20 to more times slower than I would do this in the real world. In real, probably more than this. I watch Sometimes But Never Talk. Yo, yes, I recognize your name, Fabian GG. Like sometimes like someone comes in and I have to like check the thing and I'm like, oh, is this person here before? Like I have definitely seen your name here. I hadn't realized it had been so long though. Yeah. Follow July 2024. I can see what you said. On July 2024, 5 p.m. my time, you said only ELIS Pascal work environment. Yes, it's kind of like this a little bit. Okay. We run this here. Okay, we get T. Very, very good. I won't read anymore. This is we can leave this in the misty recesses of the past. Okay. We have this going now. I think this is kind of good. We're still getting into like what the stuff that's actually involved now though. Integer fits in bytes. This is a little bit of an exciting. Oh, do we have OR? We don't have OR probably. Like if I go to x86.lisp here, can I just say, what if I just say register? This will fail because we don't have OR. There's no OR in this. They took OR out of here. Where is arithmetic? We need to have like Boolean stuff. like logic. I don't know what we say about this. Booleans. I guess we just say this. So what do we want? We want and, we want or, we want not, we want various comparisons, like all of them. That's most of it, I think. Like we can add more as we go, but like having those guys is probably enough for now. So like, what do we want? Let's put these here up also. We definitely want and actually and or, they got to be a little bit special. They need to have a little bit of a special characteristic to them, unfortunately speaking. Like because and or are, they're different. They're different. They're different because they short circuit, and we rely on this behavior often, right? So in a pure world, in a world with no side effects, these can just be functions. We don't have to care about them, right? In a world with side effects, we do have to care. You'll notice if I say and nil, or and, I don't know, less than, let's less than 10.5, print high. You'll notice it's not printing high, right? It doesn't print high. This is the same as in C. In Haskell, they can short circuit as functions, but in Haskell, it also doesn't matter. I mean, it matters in the sense that there is one side effect that all Haskell functions can have, which is non-termination or whatever, right? So this could, like, right, you could write an expression that would, you know, like run forever, right? And then this causes this to, right? But at the same, like, I think in general it doesn't matter as much. Error is the only way. Yeah. The in general it's not as important. But here it is very important because I use these for control flow quite a lot, right? And is basically when, right? Like when this is the same as and, basically. And or is basically the same as unless, right? Or it only runs it if the first thing is false, right? These guys, you can chain them with a bunch of, I don't know, they're good, right? We need them to behave that way, which means they have to be either special forms or macros, right? We either have to make them macros that translate down to like an if, right? Or we make them special forms in their own right. I think it's probably easiest to make them be a macro. However, there's still a little bit of trickiness here, right? Because I don't know, making them a macro can be kind of tough because they have, well, I don't know, it's annoying. We have to think about it a little. I wonder, like in eList, they are just, they're a macro, I think, right? This is their, no, they are a special form. So maybe we just do this. It's not hard. Expanding to if would work, but I think it's going to be a big if, and I think it may be easier just to like do the special form thing. Right? Are your eyes that big IRL? No. IRL, I am a man with, you know, on the computer, my little avatar is letters that are roughly in the shape of a somewhat androgynous anime character with green eyes and gray hair in a little suit. In real life, I am a man with a bearded man with brown hair and a buzz cut wearing a sweatshirt. So oh shit, unsubbing. Yeah. The pack it up. Go home. Yeah. Can we say and can we, let's just do and at first and we can copy it later. Where is SF if? Let's get this guy. What do we want you to be like? What do you be like? This guy will just call a val a bunch, I think. He can just call a val. We don't have to do any fancy business here. We can just be calling a val. The camera gets crazy or spinning a bit, yeah. I think it goes crazy when I go behind my mic too much. I like kayfabe in wrestling. Me too. I think this is good. Like I do think this is like a nice thing. I kind of find it it's a little bit charming when people like stick to like a very heavy character. It's sort of good. It's a little bit good in a way. Okay. What are we doing with this? Hello compiling J. Welcome in compiling J. Can we do this? We'll return pit nil at the end. Is that really what we want? Also, is our prog n good or is it broken? I think our prog n might be broken too. I think our prog n sucks. No, prog n doesn't suck. Prog n is normal. When will J finish building? I think the way we're doing special forms in general is sort of horrid at present. Let's say pit value final equals pits nil. And then at the end we're gonna do something similar to prog n. We're just gonna push a literal. And then here we're gonna say args equals pits cutter. RT args. We're gonna say if so, and is basically just like prog n, except we stop whenever something's nil, right? Like this is what and is, right? It is a prog n. It is a prog n, but you stop whenever one of the like quote unquote statements, one of the expressions in the prog n is nil. And or is the opposite. Or is prog n and you stop whenever one of them is non-nil. This is kind of a funny way to think about it, but it's true. I only want to code stupid things, Arab, because I'm out of ideas. Well, I don't think you have to force it, right? It's like ideas are, I don't know. I don't think this is something that's, maybe I'm silly for this, but I don't think ideas are very important in general, right? You should just like investigate what's interesting to you. And like, inevitably, if you poke around enough, so you'll find something that's interesting, right? I'm sure there's plenty of things that interest you right now, like games or things like this, right? I'm sure I'm like, even if they're a little silly, right? I'm sure there's things you might like, right? Like yeah. Let's say pit value final. That's right. That's how I end up coding stuffs at the end. I see. I start with little things. Pit value final equals pits, or what do we say here? This is equal to pit eval. We will recursively eval here just because it's way easier to do it this way. Pit car RT args. If final equals pit nil, then we shall break. Or this is just final. Good. Okay, I think this is what we want. If we make this and we run this. Oh, don't do that yet. Run this. If I say and, just and. Evaluation stack underflow. This is no good. That's gonna be a problem here. What do we want to do? Hello again, Wind Up Boy, Fade, welcome back. We are. You maybe can answer this question better than we can, Fade. I was a little curious. Do you know, like, you know, if you don't have time, please don't worry about this. No pressure. But like, do you have a sense, like, what the standard says about when macros are expanded in Common Lisp? If you could point us in the direction of this would be very, very cool. Hello Niesel, also welcome in. Fade is a Common Lisp virtuoso. They are very knowledgeable about this sort of thing, typically. But of course, I will not judge them if they are not doing this. This is probably a niche piece of thing, right? This is like some niche trivia. I'm not trying to imply that they would know this necessarily. However, maybe they do. Okay. Why is this not doing what we want it to do? It does it there. Has its own time. It's roughly adjacent to read time. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, right? Like, I'm sort of like there's different ways you could do it, right? Like, you could imagine a world where macros are expanded late, right? And of course, like eval has to expand its macros inside of the form you give it. Well, yeah, I assume there are like, yeah, it's kind of a tricky thing, right? And I also think there are things like where macros are, like how macros interact with scoping is like a complex thing. I read a thing a while ago on the, where's the blog? We have docs in the hyperspec. Yes. Can we see? All evaluations initiated by the compiler take place in the evaluation environment. Obviously, it has to happen prior to eval. Yeah, but if I give an S expression to eval that has a macro in it, right, it will expand it, right? This is kind of the origin of our confusion, right? At least in eLisp it'll do this. I don't know about Common Lisp, right? But I can like give eval something that has like a defun or something in this, some macro, and it'll treat it the right way. The reader will trigger the so eval is invoking the reader also. I think perhaps I have the wrong impression of what the reader is. I should read more about this. This page is probably useful. I don't know. Either way, we'll continue barreling on and making mistakes. The runtime manages this. I see. Where is Airs the Witch? We like this person too. Airs the Witch. The compiler and runtime are annealed together. Yes, for certain. I think our thing is macro expanding in eval can't use the reader. This is why the compiler is there. Yes, my compiler is the runtime in CL. Yeah, you definitely need to have the compiler around at runtime to do stuff like eval, and you need all of the stuff, right? You need the whole thing. What was the thing? Who is the guy who did, who wrote the Janet book? Who is the Ian Henry? IanTheHenry.com. IanTheHenry.com. I read a very interesting blog post about this topic on this blog. This is a great blog in general. You should I would recommend this blog a lot. If you are interested in things. This person is a very good communicator. But what was the one? And they do a lot of stuff that is very similar to stuff that we're talking about data log on here, and I don't know. This post in particular, like this has like this interactive, however you say this, Delaney triangulation thing. It's sort of very fun. I don't know, very good explanation of this somewhat complex topic. But there was a thing about macros on here. What was the macro guy? Where did they have the macro guy? Did they have it in where was this? There was a macro guy in here somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is. Quote unquote macros. I think maybe. Yes. This is a good one. I think this, a lot of this is talking about like when this actually happens. And there was a pointer towards yeah, or maybe this post generalized macros. I don't know. There is a lot of complexity when it comes to these things, especially with regard to macros scoping. There was a link to like an old paper somewhere that I'm trying to find this link. Hello Takeda, welcome in. Can we find this? Is this a guy? The problem with maybe the problem with macros is this? Yes. Yeah. To read this. So caveat, I am not a Lisp person. I didn't know very much about macros going into all of this, and I still don't. When I started writing Judge, I knew like only the absolute beginner basics. I knew when I needed to gensym, I knew how to shoot myself in the foot. This is kind of where I am. And going into all this, I thought macros were kind of dumb. Macros are not dumb. Let me get that out of the way up front. I have seen the light. I have been convinced. I misunderstood something very important about macros, and I was basing my whole mental dismissal on this one misunderstanding. The wrong thing was this: macros are functions that transform code into other code. This is not true. This is an incomplete statement. For the purposes of this story, we're going to pretend that we believe it and try to write a very simple macro operating under this misconception. They talk about this whole thing. It basically relates to macro hygiene, and it relates to like what is in scope when you define a macro, right? Like for example, if I write a macro that generates code that refers to some functions, like I'm doing this a whole bunch here, right? Like and our thing is going to do the wrong thing, right? Like where is the thing? Where is the like our stuff almost certainly does the exact wrong thing. Can we go to library.c? Like our macros, right? They're expanding to code that includes fset, right? They're expanding to code that includes fset and quote and lambda, and these things are bound very late, right? And in fact, the way I'm doing the macro expansion is sort of a sloppy way. They could very easily be bound to different things at different times. Like it's kind of a disaster, right? But for like proper macros, give me my hello again, please. hello, it's okay. hello, double, hello, triple, even. Hi. This in Bartos's blog, yeah. We're trying to collect these. If you have links for the blogs like this, please send them to me, either here or on the Discord IRC. We're trying to collect them into this thing called Green News. We're like, I don't know. This is the intention. Yeah, it's more nuanced than this, right? I also think, I also have this impression, right? Like, I think I understand that it has to be more complex than this in like a proper macro system in something like CL, right? Because my understanding, of course, like I still think of it intuitively as just like, yeah, it just returns an S expression. They're just symbols. They don't mean anything, right? It's just the symbol fset, right? It doesn't actually mean anything. It's a symbol, and that symbol gets interpreted later at runtime based on no, it's not like this, right? It's much more complicated, and there's a much more like kind of crosstalk than I imagine between like defun and running, right? Like things being put into the environment and then the macro pulling them out of the environment. The Lisp 1 things are a little more hectic, yeah. There's only one namespace, yeah. I don't know. This is and it's mostly in the presence of lexical scope. What was that post? I'll link the post. I need to reread this again, and there's a bunch of like, it kind of goes down the rabbit hole of like when this stuff happens, and where they found out about it, and when it happens. Like, do they have the link to the thing? Yeah, technical issues of separate. This is the Lisp 2 paper. Technical issues of separation in function cells and value cells. From Richard Gabriel. In 1988. This is kind of good, right? I don't know. It's I suspect this probably has, yeah. Racket seems okay, but Racket doesn't do Racket. I assume they have like def macro style macros over there, but like the convention in schemes is typically you're not using def macro. You're using like syntax rules or defined like this kind of thing, like an explicitly hygienic macro, right? This is the thing where it's closer to like a Rust macro, right? Like it's this sort of thing, right? It's like a syntactic transformation that's written in like a little DSL. Yeah. I love papers written when I was 2. This paper was written when I was -9. But so they go sometimes. Anyway, we'll continue doing the wrong thing until it bites us, as we always do. Yes, we're getting evaluation stack underflow on and. Racket is a scheme. Yeah. Why is it like that? Oh, it's like that because we already wrote ands. Okay, we're doing something really silly here. It turns out we already wrote the and. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. We already wrote it as a special form, and we don't. So what's happening here is we defined it as a special form, and then we redefined it as a macro later, but the special form flag is still on, so the interpreter is like, I'm trying to run this as a special form. Okay. Get rid of this. We just need to add or. Get or in here, please. Where's impl m and what is this guy actually doing? He's reversing his arguments. And then we are building up a chain of ifs. If the arguments are not empty, we are building up a chain of ifs from this. So, and we're just successively wrapping, like, what is the condition that we are checking? I see. We're just nesting in the then case. I think for or, right? We need to, it's kind of very similar. We just nest in the else case and we default this to T. Right? It's just a matter of flipping pit nil and ret here. I think it's just that. Computer can handle higher BPM than human. Yeah. The okay. So if I say and 1 2 3, it gives us 3. If I say and 1 nil 3, it gives us nil. If I say or nothing, it gives us T. If I say or 1, it gives us 1. If I say or 1 nil, it gives us nil. That's wrong. Well, that's a good first step. If I say or nil 1, it also gives us nil. That's not correct. Oh, we should default to T. Yeah, in the true case, of course, right? If we ever see a non-nil thing, I'm trying to run this. I'm trying to call eval defun on my C code. Holy fuck, man. The or nil 1, it's nil. Or 1 nil, it's T. Okay, that's not right either. Good. Not also incorrect. Also wrong. We also wanted to return the first non-nil thing, right? Like, And we also don't want it to evaluate the thing twice. So it is a little bit trickier, right? Making it not evaluate the thing twice, we're going to have to write it in a very particular kind of way. Okay. We have and. We could, of course, write it in terms of not an and. We could use a little bit of De Morgan's, which actually may be roughly the same in terms of the code size that's generated. It may be easier to express. Eval defun should work, though, on C. On our Lisp, it should work. Yeah, we should make it work on our Lisp. We definitely should make a mode, like an Emacs mode for Pit. Because I'm kind of sick of just running it in E shell. This kind of sucks major time. Surely libclang can handle it. Yeah. I don't know about that just yet. Okay. Let's think about what we want or to be shaped like, right? What does if you write like or foo bar baz, what does this actually mean? Right? I think what it means is if foo, otherwise if bar, otherwise if baz, nil. Right? Is there a way we can write this without, right? And we can write in a way that is different than this, right? If I say and foo bar baz, right? That can be written like this. It can be written as if foo I think I'm writing it backwards actually. The value cell of each symbol. Yeah. Like I know this, right? We have this going. I just mean in terms of expanding this to ifs, right? Like expanding this, like we're treating and or as macros, right? Because they can't be functions directly, right? They have to be sort of macro shaped a little bit, right? They have to be macro or form shaped in order to do the right thing, right? In order to have the proper short circuiting behavior. If we say this, what are we saying? If foo, if bar, if baz, t, what are the special forms in this list? Whatever's convenient. Right now the special forms are library to badly re-implement things. Well, it's a library to learn about things, right? Not everyone is born with perfect knowledge. Real nice. We have to learn. Hello TV Josh, welcome in. Currently our special forms are quote, if, cond, prog, and lambda. We could certainly make prog and not a special form, and we could certainly make either if or cond not a special form. You're telling me they foo this bar with Baz? Hello TV Josh. Hello. What's going on? We are messing around with a little Lisp. Yeah, and they're probably the same here, Wind Up Boy. Can we your own Lisp? Yes. And we're trying to port a little assembler that we wrote last week, an x86 assembler, to our own Lisp from eLisp. And we are trying to add enough stuff to our own Lisp to make this happen. This is Oh, we just pick off the first element. I see. Good night, 0x539. This is, and we do evaluate things twice here. This is actually broken. Our and is also broken. Our and is broken in the sense we start something else. Well, sure, but that's the point of it, right? We still learn something about it, right? It doesn't have to be, the objective is not to write good software, right? The objective is to learn and get better, and right, to learn about the computer so that we might love it a little bit more. And I think this is we largely accomplished this objective, right? It's we are figuring out interesting stuff. At least it's interesting to me. Where like right now we're saying this, I think, or Baz nil, right? And this is not proper, right? This is not the correct macro expansion, because if you assume that foobar and Baz are arbitrary expressions, this is going to cause Baz to be evaluated twice, right? I can demonstrate this. If I go here and I type and 1 print 2, print has the funny thing. You'll notice that, well, no, it only prints it once actually. This is interesting. If I put maybe it has to be the first. We are reversing it. If I say print 2, 3, 4. No, it's still, I'm lost. Why is it not printing it twice? Well, print returns the thing that's passed to it, right? It's just like traces, and right, it prints the thing to console and returns its value. So why are we not in this macro printing twice? Right? Like it definitely short circuits. If I say and nil prints foo, it does not print anything. It's a macro. Right? But why does it not print twice? Let's think about this. We're reversing args, right? So the car of the reversed args, this ret thing, is going to be it's because it's the last thing and we don't look at it twice. I see. You don't yes, this is what we're doing. You don't need to do this if. This is the same as just saying Baz. Okay, this is what we're generating from this. Can we generate an equivalent thing for or? What's the shape of or? Yeah, it's evaluation semantics do not follow. Yeah, it's the same for us, Wind Up Boy. If is also this, right? If, like, we basically have it set up like this, right? Like a function is just like a thing. This evaluates to some value, right? A macro evaluates to some code, right? Evaluates to some S expression that gets used to replace it, right? A special form doesn't do any of this. A special form can just like do whatever it wants. Basically, it can call eval internally. It can, you know, it can do funny business, right? Which is how it facilitates, right? Like we wouldn't be able to. We could write if with a macro if we had some other way to express a conditional, but you need some baseline way to write the macro, right? To be able to express the condition inside of the macro. Of course, you could do this with lambda. Right, you could do the ifs with lambda if you really wanted to, but like no, I understand this, right? This is what we're doing this right now with and or, right? We're just trying to make and or short. What we're trying to do, right, is I'm trying to define a macro called and a macro called or that expands to if, right, such that and or have the proper short circuiting behavior, right? Because if I say, you know, and nil print foo, right? You expect this to print nothing, right? This should not print foo, right? Because this is nil, so the short circuiting behavior of and typically is that it just returns nil immediately, right? And is much like when, right? So what we want is, we want this. Does Haskell have special form type, guys? I know one of the wiki talks how nothing in the language is special. Well, Haskell is a little bit different because the things that are special forms in Lisp are just syntax in Haskell, right? So it's kind of cheating, right? Like special forms are basically like the syntax of Lisp, right? Like something like, right, like you need a basic way to like do conditionals, right? Haskell has things like case and if and the basic function definition form things, right? And these are the equivalent of a special form, right? But there's nothing that is like function shaped that is a special form in Haskell, right? All that stuff is just a function. And Haskell can get away with this because of both purity and laziness. Hello, Big Book of Bug, right? Like you don't need to do, like if you could just write if as a function in Haskell, but it's not really meaning, right? Like they can't have side effects anyway, right? The sorts of things that but you can write this for in contexts that do have side effects. You can write these things as not macros or special forms, but just functions, right? So if we go, can we say Hoogle when, right? Like this is a common if is sugar in it. I mean, it's not sugar at the Haskell level. It's probably sugar at the like. I think cond is probably the primitive at like the whatever lower core or whatever it is beneath Haskell. But in Haskell, it's like a language built in, and you don't have any visibility in it other than this, right? So for example, when, right? This is a common guy you write in Lisp, right? This is like a classic macro, right? You say like, I don't know, when, you know, some condition, message high, right? And when the condition is false, it doesn't go, right? It's a one branch if, right? It's a one branch if, right? This has to be a macro or a special. It's always a macro basically in Lisp, right? It's a very simple macro, right? It's a macro that's basically you translate this to if less than 15 10 message high, and then you just put nil in the else branch. I think in Common Lisp actually the else is optional, right? But like, and you can have any number of else forms, but in something like scheme, right, this is like kind of what you translate this to. Is this actually yeah, it's a macro right here. Here it is, right? They have some warning for the empty body, but it's basically just saying if. Yeah, and the other advantage of it is it lets you put an arbitrary number of things in the then case, right? So there's a prog n here, right? Like foo bar, and it will print both foo and bar, right? It's something, right? This is a common Lisp macro. In Haskell, there's a similar thing. Can I go to an environment where I have Haskell, please? Go to Fig. I'll open Fig. Go to twitch.tv/Fig. It's actually insane that this is a guy, and it's also a guy that we know, and it's also like a guy who is Twitch. Like we name so much stuff after Fig, and then it's like there's a guy like this. Yeah, Haskell doesn't really need if, but it does need case, right? So the point remains, right? It needs some kind of way to do this. Yeah, exactly. This big book of bug. This is you know, so if we look at Haskell, if I say comment run GHCI or comment run GHCI, pop open Haskell, right? There's, in general, like, things don't have side effects in Haskell, so there's no need for this, right? Like, having a conditional with only a then case is not meaningful, right? In the general setting. However, there are some settings where it is meaningful. Like, for example, if I want to like produce like an action in IO that if the condition is true, do the thing, otherwise don't do the thing, right? There is a guy called when. Can I actually import control.monad when? There is a guy called when, right? When has this type, right? When, for some applicative f, you can think of this as monad either, right? Given a Boolean and an f unit, produce an f unit, right? And the semantics of this are only evaluate the second argument if the first argument is true, right? So I can do this here in an like, there's an implicit IO context at the top level of the REPL, right? So I can say things like, I don't know, if less than 510 in the same way, print high. Oh, is this I'm calling this like Lisp. The this is infix. This is we're in infix town now. Right? This is real, right? And this can do the same sort of thing. Haskell is prefix style, yes, in general. I could call this prefix style too. But operators, like, it's not that they, like, operators are just functions, right? Hello, I have IO. They just pretend it doesn't, I suppose. Well, yeah, so it's sort of strange, Captain Pikey, right? There are IO side effects, and of course there are other kinds of side effects too. Like, there are ways you can, like, do mutable, you can mutate memory, you can have a mutable vector or something, right? It's just that those side effects are very controlled, right? So you can sort of think about, like, how do you say? Like, you can sort of think about the IO thing, right? Like, what's the type of print? Right? Print is the thing that returns this IO thing, right? This is just kind of like a label on this saying that, yeah, the thing this returns kind of like lives in this IO world, right? And it kind of like pollutes things that it touches, right? I don't know the degree if you're coming in and you're familiar with Haskell, don't let me just like, if you're right, like it's less about not having side effects, but more so that the side effects are very carefully controlled and you can know what is going to have a side effect or not at compile time, right? You can think about it in other ways too. You can think about it in kind of a way where, like, this IO type kind of represents like a little DSL that you build up programs inside of, and then those programs get returned and the runtime runs that, right? Like there's different ways you can think about it. Of course, nothing truly has no side effects, right? Like, I can write something that loops forever. That's the side effects, right? I can write, you know, but I think Haskell gives you tools to manage things like this. But notably, the thing that we're trying to point out here is that when is not a macro here, right? When is not a macro. How do you read it when the arrow is conditional? What do you mean the arrow is conditional? The arrow, like, in terms of the type arrow? Do you have an example of this? The arrow is never conditional. There is no how do you say in the type for when? Oh yes, here. These are different arrows, right? You might parse this as this. There's a set of parentheses around here. Yeah, f this goes to this. It's because lazy. It's not because lazy in this case. Has all the side effects at the end. Yes. Or, like, they're not really at the end necessarily, because you can have programs. It's just like that you're kind of generating a second program in a weird little sub language called IO, right? That happens to be able to embed programs written in the pure Haskell. The never completes eval. Well, it's not like this, right? It's not the when thing does not in fact rely on laziness at all, right? When it can be defined very simply, right? I can make my when. I can make my when. Let's make a new guy called my when. This guy is like, I'll just define it all in IO for convenience's sake. It takes a Boolean, it takes some IO action, and it returns an IO action. I think I have to do it all in one line if I'm in the REPL. My when true, f is equal to f. My when false, f is equal to nothing. We're pure units, right? And I can use my when in the exact same way now, and it will work. I can say this is 15, right? It's right. I love Scala so much. I mostly use this, but you can swap if you need. Like logo. I think it's not necessarily the dirty thing. It's more so just like how the thing is set up to deal with this kind of thing, right? I don't know. But anyway, the nice thing is that like this doesn't need to be because of a lot of things about the way Haskell evaluate. I guess it's, you know, it's not really laziness, but more so the fact that print high does not print the word high when you evaluate it, right? It prints high when it kind of gets, when the whole IO thing kind of gets run, right? So it's kind of like this a little bit. I don't know. It's more like, this is less like, you shouldn't think of print high as like, okay, print high right now and then return something. It's more so like this returns a value that can then get sequenced with other values, and eventually that whole thing gets run and prints high, right? Yeah, you can build up a big chain of side effects and kind of choose when. Yeah, right? This is sort of the thing. And the method of chaining them is kind of also sort of programmable, right? And this is what monad is. Yeah, this is the guy. If you're asking about the arrow thing, Fade, can we bring up an example of this and bring it into a different, what does when return something in this case? Well, you can see from the type, the thing that when the return type of when, and I'll look at our little my when here. Can I bring this up to I make tests? It does not return that, notably. It returns, yes, it returns IO that, right? Let's break it down. So when is a function with two arguments, right? The first argument is a Boolean, right? It's just a plain old, it's true or false. It's a plain old Boolean. The second argument is this IO thing, right? You can sort of think of this as like, this is like an action that you could do, right? It's not an action that has been done yet. It's sort of like an action that you could do. It's something you could do, maybe. And the something that you could do returns nothing, right? It kind of has nothing inside of it, right? How is it reified? The runtime does this. But in general, I would point out that the rule is there is no way, like okay, for example, like I might have a function called like read inputs, right? Read from standard in, right? What would the type of read from standard in be? It's going to be something like, let's imagine it's IO string, right? This is something you might see, right? This is like, and it's defined, you know, as something. It has some definition that we don't know about yet. If the type of this thing is IO string, like it's not a string, but it's something that like we could like sequence with other things that are doing IO and get the string out and maybe do something with it and then go from there, right? We can if we have an IO string, we can never turn it into a string, but we can like manipulate it inside of the context, right? This is why you can sort of imagine it as like IO being like the type of a DSL, right? This is a way to imagine it, right? Maybe IOA for some A is a program in a domain specific language that when you run the program, it evaluates to an A, right? IO defined somewhere. IO is defined, it's a built-in thing, and it's defined in terms of the Haskell runtime, right? You can sort of think of it as a primitive thing, right? If I say Hugel IO, we can find IO here. And it's going to be defined in terms of like some I think it lowers down to some state manipulation thing, right? This is the thing, right? Like can we find its source? Haskell is very nice for this. It lets you search for things by type. Yeah, it's just going to bring us to like all the internal types. Yeah. The Hugel is really good. It lets you find stuff like, I frequently get this, right? I'll be like, oh, I don't remember the type of the thing that takes like a list of Like, can we go back to Hoogle? We'll have situations where it's like, what's the type of something that like takes a list of things and returns like just one of those things, maybe the head, right? We have from list. It's going to give us stuff that's kind of similar to this for various types, right? I don't know. It's just good, right? It gives us like this often is very useful to like find particular things. This is a kind of a bad example. This is giving us garbage, but okay, can we find IO? Where's IO in the source? Yeah. IO is defined as, a value of type IOA is a computation which, when performed, does some IO before returning a value of type A. There is really only one way to quote-unquote perform an IO action: bind it to main in your program. When your program is run, the IO will be performed. It isn't possible to perform IO from an arbitrary function unless that function is itself in the IO monad and called at some point, directly or indirectly from main, right? IO is, right, sure. And IO is defined as an IOA is a function, a wrapper around a function that takes a state, this internal state thing on the real world, and maps this to right. There's a bunch of like internal bullshit happens here. What is real world defined as? Can we find him even? This gets down into like implementation details of the runtime and like how GHC does things in particular. I don't think by standard this is... We can probably find the Haskell standard and we can see what this is. Can we get this? Haskell 98 standard. I have never looked at this. Flugel? Yeah, the type stuff is so relevant to like how it works, and like they just don't have... You cannot escape, right? Unlike OCaml. OCaml, you can just like add a print to whatever function, and like, but there's no... I mean, you can do this by cheating, right? There is a guy called unsafe perform IO, right? Haskell is standardized, yes. Although there really is only one compiler these days, and the compiler has so many like extensions and things that like let me find where the definition of IO. Where is this? The IO and IO error types. Yes. The IO type serves as a tag for actions that interact with the outside world. The IO type is abstract. No constructors are visible to the user. This means you can't just like make one of these out of nowhere, right? You have to use the functions that they give you. It's an instance of the monad and functor classes. Chapter 7 describes IO operations. That's all they say about it. What does Chapter 7 say? The IO system is purely functional, yet has all the expressive power found in conventional programming languages. To achieve this, okay, they're talking about monad. The IO monad used by Haskell mediates between the values natural to a functional language and the actions that characterize IO operations, right? There's a difference between something having a value and something like a function, like a mathematical function has a value, right? It evaluates to something, right? It does not do something, right? It's not something that like does a thing. It simply has a value, right? Whereas the sort of things we often want to do in programming, like we want to do something, right? We want to print text to the console. We want to read over the network, right? We want to perform an action that has there's a time, and the crucial distinction here is there is a time component to an action, right? An action is something that it's like do this and then do this and then do right. Whereas an evaluation, Haskell 2010 does exist, but this guy is the old guy, right? And I assumed it would be simpler. It's a notion of time. It's a notion of ordering. Yes. The order of evaluation in Haskell is constrained only by data dependencies. An implementation has a great deal of freedom in choosing this order, right? This is something that might differ from a Lisp or a scheme, right? There's all these things in Lisp and scheme. What do they call these guys? Defining how the evaluation orders, right? Like defining what order you evaluate like arguments to functions and things, right? I'm sure we can find, what's the name of these guys? What are the common guys? Evaluation order, evaluation strategy. Do we have, I mean, there's bind, like I guess call by, these are the guys, I guess. Applicative order and normal order. These are the ones, right? Hello, Mod Clonk, welcome in. Like these are guys that you're thinking about all the time, and like you have to like care about this. Haskell literally gives you no guarantee about this, right? Haskell, it doesn't matter what order the arguments are evaluated in, because it's just an implementation detail. It doesn't matter, right? Hello, thank you for the boost. This is in TAPL. But you still need some way to sequence things, right? So Haskell, it provides this IO type. This is actually a terrible description of this, I feel, in the standard. Okay, thank you. They've given me treats. They've given me various tricks and treats. No, function arity. Well, arity is also not a thing. But arity is not a thing for a different reason. Arity is not a thing because all functions are arity 1 in Haskell. But this is the same. You could do this in Lisp too. The more important thing is that it literally doesn't matter what order you evaluate expressions. Who up currying they functions real? Why did it just not show the Walfus message on the screen? This is kind of crazy. Oh, I see. It was the ad. Everything is a thunk. Well, beyond this, it's just that like things don't do anything, right? There's no way, like for example, in Lisp, right? We're currently doing this thing in Lisp where we're considering like we're doing this short circuiting behavior, right? Where like this behavior, right? If I say and nil print x, print high, right? This behavior, like whether or not we evaluate this expression, this is an expression, right? This is an application of a function to an argument, right? Whether or not we evaluate this expression changes the semantics of the program, and what order we evaluate it in changes the semantics of the program. Correct, right? Like if we evaluate this, it does something, right? In Haskell, nothing can do anything, right? So it doesn't actually matter when or how many times we evaluate expressions. There are of course rules for this, but they're mostly, it doesn't really matter in terms of day-to-day programming, right? How or there is behavior and you can, it doesn't matter. It mostly matters for like certain things terminating or not. But like in general, right, if I have an expression, I can evaluate it 0 times or 1 times or 1,000,000 times, and it doesn't change anything, right? It doesn't actually matter when I evaluate the argument, like, right? Because they're just a value, right? It's almost like yeah, I don't know, right? Like it's hard to convey this if it's not like, yeah. Function, yeah, it's the thing the person came in, they were talking about functions being procedures, right? They're not procedures, right? They're just like a definition, right? They're just like, they don't do anything. They purely evaluate to a result, right? Like I can say like, I don't know, where's our test.hs again? How do you reason about the runtime performance of things if the calc this is you have struck to the heart of the issue. This is very difficult to do. This is kind of one of the, but again, I would like to emphasize that the laziness is not inherent to anything we've been saying here, right? The laziness is actually quite irrelevant to any of the stuff we've been talking about just now. Laziness is another thing that Haskell has. However, you could write a strict version of Haskell that has the same, this doesn't quite matter here, right? It's tangential, right? Laziness, it does make it very difficult to predict the performance characteristics of things, unless you are very, it is, I think I can honestly say this is very difficult, right? It's not just like purely like, I mean, clearly I'm not as experienced in it as I could be, right? But I have spent a fair bit of time staring at profiling results, right? And have tried to, in both work and play, and I am not good at it, and it is hard. But you can imagine a world where this is not lazy. PureScript is like this, for example. Or Idris, right? PureScript is a Haskell-ish language. It typically compiles to JavaScript. Does big O notation still apply? Yes, in the same way, right? Things still have different asymptotic performance, and you have to be aware of this. And I mean, of course, you often don't know exactly what code is going to be run and when, but that's the compiler's job to do something believable. And in strict languages, it's a little more obvious when this happens, I think. But in general, right, the same thing holds. In a purely functional language, it doesn't really matter what order you evaluate arguments in, right? This is hello Minecraft YT200. We're logging on to Minecraft YouTube in 2026. Hello. the like the thing that matters is that like expressions do not do things. Expressions merely are evaluated to a value, right? They are evaluated, right? They are given of their value is determined. How does laziness affect runtime performance then? Well, it affects runtime performance because, well, first of all, sometimes it is difficult to know if something will even get run, and then from there it's difficult to know when something will get run. And also, oftentimes the thing that it affects is space, right? Because oftentimes you can end up in weird spots where like you're accidentally kind of like leaking space because you have things like accumulating in like the lexical and like and you have to save the thunks too. Laziness can actually also speed up programs, and in fact there are some cases where Haskell being lazy, I think the main argument for Haskell being lazy is that there are some cases where laziness allows the compiler to simplify things in a way that reduces their asymptotic complexity, right? It reduces their big O. This mostly comes from the fact that like, you know, like if you were to like, there's situations where it's like, okay, do this and then that, and you can instead fuse them to like do things one at a time. And this sometimes allows you to like have a simplification where like you can actually make the thing less like you can reduce the complexity of the algorithm, right? Hello Astolfo Traps, also welcome in. So yeah, I don't know. The lazy versus strict thing is sort of a secondary. This is sort of a different concern, but like there are arguments to be made on both sides for this. I have kind of come to the thing. Do you know Idris? I have written a little bit of Idris. I like it's not like I've ever written like a big piece of software in this, but I've played with this on and off over the years. It's a cool thing. The time cost is deferred until you really need the thing. Yeah. You remember the whole there's endless nuance here. But basically what the IO thing provides a little kind of like structured mini language for sequencing, right? It's a little thing that lets you sequence things that mean do thing, and the only way to actually do thing is in main, right? Main, and you don't even technically do thing in main. You can more think of it as like main returns something that has this type, right? But main, you know, there's other ways we can do stuff with it in main, right? I could say like main is read from standard in print, right? Where this guy is like a funny little operator that combines things that kind of have a certain shape, that have a shape that looks like, I don't know, that have a shape that looks like I'm gonna specialize this to IO, that looks like IOA to A to IOB to IOB. Is it flat map? It's basically flat map. It is flat map, but yeah, but it's flat map that's not necessarily over a data structure. It's not flat map in the same sense that it's like, okay, I'm flattening out lists. It's flat map in a broader sense. As a shape, what is the meaning in the sense that you use it? Well, this is, I mean, I'm saying shape here. I mean type, right? The like, yeah. I'm trying to keep the thing simplified a little bit. If you have, it's really hard to like sometimes get to the point of misunderstanding with these things. Not in a categorical sense, no, just in the normal sense of like it's this, right? In actuality, it's a more general thing where this IO is actually any M, where M satisfies some constraints. I think you were asking what happens when these things are conditional, right? This is what you were asking before. Like this, I can sort of see this, right? There is a sort of sense where this monad M thing, right? This specifies a condition, right? A little bit for like what M can be. This is checked by the compiler at compile time before the code is run. Right? What this is a thing Haskell has called a type class. I think this is kind of a bad name for it. The word class is very overloaded. I think it's easier to call this an interface, right? This is an interface constraint. It's eager. Yeah. Well, this is outside of evaluation. The type checking stuff, there's no laziness going on, right? But this is before the code runs, right? This is being checked on my computer, and then I could compile the code and have it run on my phone, right? And it would never be checked once on my phone, right? That's not like the type stuff does not matter at runtime, right? It matters only at compile time. And there's a very, very strong compile runtime sort of delineation, right, compared to something like Lisp, right? There is type checking, right? And then the program is deemed type correct, and then this is compiled down to whatever representation, and then later this can be run, right? There is no mixing of these things, really. Of course, you can maybe invoke the compiler if you really need to, right? But it's not quite like that, right? It's not, yeah. Called a burrito. Yeah, this is sort of a thing they say, but I don't really know. It's like a burrito where you can merge 2 tortillas into 1 tortilla, right? It's kind of tough. Things that are timeless are neither eager nor lazy. They just are, right? Yeah, like it just is. It's full of things that type check but do not compile. I am very surprised. Like I would say it's almost, these things are almost synonymous, right? In Haskell, almost in general. I mean, like, I would love to see an example of this. Basically, this is not type checking is basically synonymous with not compiling in my mind, right? Of course, there are other ways you can not compile, like it doesn't parse. But if you're not parsing, it's not even trying to type check, right? It doesn't even get that far. It's not even a syntactically well-formed program if it doesn't parse. Yeah, I don't know. It is definitely a very different mindset than the Lisp mindset. It's a very, very, like, yeah. Every time, oh yeah, I do not envy this. God forbid you try and install Pandoc or something. But yes, I think Colton would explain a lot of this, right? With more familiar syntax, right? Colton has all of these same concepts, right? Like Colton also even has like the IO stuff and the monad stuff. Colton, it is fearsome. Yeah, these things are fearsome to build. And Haskell very much has like this heavy dependency culture, kind of like Rust, right? Where like things will have like a couple hundred dependencies sometimes, and it's gonna take a long time. Yeah, Colton is very, yeah. Colton is like heavily Haskell inspired. And Colton has the same IO concepts. Can we find one of these guys? Like read file to string. No, is this actually, does Colton not do the IO thing? I think they might not. Did I misinterpret this? They definitely do the result thing. They may be ML flavored in this sense where you can just do IO. I don't actually remember. I naturally wasn't doing very much IO during Advent of Code. Can I find one of these guys? Do I just not do this? No, I think you can just do IO and not have it be, and just have it be normal. Ever messed around with Mercury? No, I have not seen this, but that is very interesting. iStream, OStream, kind of like this a little bit, maybe. Where's one of these random guys? Yeah, yeah, you can just say this. There's no IO type, which I guess this would make it kind of clumsy. There probably is a library maybe to do it like this. Have you worked with Troff Groff before? Is this the format that man pages are in? This is like an old typesetting thing. An old Unix thing. Why does the logo resemble this? Because there are still monads in this. They still have monad stuff, but not for IO. They have like a monad type class for state. They have all the usual fellows, state and optional and results and all these guys. Colton IO, is this the fellow? Typeset entirely in Troff? Yeah. This is kind of the old school thing. I see. Yes, okay, this does do the thing. It looks like. Would have been more natural in Colton? Almost certainly. It would have at least, well, it gives you the monad part. It gives you the monad part at least. So this is it might be interesting to try and port this. But of course, like, yeah. It's not like monad is a language feature, right? It's just having the type system to express this concept in a way that is useful is a language feature, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I like how fast is it's within 50 to 80% speed. This is really good. It's kind of true. Remove VIP from Gene Famous. This is crazy stuff. This is they're killing Gene Famous jets around here. The shout out to jets, by the way. Heavily modified fork of parsnip. Yeah, I need to check this out. Basically made it conformant with parsec. Smells of code. Hello Ivalon. What is friend saying? Yeah, friends going goofy mode on it a little bit. I don't know. Colton's really cool though. I want to play more with it. It's a little bit tricky to use in some places, and it does not mesh well in some cases with the image world of. I have had some cases where like I'll evaluate something and it doesn't work, and I'll evaluate it again and it will give me the type error, or I'll like evaluate it the first time and it doesn't. There's occasional weirdness when it comes to this crossover, right? Of like I have functions that have types that are currently defined and I'm like redefining them and I have to check every. Yeah, really want to code, but I can't be asked with all the. You should just do it. I think it will be less of a headache than you think, Niesel. I think it could be way easier. Quantum compiler. This is one of the few cases where the word quantum is being used in a way that is not crazy. Because Robert Smith does work on Quill. And I think Colton is used. They're using this guy over here. And Quill is like an actual like real deal, like one of the funny experimental languages going quantum computer style, right? This is like, so yes. Well, it's not to run on an actual quantum computer. It's like an instruction language for it is sort of the quantum computer, or like a thing that runs this language is this, right? I guess rather, this is the thing that takes the low-level quantum instruction set and produces native code from it, right? So of course, if you write like Shor's algorithm or whatever on this to factor, you know, your thing, right? This is not going to like have the performance characteristics that it would on a real hypothetical quantum computer. However, it lets you write the algorithm, right? It lets you write the algorithm in the way that you presumably would need to write it. The misunderstood thing, it bugs me. Yes, I prefer not to say this word at all, but this is one of the cases where this is not like some cranky thing. This is like a real thing that is real. In fact, I think people have come in the past and been like how do you say they've been talking about quantum things, and I have pointed them at this. So I think what's the answer about the conditional arrows? Let's write an example. Here's how it all works. I can have a type called foo. Right? And foo is, I don't know, it's a wrapper around an integer. I could also have a type called bar, and bar is a wrapper around a string. Right? Maybe something like this. And I maybe I also have a type called Baz, which is a wrapper around, I don't know, like some big thing, you know, like, I don't know, maybe it's a wrapper around functions from int to int, right? I might define a type class or an interface, right? This is not a class in the OOP sense, but it's like an interface called like toString, maybe. Right? And what it means for something to be toString, it means there's a function called toString, right? And toString takes an A and it produces a string. Right? You follow? This is just like an interface kind of saying, okay, for some A, that A is a toString if there's a thing that exists, right, called this. And I can implement that for different guys, right? I can right? I can say instance toString foo, where I don't know, this is toString foo I is equal to show I. This is like okay, this is just like, I don't know, convert int to string I, right? Something like this. I can write an instance of toString bar where toString, you know, bar s, it's just the string that's inside of bar. You follow? I'm just saying, like, these guys are easy guys to turn into strings if I want. I can define this thing that says, okay, in order to, I have this toString interface where I define this thing called toString, and it means there has to be a function from the thing to a string. The A, where the A here is foo, the A here is bar. I maybe don't want to write a toString for Baz. I don't really have a convenient way to turn a function from int to a string. In fact, there is no real way I can do. I guess I could sample the function on many integers or something, but there's not really a convenient way to do this. So I just won't write an instance there, right? Let's say I write another function then called print, right? What will print do? Print is going to be called, I'm going to take some value, I'm going to, you know, print it out. I'm going to do some IO, right? We can ignore this for now, right? But the thing that print needs is class. It's not really classes in the it's interfaces. Interfaces are the thing. The word class is like the wrong word entirely, right? It's closest, if you're in the OOP context, this is closest to the Java interface. You can think of it as the Java interface, but much more powerful. Much more general, I guess, is the word for this, right? I can't print anything though. Right? Or maybe let's call it greets, right? We want to say or like wish happy birthday, right? This takes an A and produces a string, but we need to like do stuff with this, right? So we need to say like the A is something that we can turn into a string in the first place, right? Maybe wish happy birthday is just like append a bunch of strings together, right? So it's going to be like happy birthday, comma, append this with the string, you know, like toString s, append this to, let's call this x instead, append this to exclamation point, right? Do you see, right? So this is a function, hello dark compile, this is a function that takes an A, where A is something that is a toString, and it returns a new string, right? And what it does is it takes that thing, we call it x. Yeah, we can call this, right? We can call it and we can produce a thing, right? So for example, if we were in you know, let's say we're in our REPL, right? This is a comment, right? If we're in our REPL and we wrote wish happy birthday 10, what would this do? This would produces a type error. Yes, right? It produces a type error because 10 is an integer. An integer is not toString. We have defined toString here, and we have said there are two things that are toString. toString can be foo. Foo is toString and bar is toString, right? So this is a type error. We correct our mistake. We could say wish happy birthday foo 10. Right? Because foo is a thing that takes an integer, right? It's a thing that kind of wraps an integer. This is what this syntax means. This just means like you can say foo and then give it an integer and it makes you a foo, right? It's kind of wonky here. Convert into string convert. Well, because it's not a foo, right? It's an integer. Right? Right? Like if I say this produces the string happy birthday 10. Let's imagine, right? This is not a type error because the type of 10 is integer, and integer does not satisfy the constraint toString, right? The type of this is foo, and this does satisfy the constraint. How do we know it satisfies the constraint? Because we defined that. We defined an instance for it up here, right? If we say wish happy birthday bar, you know, LLCOLONQ, right? This produces the string happy birthday LCOLONQ, right? As in the same way, because there is an instance to toString for this, right? If we say wish happy birthday, you know, like I don't know, like computer, right? This produces a type error, right? And the type error will be the type string does not have there's no instance for the class toString A for string, right? We could define that instance easily if we wanted to. We could say instance toString string, where toString x equals x, right? Just like a trivial thing, it just is a string. But until we define that instance, this is an error. There is no, right? Like, it doesn't know our intentions. This is just an interface that we've written, right? And we have to tell it how it works, right? We have to tell it what is allowed to be this, right? Similarly, right? Our third type, Baz, right? We could say wish happy birthday Baz, and Baz wants a function, like, you know, it wants a function from integers to integers. So we could give it like, I don't know, +1. This is like this is like syntax for lambda x +1, right? This also produces a type error for the same reason, right? We just have not defined this, right? So it's like this, right? What the constraint means is when this is checked at compile time, it means we have to find if there is an instance for the type, right? When I pass foo to wish happy birthday, right? What the type of this actually is for all a, we could say for all a type toString a, right? This is what it kind of looks like, right? So there's this type variable a, right? Because I'm passing, say, let's consider the 10 case. Because I'm passing an integer as the first argument, right? It knows it performs unification, right? Like Prolog style unification. You have seen this maybe. This is a thing. Can we find this? Unification computer science, right? Of, you know, given solving equations for, this is a very simple equation, right? We're just giving it, you know, right? Like it knows that, but in general it performs a sort of unification, and it knows that, okay, a must be integer because we are passing an integer for the argument of type a. Therefore, we know that that thing must satisfy toString, right? So then it can check. Hello, Colonq, welcome in. The more things change, the more they stay the same. People have done this forever. The corrupting friend, making him evil. So we can check if this is the case. This is just the case based on which of these instance definitions are in scope, right? It's kind of weird. This is one of the weird rough edges of Haskell. These guys are kind of just like global. So like if you import something that has these kind of instance definitions, you just have them around. But in general, you can think of it as just, yeah, if these instances exist, right? If there is an it says, okay, A is int. Is there an instance of toString int? If yes, when we're all well and good, right? This works. If no, it does not work, right? And there is a type error. The value of nothing. Yes, at compile time, there are no values, right? They're straight up, like, we are not even considering like the 10. We are only considering the fact that 10 has type int. You can kind of consider the type checker as a separate programming language, right? You can imagine it being a separate programming language where you're not really evaluating things you're not really evaluating things on their values. You're evaluating things just on their types, and there are different rules, right? So like plus, instead of having like this thing where it actually like adds numbers, it just has a rule related to the types of its arguments. When Haskell knows what is the type of everything, because the type in the Haskell sense is not for optimization purposes. It is for checking purposes. And in fact, the reason why they take so long to compile is because the checking is expensive. Why is there a radio behind your voice? Is there? Oh, it might be friend talking. Hello, Pete Eater. This looks suspiciously like Haskell and not funny Lisp assembler. We kind of made some good progress on this, but we have been talking about Haskell. Welcome back, Pete's. Can we shout out Pete's? Yeah, that sound is friend talking. So and in fact, there's kind of, I think there's kind of a world where you can think of type checking as a form of abstract interpretation, which is a very rich kind of field of static analysis. I think I have not thought about it very hard, but I think you probably can make this. You probably can frame type checking in this way. I don't know. Anyway, don't quote me on that though. But it's like a whole separate program that runs. There's a language saying that some language type checkers isn't guaranteed to complete, not Turing complete. This is probably the usual word of this is for this is probably undecidable. There are certain things you can do to the Haskell, like, right, again, we're giving a very simple example with this just being toString A. The thing that makes this complex is that this A is not necessarily just a type. It can be like a thing that makes a type. And also there can be multiple variables in this, and there can also be multiple constraints that share variables, right? So you can almost, like, the thing that actually solves these constraints, it has to do quite a lot of work, right, at compile time, right? It's like almost like a whole ass prologue doing these sort of like inferences, right? There's quite a lot of inference you have to perform in the general case to like figure out like whether these things are satisfied. So this is kind of the thing. It's extremely time expensive, yes, and GHC is also just very large and is very big and has a lot of features. It's going to be similar to like rustc in this sense. He's a big behemoth of a guy. Like I think GHC is like, and lines of code is a pretty bad metric for these things, but just in terms of the scale of this, like what is the I don't know how big this guy is even. He's easily hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lines. He's huge. LCOLONQ Drowsinch. Good night, Max Sylvester. Thank you. Yeah, but that's the thing. Jamie, pull up GHC's source code. I guess we can just clone the source, but it doesn't really matter that much. I don't want to get too right, but it's a big thing developed over many years by many people, and it does a lot, right? Because you have to do a lot of nonsense to compile a language like this well, right? Because Haskell's pretty fast is the other thing, right? Like Haskell like compiles to pretty good native code, and especially considering like how it is, right? And they're doing a lot to make this happen. Yeah. Does it do type erasure when it compiles? Yes. Can you do reflection things? No. Not that I am aware. Not without doing a lot of nonsense. Types are a compile time concept. There may be some technical sense where this is wrong and you can have some extension for this, but types are a compile time concept. In general, I would say this, right? If it exists at runtime, it is something that is not a type. It is, I mean, but how useful this delineation is, like, you don't want to just be pedantic about it, but like I think it's useful to like be clear what we're talking about here, right? The types that we're talking about here are something that exists when you compile the code. They do not, what are the things at runtime? They're just values, right? They're just, I don't know, sizes of, things in memory or something like this, but in general, like there's like at Haskell, there's nothing that like gives toString has to get a thing from the world. Yes, you may be striking on the appropriate point where toString has to actually do, like, this function has to actually do different things, right? If I read a program that is called, like, I don't know, wish multiple happy birthdays, right? And this takes I don't know, a foo, and it takes a bar and it produces a string, right? Wish multiple happy birthdays FB, and this is like wish happy birthday F, and append this with wish happy birthday B, right? You're kind of striking to the core of the thing where these have to do different things, right? And they have to do different things based on the type, right? It has to do a different thing based on what type it is, right? And what type it is based on, right? Like the foo thing has to do this convert into string business, right? And the bar thing has to do this, it just returns S. The types are not there at runtime. What happens here is the way this gets compiled is that this thing implicitly takes a V table. Every instance of the class Like this instance kind of has a representation at runtime, right? Not the type itself, but it's a type's instance of a particular class kind of gets turned into basically like, if you in a C++ sense, right? Like what is like a V table for polymorphism? Yeah, there is a memory and time cost to this kind of indirection, right? This doesn't happen for normal types, right? It only happens for the class thing, right? If I'm just doing stuff with foos and bars, right? And I'm not doing this like type class instance stuff, right? I don't need the V table. I can just know what function to call, right? But if the thing is like, or if I write a function, for example, that like is like, I don't know, head may, right? That takes a list of A's and returns maybe an A, and like this is a polymorphic function, right? This is a function that is polymorphic, right? It's polymorphic over lists of any type. This does not have the vtable overhead, right? You don't need a vtable for this because you're not doing anything with the A's, right? But if you constrain the A's somehow and say like, okay, the A's have to be able to perform some operation, which is basically what the constraint says, right? What this is saying is that there has to be this definition to string that exists for A, right? The way this happens at runtime is that there's a vtable, and I think these will try to be aggressively optimized out also. Like if I only do this in one, right? Like, and maybe it even like I think there's cases where it'll create different monomorphized versions of this. Like there's not actually anything that like says what will happen at runtime. But in the general like sense where if I was implementing this myself, I would make this translate to like, okay, there's got to be a vtable. This thing has to receive the vtable for toString. Where I'm saying vtable, what I mean is a record of function pointers, a struct of function pointers, where there's one function pointer for each one of these, right? There needs to be a function to string foo to string, right? And the function is here, yeah. Defaults to laziness and everything, yeah. This is the usual thing is that it's just hard to predict how things will perform, and it's not very intuitive. How are they matched? Well, they're matched not at runtime. Right? It knows at compile time which vtable it needs to pass when the thing is called, right? It knows right here at this call site at compile time. Because here at compile time, it knows, like here in this function, it doesn't know, right? Right? In the code for this function, right? It doesn't know what A is. It just knows that it has to have this toString thing. So this function that has the constraint needs to have the vtable passed to it to know what to do with the toString, right? Here, however, it knows that F is foo. So at the call site, this is where it can just pass the vtable. It knows what it says. It knows like, hey, wish happy birthday needs the vtable for toString foo, and it can just pass that in statically, right? It can just be like, okay, that this is this constant that lives here, pass it in. So it doesn't actually need to do any sort of like lookup at runtime. It just needs to know like, okay, here. Yeah, I mean, this is really the thing with Haskell, right? You are given almost it's a truly declarative language, right? You are like how your program runs is sort of like immaterial, right? That's the compiler's job to figure out how it runs. Your job is to say what it is, right? You just give it the what, and then the compiler figures out the how, right? And this is very different than like almost anything. Prolog's kind of like this, but like even then. I feel like you worry about the how in Prolog more than Haskell even, right? You're worried about like cuts and shit like this. Must be so hard to optimize. Yes, also hence why GHC is so gigantic. And yeah. When's the Prolog stream? When I write one soon. When I write one for Elfland. We wrote that data log a while ago, and now this sort of has me fiending to like do proper Prolog with like, instead of like data log's kind of silly, right? Data log's just like you exhaustively generate all cases. I want to do proper Prolog with like, I want to learn about the fucker Warren Abstract's machine. We are going majorly on the Warren report soon. The cuts, yeah, like there's things in Prolog you can do to like stop backtracking early, which is like a technically non-declarative thing to do, but you do this for like performance reasons. You have to be very aware of this when you're like trying to write Prolog that actually like does stuff, I think. This is sort of a tricky thing. Yeah. It would also be fun to do a stream where we run GHC. Like GHC has like, there's like 5 different intermediate representations. I'm sure we can find them. Intermediate representations. I have not even looked at these too much, other than like, you know, offhand. Like, can we find them? Core, CMM. I want to see like a wiki page that like lists them all. Do they mention this on this Stanford page? Yeah, this is the GHC goes from Haskell to like some like internal mostly Haskell thing. To core, which is like a typed lambda calculus guy. To STG, which is like a core like thing that makes the laziness, like it makes the thunk stuff more like it's not like as implicit. To CMM, which is like basically the CMM stands for C minus minus, right? This is like a minimal C down to assembly. So yeah, people wrote Haskell in Lisp at Yale in the early 90s. Yeah, there used to be quite a few Haskells. There were a bunch of these. Now Glasgow has one basically. There's mostly only G. There was another guy called Hugs fairly recently, but GHC is the main one that's around still, and GHC is written in Haskell. Barely resembles C minus. Yeah, but this is its origin, right? It's a C-ish sort of flavored thing. Hello JJazz _. Welcome in. It is the SPCL. Yeah, even more so than this, because at least there are other Lisps, right? There's like Lispworks and like you know, there's C-Lisp and ECL and like all, there's like what's the one that runs on the JVM? There's a ton of these, right? But like Haskell, it really is only GHC these days, right? Is there a WASM C? There is a WASM target for GHC these days. There was a JavaScript target for the longest time, called GHC.js. I think these days there is just a WASM backend. I have not actually played with this at all. But like this is a thing that is real. You can be doing this. I don't know what the library support looks like. I suspect it's maybe good. I don't know. I think people were building pretty substantial stuff on GHC.js back in the day. Remember, there's a place called Obsidian, I think. I remember this. There used to be a Obsidian Systems Reflex. People were doing front-end web stuff in Haskell using a library called Reflex. And this company, Obsidian Systems, has like a whole thing, they haven't touched this in years, so I presumably they're doing something else now. This was like a whole environment to like build Haskell to JavaScript with Nix and do like functional reactive programming in like the front end in Haskell. I don't know. There's cool shit here. I wonder what they're doing now. What the current thing is. I mean, they're maintaining Reflex, which is this still extant? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Getting back to the FRP stuff, I guess this is the main FRP library these days. I don't know. Reflex platform, a curated package set instead of tools that let you build Haskell packages so they run on a variety of platforms. This is like a Nix guy. They can build this to JavaScript too. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on here. I don't know how actively they're doing this kind of thing. IHP is pretty cool. This is what do they call it? This is like one of the big Haskell web frameworks. I don't really know about this. I think this guy's like very macro heavy, which I haven't played with him that much. I have other preferences when it comes to Haskell web stuff. For the stream stuff, I'm using something very simple. That's kind of like it's just a very dumb thing. For serious stuff in the past, I've used this guy called Servant. This is one of the coolest things. This is like I would go so far as calling this like the killer app of Haskell. This guy does crazy stuff. This guy lets you can specify your API as a type, right? You write a type that describes your API, and then you can generate. You can just from the type, you can like attach handlers to this to like respond to the API. You can have it automatically like generate a client for you just as part of the type, but just for not like as like a code generation thing. You can just say like, hey, give me the client functions for this type, and you get them. And you can also generate like external, actually do code generation for other languages, right? I wrote a little browser game a long time ago. How is that possible? Well, you can fully describe like the kind of the shape of the browser API. Like, okay, there are these endpoints, and those endpoints return JSON that gets deserialized to these other types. You can fully describe this at the type level, and then you can just like make your things like, right. It's so good. It's really hard to explain without seeing it. But we need to play with this at some point. It's really, really good. I was doing this for a while in. I was writing a browser game that was pure script on the front end, Haskell on the back end, and I was using this to describe the API and then automatically generating as part of the build pure script types for the API. So instead of having to do all the stuff like saying, okay, grab this thing and get, then this thing returns JSON at this URL, and then I need to desugar the JSON to the right type, I would just like, the definitions were just all in one place, and I would just say, okay, get game entity or whatever on the front end. And it would just get the thing, and I wouldn't have to deal with like the JSON stuff at all. Like all the serialization stuff just happens. Hello, Uo Slab, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, my friend. How's it going? Hello raiders. What were you up to? Hello. You should check out Uo Slab if you don't know this person. Long 12. Wait, did he go all day? I was lurking in Uo Slab this morning when he was playing fucking Lego Star Wars. This is crazy stuff here. Can we shout out Uo Slab? You should check this guy out for real. Hello everybody. I'm LCOLONQ. I pretend to be letters. This is my thing. We do letter pretending streams where we go on here and we pretend to do letters and talk. He was buying a house on Temu. I see. And we are okay. It's kind of niche. Can we explain what we're doing here? We like compilers. If you don't know what a compiler is like a thing that translates a programming language into like code that your computer can execute, right? We are interested in compilers. We are also interested in assemblers, which is a program that translates a lower level programming language into something your computer can execute. Yes, I'm melting. You can control all the stuff on the model. It's currently showing a clip from Slab, I think. I don't know if we can see him. I don't know what stream is this? There's some kind of dartboard or some kind of, this is like Beyblade or some kind of robot battle, I think. This is the arena. Thank you for all the follows also, everybody. Hi. If you like this stuff, you can go here. I'm going to proceed to rant about crazy bullshit now. I'm going to be doing the crazy bullshit ranting part now. Thank you. Hello. The Temu coin fight. Okay, I see. This is what it is. We have been writing assemblers here for a while. And we're writing assemblers in kind of a weird way. And I don't mean we're writing assembly language, but we're doing that too. We are writing assemblers. So recently we wrote an assembler for ARM. In particular, we wrote an assembler for ARM, which is the architecture that the Game Boy Advance runs. Do you know this guy? This fucker? You might have had one of these when you were a child. I had one of these when I still have this. I have one on my desk right now. I love this guy. I love logging in and playing Pokemon Emeralds. I love playing Mario and Luigi. This kind of stuff, right? SP Gang, yeah, real. This is I also had this. This was my original guy. The blue GBA SP. I want to know about this because I'm kind of, I feel like I have a lot of nostalgia for this, so I want to learn more about it. I want to learn how he goes. Did my whole screen just freeze? It did. My whole screen just died. They killed us. I think this is literally my GPU crashing. Can we escape? Is it possible for us to escape from this hell? Okay. You're gonna have to join me on a magical journey, computer. The same thing happened. I've been getting this. I'm running the stream off of a Steam Deck, and sometimes the GPU drivers just go like, "We hate you now. You need to die. You need to die now. You have overextended your welcome." Okay, but I'm gonna remotely log in, and I'm gonna kill everything. I'm gonna do kill. Can we do kill? Perform killing. Whisper the killing word. Power word kill. Does this go? Does this go? Okay, that goes. That goes. And now we're gonna be back. You're gonna be able to see again. Now we're here. Hello. Hi. They put us here now. And here, when you're in here, you can maybe do some stuff. You can maybe perform a little bit more mischief. Can I get my keyboard working? Are we allowed to type? Apparently we're not allowed to type. This actually just ate my inputs. Yeah, running off of a Steam Deck. Yeah, it's a Steam Deck that's running NixOS, so it's not really like a we wiped the guy. Can we start X again? Bring me back. Bring me fucking back, bros. Yeah, I mean, ironically enough, the Steam Deck is actually the most powerful machine we have ever run the stream off of. So it's a little bit, it's kind of good. If I do this, we get over here. Bring me here. Bring me over here, please. Can I do this? Can I do this? Bring us fucking back. Bring us back from the goddamn brink. Okay. Okay. I like this place. Actually been thinking about making my own language, but never had the motivation. You should do this. You should do this for real. And if you need to do this, you can ask us. We have so many people who are like compilers freaks around here. Thank you, Fly to the. Thank you, everyone. For, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm sitting here thinking I'm not gonna say it. Thank you, Mocha Moo Bear, and Pasta Sauce Person, and the Angry Ambulance Mechanic, and Poi Zarple, and King Epic 84. Hey, Epic, and Liz the Turkey, and Danny _ Bono's Dump Truck, and Happy _ Sloth 18, and It Just Got Serious, and Buckus Weedicus, and Acadia 21, and May Sucks, and Stringlaps, and Loki Scarlet, and Kimchi VT, and Fly to the Moon, and Mac 10 Hero, and The True Covenant, and Sanguine Void. Hello, everyone. And ZASDF SADFAS 23. Hello. Bring me back, please. I was just trying to talk about, they always are rudely interrupting me. They're sending radio waves to mess me up. They send waves over the radio to interfere with my situation. Can we come back? Can we come back? Hello, Noctalia. Welcome in too. Hello, it's me again. It's me again. They brought me back here. Anyway, what we've been doing recently is we've been writing assemblers. I don't have time to actually dive this deep. This is good though. I'm glad you like it. Hello, Keswick too. What's up? They put me on here. Hello. You can modify this guy, Loki Scarlet. You can do mods. You can do mods on him. You might not have seen this, but if you go to the channel points, if you go to channel points and you type stuff, you can put stuff on, right? Oh, sorry. We became narrow. We became narrow for a second because the theme was changed. That's sort of a problem. If you do palette swap, if I say red, hello, right? You'll notice that my hair now is red and it says hello. You can do this yourself in chat room. This is a feature that is available to you. We made this. You can also put other things on it though. Like you can do, instead of colors, you can do emotes. So you can say stuff like this. You can say stuff like, you can do 7TV emotes even. You can say stuff like Joel. And you can also do like other streams and YouTube videos, which kind of goes. Can I switch out of Forsen mode briefly? You can subject me to all sorts of indignities. It's kind of good. It's kind of good a little bit. Luca Tim. But yes, there's various nonsense you can perform. Anyway, we've been writing these assemblers. We wrote an assembler in Emacs Lisp for the Game Boy Advance, and we use this to make a little GBA game, and it's totally from scratch. There's no, like, I don't even mean from scratch like we wrote it in C. Like typically people are, I made a little thing from scratch. It's written in, no. It's written from scratch in the sense that we just wrote a program that spits out bytes. It's a program that just spits out bytes, and those bytes are machine code for the GBA. So if I run this little guy, you can see what we've been up to. It's a little game. You can walk around, you can encounter monsters, you can fight monsters. You can, right? There's various things you can do, right? The way this is written, if you look at the source of this, is it's a can we find a good example of this? It's an Emacs Lisp program that has embedded assembly, and we wrote all of the thing to like turn the assembly into the machine code, right? This is the idea, right? We're writing programs in a very non-standard sort of way, right? Rather than just like passing code to a compiler, we're kind of like living inside of the compiler and kind of writing the compiler also. So we did a bunch of stuff with this recently. We also put audio and video on there. We figured out how to like get audio and video on a cart. Like this thing here was my business card this year that I gave out at TwitchCon. This runs on a GBA, right? You can put this on a real cartridge and run this in your Game Boy Advance. Thank you for First Blood. I made the volume really loud because you need to see. Yes. Anyway, this is the idea. We're kind of moving on. Hello, Neon Net Lag. We're sort of moving on to trying to do this not on the Game Boy Advance anymore. We want to run it on your computer. This is the idea now. What if instead of producing code that runs on some old console, what if we produce code that runs on you? It runs on your human body, on your computer. So what we're doing for this is we had to write a bunch of shit. We have written the bones, at least, of an x86 assembler in eLisp. Further complicating this little project is we would like to, instead of running this in Emacs Lisp, I would like to even further reduce the dependencies and run this on a Lisp that we wrote ourselves. And even further than this, we would like to have that Lisp that we wrote be able to compile itself eventually. So we have this little Lisp that's written in like a very minimal C. Can we bring this up? It's github.com LCOLONQ/pit. We wrote this a few months ago. Hello, Breadfish64. My brain flashing cable. Doing this to get around the Ken Thompson. Well, you can't really avoid this because even though I'm doing this, I still will need like an original C unless you do at least one step of compilation by hand. There's no way to avoid the trusting trust thing, right? In order to get around that, you ultimately have to at least be producing some amount of machine code by hand. And this is I mean, there are ways you can do this. There are like bootstrapping projects that build this up from like you have to like understand 1,000 bytes or something. But that is not quite what we're doing. But it's sort of in the theme of this, right? But we made this little Lisp. And our goal now is to write a C compiler in this little Lisp that is like good enough that it can compile its own source code. And it's, it's really, we just need like a minimal C compiler and enough of a libc that we can do some basic stuff. CS degree was a scam. Well, I don't think so about this. I think I'm not even like, I would say that you can probably do way more things than you think you can do, Kimchi VT, if you devote some time and attention to it, right? I think this is like, I think people tend to doubt their own capabilities. So I would yes, and this is also very niche too. So don't, we're here mostly, we're not really here to get jobs. Yeah, your expertise is elsewhere. You know about all kinds of things I don't know anything about, right? And we're here primarily to have fun, not to make money or whatever, right? So but yes, the goal is to write a compiler for this. So we're porting our assembler to this little Lisp from eLisp, and that has basically is requiring us to add many additional features to our bad Lisp. And I don't know where we ended off. We were on kind of a long tangent talking about something else entirely, talking about Haskell. People are magicians. I think you should also not glorify having a degree. I think not to insult the degree holders. I have a degree, but I think the average computer science degree tells you almost nothing about the person's capabilities. It's a very weak signal either direction. I think you know, there are better ways to tell, probably, like having a 5-minute conversation with somebody, right? This is this is probably a better way. Yeah, definitely don't feel. Anyway, what were we doing? Did we get this working? I think we did, didn't we? Can we run /pits x86.lisp? No. No, it just doesn't work. No, we were calling register. We were trying to make and or work, right? Oh, we were leaving off like our or macro didn't work. You can't bait people like that. Well, I don't know. It's true. Does pit make the code go? Yes, pit is the binary that runs the interpreter. I think what we left off, our implementation of or did not. Oh, this is what it was, right? We were implementing or, like the or, like Boolean or, like being able to say like, you know, or t, you know, like logical or. We were trying to implement this in a way such that it short circuits correctly as a macro. So if we go back to library.c, I hope we didn't have this saved. Can we find impl m or? Yeah, this guy is wrong. How do we write this in a way that is right? How do we want this to be? If we're writing something that looks like, I don't know, or foo bar baz, how do we want this to be? I think we probably want it to be something like if foo true, otherwise if bar true, otherwise baz, right? It's like this a little bit, right? Finally got Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines to work. See ya, Colonq. It's gamer time. This is kind of good. I hope you enjoyed. I have not played this ever. I've like, my exposure to the world of darkness is mostly reading RPG source books when bored in college. But it does seem like kind of good a little bit. The original, I've heard the new Vampire the Masquerade's Bloodlines is like a clusterfuck and is not good, probably to the surprise of no one. Glean enough API knowledge via osmosis. I don't know. I'll just tell you if you ask. We actually have like, it's not ultra detailed help, but we have like, this is one of the streams that requires documentation more than others. There are some basic docs here. The first is for like bot commands that are available around here, and the second is for like a general tutorial for the stream. You kind of need a tutorial a little bit, somewhat. You gotta. I expect you all to study up. You gotta be studying. No, I'm kidding. But like, we have accumulated quite a lot of stuff. Most things on the stream you can actually interact with over an API. You can do, like, people have made like command line clients for like most of the stream stuff. Yeah, but you'll pick it all up eventually if you stay here. Did I parse the stream too hard? No, you're good. You're good. I don't know what this even means, but I'm assuming that I'm answering in an affirmative way. Just yeah. Okay, let's read our or though. We gotta get or. What does or? Can or be shaped the way we need to? Vim or Emacs? The whole screen is Emacs. Kimchi VT. This is another element that I guess has become obscured enough that it doesn't even. The screen is Emacs. Like this, the chat is Emacs, and we are writing Emacs Lisp a lot. Like the assembler we were writing earlier is written in Emacs Lisp. Just listening in the background, trying to put AOL on a DS. Wait, like huh? This is kind of crazy. Is this real? I know people are doing all kinds of DS homebrew these days. I saw people talking about doing Fallout on the DS. You replicated the feeling of learning. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, is this right or is it wrong? I think it's right. Maybe. I think we're doing does or work? Does or work? If I say or 1-0 gives us T, that's the wrong answer. That's the wrong freaking answer. That's also the wrong freaking answer. This is no good. Can we make it do the right thing instead of the wrong thing, maybe? Is that at all possible? Everything that is not nil t, no, but everything that is yes, this is everything that is not nil is true. It is the only falsy value is nil. But yes, I think I'm doing something backwards probably. I really want, or also actually needs to actually return the. I think we have to do this in a different way. Blah. Currently reading GCC/libcpp. Nil is a pun for the empty list. Yes, they are one and the same. There is no distinction between them. They are the same. They have the same meaning. They are, yes, we are Lisp. Yes, this is very much I'm trying to do like a Lisp 2 kind of guy, right? It's mostly just like I was thinking like, well, how would I implement Emacs list? How would I actually implement uLisp? Because I had not thought about this very hard, and it was mostly an excuse to explore like variable binding stuff mostly. I strongly prefer this. Yes. Why does this not? I would expect this to at least produce the correct logical result, if not the correct like value result. Try GBA first, but couldn't get the connection actually working. Are you doing this over the link cable? Hello, Nash ZZZZ. This is kind of good. I want to play with this really bad and try and do some nonsense over the link cable. Hello, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. How are you, Nash ZZZ? Where is I think people are playing around with this fate. Confused but intrigued. This is how I feel most of the time in my life. Hello. We are currently trying to fix, in a somewhat strange turn of events, we are trying to write a Lisp macro in C for a little Lisp we have written in C, and we're trying to make it be correct and not bad, not horribly bad. I guess we could just write this in terms of eval. Also, I see that someone tried to change my head to Mari Peter. I think you just have to type this another time and it will work. Is this cached in the chat now? I don't have an active Mari sub. But it's a weird thing where if you don't use the emote has to be used in chat once to know, like, because Twitch doesn't tell you like if something is an emote if you send it. The Game Boy Mobile adapter, oh shit. I didn't realize this existed for the GBA. I know this existed in like, there's like a Japanese thing where how do you say? There was mobile stuff for like Pokemon Crystal on the Game Boy, right? There's like, I recall this being a thing for like the Battle Tower. This is kind of good though. Who should I clone to get context? Context on the stream in general. Oh, okay. So this is the thing. If you just post that in chat once, QWERTYMAN EN, I have a mission for you. Can you post the emote in chat without sending it in a redeem? I can explain why this happens. There's not really a good way to get around this. When you send a message in chat, Twitch sends you a lot of information about the emotes. Like it'll send you information that says like, hey, from this character to this character, this is the emote, and this is like the emote's ID, and the ID tells you like where the emote can be obtained, right? When it just in redeems, it doesn't do this. It just sends you the raw text. So what I do is I just cache what they send us in chat messages, and I'll keep track of it forever. But so then in any future usage of this in a redeem, it'll know what emote it is. But the first time, like, there's really no way. I have to like search through like all Twitch, like it's basically impossible. It's yeah. Take a look at Rion if you're interested in that. A lot of it's been restored, but there's no public servers yet. Okay, cool. Get clone. Oh yes. Probably the place to go is Fig is sort of the API that's exposed, and Wasp is the stuff on the eLisp side. And Bunt is like front end things. The as far as like the redeems and things, the help page, the second help page is slightly out of date, but still has a lot of information, like general context that Prod wrote. Or the on-screen chat doesn't show it sometimes. Yes, it doesn't work the first time you send, usually. It has to be cached first. He's like, I'm not gonna do like async stuff with the chat, so I just set a thing to run in the background to download. I just run curl in the background to download the emote and don't display it until it's there. Basically, is how it goes. Okay. I'm not sure we can actually write. Well, we have to never write. It's tricky, right? Because like, or kind of makes our default value. It's tricky. It's tricky. Karagi, I can't. Karagi, I can't. This is like tangentially related. I work as an automation engineer. Yeah, we're doing a lot of this nonsense in general. There's a lot of, I don't know. I could use an automation engineer. There's a lot that is non-automated. What is the? I think we don't want it to look like this. What we really want is this to be if foo, right? Is there a way we can do this without duplicating? Because I don't want to weave let bindings through this whole thing. It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck so bad. Because if I don't want to do this, I have to say this, right? I have to say like if I have to like nest these guys. And it's horrible. The front end is so incredibly loathsome. Make industrial automated equipment alive. Oh, this is really good too, though. We love a robot. This kind of I know very little about this, but I love this. I love robots. I love factory. I love conveyor belts. Like this is what we want, but we can't do this because we'll be duplicating. Hello TLB_miss. How can we create this behavior? We could just like straight up write it as a special form. That may be easier than what we are doing. In fact, I think I'm going to do this. Where is M or? We are writing this fucker as we are cheating. We will cheat for now. This guy, his nature is related to progn. Hello, Rastal Ylan. Also, welcome in. Almost the same as an elisp. Well, elisp or is a special form. There's a lot of stuff that's just like a built-in like. If I search for or, can we find this guy? Where is he in? Can we go to x86.el? Where is register? Where's this or? Yeah, this is a special form in C source code in elisp. So we're not cheating much worse. Yeah, than we would be cheating in this. So yeah. It's kind of weird that or is and like the and or are different in this way, but I think it's okay. Let's do that then. Where is SF progn? We want SF or, and SF or has a similar nature to progn. It has a similar nature in the sense that we're evaluating things. It's just like or is basically progn, but you can quit early if something is non-nil. If we say if final is not equal to pits nil, break. Right, just we break right away and evaluate to the final result. So I think this is fine. Like, can I get this? They're irrelevant to the If I say or 1 2, it's 1. If I say or nil 2, it's 2. If I say or nil nil, it's nil. If I say or 1 2 3, it's this. If I say or nil 2 3, right? If I say or this, it's just a macro. Well, yeah, in Common Lisp it's a macro. Presumably a macro over. I would like to actually see what it is. Do I have SBCL? Computer, bring me SBCL. Can I like, is there a guy called macro expanse? I think there's a bunch of these. If I say macro or foo bar baz. Yeah, so you'll notice that the thing we're trying to avoid here, we actually came to the exact, this is kind of funny, right? This is what we were preparing to write. Their or, they need to have lets, right? explicitly they have to have this let in order to avoid evaluating foo and bar twice, right? This is the thing. Otherwise, if you just put foo here, like this could be like a big expression. You can't just insert it, right? This would be not good. You need to have the let, and the let gets kind of gross, right? Compare this to and. I think and you don't need to have the let. Yes, right. So this sort of matches our reasoning for like why we're doing one in one way and one the other way. I just want to avoid writing this gross let. I don't want to have to bind the variable. And you can get away with not doing this because an and, like the fail early case, is return nil. Here the fail early case is return the thing. So we can't do it as easily. Good. Hello cosmological cuttlefish. Thank you for the follow also. So this is good, I think. Can we run our freaking program? Yeah, wow, it's a register now. Doesn't your wife need to sleep? It's only 11 p.m. It's 11:30 p.m. on a weekend, nonetheless, real nice. And she's not even here in the room yet. So we have time yet to go. I'm thinking it's a 12-hour stream potentially, gamer. No, it won't be a 12-hour stream. It'll be I'll go for like a little longer and then we'll wrap up. I have kind of a I would like to have enough of this that it's like kind of, I don't know. I'd like to do some stuff. I'd like to write some functions that actually do things here, maybe. I guess we probably can case on strings here. This is kind of good. It's a little bit good. Let's grab these guys over and see if we can make these guys run. We were trying to write. Oh, we needed to write comparisons. We don't have any comparisons yet. This is a big problem. Let's go down here. Let's defund some guys. So the first guy we have integer fits in bits. This is just called integer here. This is called, I don't know, bitwise shifts, bitwise L shifts. And then I probably should have separate arithmetic and, well, we'll think about that. We'll think about that in the future. I probably need both arithmetic and logical shifts, but I don't have any of these guys implemented yet. We have no how do you say comparisons. So we'll need to do that. Here I think this case should just work. The error bit won't work because we don't have a default thing for case. But we can just say this or error. I don't know if we actually have an error function, but we could probably write one pretty easily. Hello null underscore 010. Thank you for the follow also. Yes. Also, you'll just do this one more time. Post this emote in chat from Cyrano TV, and then it will work on the head. Yeah. It will work on the head if you just do it. If you need to post it in chat first, basically. It's a little bit wonky. There's a little bit of wonk type elements to it. Yeah, and now if I do this on the hair, if I say sear rave, it should go. You see, it just needs to pick up the emote. Yeah. Okay. And this guy actually calls another function maybe. So this is maybe an interesting sort of fellow to have. Let's get all of these guys. So we need various comparisons. How can we get them? Hello, angry lisping sloth. Also, yes. I don't know if the netcat thing currently works. I can probably fix it if it doesn't. Does it work? 31340. No. Can we fix that? How do I even fix that? Can I hide the screen? One moment, please. Where's the thing that hides the screen? Here. Am I even allowed to do this on this machine? Can I say system control starts? Do I have a service for this? Yeah, it doesn't. I think my VPS made something explode, and I had to fix this. What is the guy called? How does one mend NCAT? I have to SSH into this server and make sure this thing is running. What is this called? What did I call this guy? I must have given this fellow a name. Oh. What is his name? Maybe he doesn't have a name. Maybe he never had a name at all. How dubious. How freaking dubious it is. I don't know how Debian works. I don't know how any of this freaking works. What is this? Isn't there's services. They put services on this guy, aren't there? Oh, it's called bullfrog.colonq.computer.service. Okay. Does this work? I don't know. I'll level with you. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why the Baz is foobar, but the whole co-programming with your chat and talking how the stuff works vibes you got here is very relaxing. I appreciate it. Thank you, Noctalia. This is kind of what it is, right? There's not really like a point to the game, right? It's not really like there's like a, I don't know. It's mostly we're just kind of talking about stuff, and realistically I'm going to spend the first hour talking about, I don't even know what, talking about something else. And we're gonna we're gonna do a little bit of programming and talk about we just like the computer a lot. It's kind of a less, I don't know. It's not really like we're like grinding to like do a task, right? Does NC work now? Does this work? No. Okay, we'll fix. I don't know why the fuck that's broken. We'll fix it. For now, remove the commands. For now, hide our shame. I really like Bash. Oh, do you know Bad Cop? A friend of the stream, Bad Cop, is like a big Bash enjoyer. They're a major person doing this kind of stuff. Like they do all kinds of stuff in Bash. I have an interest in this stuff, but no actual experience. I went to school for CNC programming. That's all CAD. This is cool though. If you would like to learn, I think this is probably easier than you think it is, Noctalia. The stuff is very accessible, and it doesn't really require. It's very like workman-like, right? You can really like, I don't know. It's easy these days. Hello, Hellpie. Good morning too. I'm losing interest in coming up with the next thing. Yeah, this is how it goes. But sometimes we finish things, right? I'd say probably our completion rate these days is like, it's higher than it once was. Tmux is great for SSH. Yeah. Can we get comparisons here? I've never programmed a cutter in my life. CNC guy. Yeah, this is good stuff. We gotta get comparisons. Is this how you spell this word? Yeah. I always thought this was like this when I was young. I don't think this is it though. Yeah, we're on a pretty big arc for Pit though. Let's see. We need to have less than. We need to have greater than. We need to have less than equal. And we need to have greater than equal. These are kind of classic guys that they love doing on here. We could play with. Yeah, this is good. I would love to have access to something like this. Let's find them. Let's just steal eek. Where is eek p? I need to call them. Well, we can just call them this. It's not like they're. I'm using the p suffix for if they have a question mark after them. Where is div? They go right after this. Let's call this impl less than. Right? This guy is just pit as integer rt the first argument, pit as integer rt second argument, and then this is just x less than y. This is not pit value, these are i64s. Good. What about the other ones? What about greater than? Greater than is the same, but you reverse, it's x greater than y. What about less than or equal to? It's the same, except it's less than or equal to. What about greater than or equal to? It's the same, except it's, right, you get the drill at this point. It's GE. They're going on the grand fucking exchange. Okay. This does not... We don't know if it runs. Can we call integer fits in bits? Is that a thing we're allowed to call? If I say print x86 integer fits in bits, 8 1000, is that a thing we're allowed to call? Attempted to get cell value that's not ref. I don't know what it is. What are they doing? What are they? Oh, abs. We don't have absolute value. I'm literally playing OSR. Is this good? I've never played this. I think if I played this, I would die. If I played this, I would wither up from dehydration because I would play so much. I would be so addicted. I'm a big MMO fan though. I like MMORPG a lot. This is including weird ones and old ones. Can we get absolute value? What's this all about? Get this. Get this here. Get this guy. Where's arithmetic? Security game? No, OSRS is old school RuneScape. I think you probably know this. I think this is a joke that you're making. FF14 in RuneScape? I do have, I think, several thousand hours in Final Fantasy 14. I am not in any way starting second computer to run EVE Online right now. Yes. I don't want to say too explicitly so as not to reveal my identity exactly, but my gamer, one of my few claims to gamer cred is that in one particular niche piece of savage difficulty Final Fantasy 14 content, I did briefly have the #1 in the world damage number parse for one job. This is my one claim to one kind of very niche fame. Okay, I64x equals pit as it's you. It's just you. It's this. Return. This is if x is less than 0. Return pit integer new RT negative x. Otherwise return pit integer new RTX. Space, yeah, we gotta check out Space Traders for real. I had the totally wrong read on this. Okay. Where is abs? Okay, there's abs. Hello Mojito Husky, also welcome in. Well, do we have this going? Does it still does not. What are we missing now? What the fuck are we missing? Yo. Do we have most of these guys? Do we have integer? Do we have integer question mark? Let's just make sure we have every man. Do we have every man? Can I just say comment run /pit? Do we have every man? Integer 1. Okay, we have that man. Bitwise L shifts 1 4. We have that man. Or 1. We have that man. And 1 2. We have that guy. Why do we love Linux? Just turned my computer on to kernel panic. Nothing has changed this morning. That's unfortunate. I wonder what causes this. This has to be some kind of hardware failure, right? There has to be, like, presumably, if you haven't. I'm really sorry about this, Happy Sloth 18. I hope you can resolve it. I've never had this happen myself, but this is a thing, right? Like I can believe that this happened for sure. We didn't define these guys, did we not? Huh? We made these. Where are you? Where the hell are you? You're real, aren't you? You're totally real. Didn't we make him? We made. Oh, are these guys not valid symbols to be used? What's our Lexer say about symbols? It should be fine, right? Like, what is simchar? All we're excluding is parentheses and dot and quote and double quote. What is the what is the... Did we not build this? Like, what's the deal? Oh, we don't have X defined, obviously. That's what's going on here. This does exist. We're being goobers. This guy exists too. All of these guys are real. They broadly behave, probably. What are we missing then? We have abs. We can say, oh, you can't do negative numbers, but that's also not what we're doing. You can do it like this, right? That's, yeah. Do we have division? Yeah. So what's the deal with this? Why does it not go? What is his... Oh, it could be going... This could be like an error. I don't know. Let's see this. Why? We're calling him... Oh, he has a question mark after his name. We're not calling the right function. Yeah, we should probably print its name. The problem is that I need to like keep track of some additional error context, because right now it doesn't know that much about it. It doesn't know, like, it doesn't, by the time it's printing the error, it doesn't know what name it is, because it's like, yeah, it's, yeah, we need to move the error handling around. Because this is obviously not a useful error message. But why are we... A symbol has its name. Well, it's not... The thing that prints this error message is a thing that's extracting a thing from a cell. Where a cell is like the underlying thing that a symbol like is mapped to. Or like a symbol has a couple of different cells attached to it, right? There's like a function cell and also the... Right? There's a couple of different namespaces. So at this point, like, it does not actually know... It could know easily. I just need to, like, you know, shuffle the things around enough that it gets this. Make a quick did you mean? Yeah, this would be good too. Why are we... I guess I can just try running these guys. If I say /pis, if I say setf, or if I say setq bits 4, or setq rather bits 4, and I say maybe it was a silly way. I mean, very possibly so. I mean, you need to have the different... It's mostly just like I'm trying to be lazy with my utility functions, right? I'm trying to use the same utility function to get things out of the function cell as I am out of the value cell, right? Which is foolish, right? Again, it's mostly I think it's a decent way to structure things. It's just like, again, you can't even judge these things without the full context of it. It's just like it's just that it is like we need to do 5 minutes of work to restructure the error message, basically, and I just have not done this. If I do this, oh, this is just yelling at us about... I put this on one line. I'm wondering how lambda-less destructuring is handled. Yeah, we can talk about this too. Is it really possible? I guess this could be related to... This could be a situation where it's not finding bound. It's not getting the let binding, which I guess could be possible. Gyro distance in order to suggest typo fixes. Yeah. There's something strange afoot here, Loki Scarlet. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what this is all about, but there's something strange going on. Thank you for, but it, like, yeah. Like, I can say, like, let's get our binding here. Just the let binding. What if I say bound? Yeah, like, that's a thing that's real. What if we slowly build things up? If I say divided by bound 2. Okay, that's also real. If I say less than or equal to abs Abs X, welcome back. Hello. It's kind of nice that people have just started typing the thing that I'm going to say to them, and then I don't even have to think about it. I just read what's on the screen. It's kind of nuts. This is like the new metagame. I think it's really good. Welcoming you back to my presence. Well, that's fair as well, I suppose. Okay, that exists too. What if we say? What if we put the or around this? What if we say or and greater than or equal to x0, less than x bound? Okay, it still goes. It still goes. When integer x. Oh, we don't have when. We just looked right past that. We don't have when. So yeah. I think that's fine. Does our if just handle the case where there's no yeah, 1000 doesn't fit in 8 bits, but it does fit in 16 bits. Wow, easy. Cool. What about this other case? What about operand immediate fits? I don't know if we have an error guy, but we can probably write one pretty easily. Can we call this operand immediate fits? And let's say this is B 1000. Yeah, we don't know what error means. Let's define error too. Let's go to, well, we're gonna have to make sure that this is, well, it should work. Where's print? Let's also make let's make error here. This is like an IO kind of, an IO-ish sort of guy. It's much like print. I guess it didn't work. What's this? Oh, you have to post the thing in chat first, and then it will work. This is the thing. This is like the horrible, confusing thing. Looks like some nerd shit. Hell yeah. Hello, Cricket Man 98. It's kind of true. It sort of is. It's kind of major nerd shit, insane style. I would say even. This guy actually, where is impl error? This guy actually is a little bit different from this, I think. This guy doesn't actually want to be here. He wants to be, he's got to be somewhere else. Let's put him here. Where is impl error? Where is impl eval? Let's do this. Let's do this kind of thing. The string that we're printing is just this. Yeah. Let's say, what does pit error actually do? They're calling the computer nerd central actually. Yeah. We're kind of majorly nerd style a little bit. They just set this to, I see. I think this is fine then. Can we just do this stuff? Pit nil. Can we just say RT error equals this? RT error equals pit t to prevent nonsense. What's going on? We are currently messing with a custom programming language that we wrote, trying to port an assembler that we wrote to it. An awesome GG emote. Yeah, this is really good. This is kind of good. Okay, where is impl error doing its business? Here it is. Okay, what is the guy who we're not defining now? Who is the fucker? Conjure up the fucker, please. Fucker conjuration. Will it support try catch? No. I dislike exceptions like this as a matter of print. It'll probably support very bad exception handling. But I do not like exceptions very much. I am kind of a disliker of this. I think they are kind of gross. Fucker conjecture requires caffeine as a material component. Yeah. What are the other things? This is like you're making a reference to Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, so I can explain the joke that you're making a reference to Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition spell casting, where spells have a material, verbal, and somatic component. Is this the idea? I think these are the components, right? Something like this. I haven't played much 5e. So just pretend I said something funny that referenced this back to you. mentally fill in me saying something that was really funny and charming back that related to this, please. Thank you. Okay. Are we allowed to say this? Are you something that they let us say on here? We say size is B, for example. Oh yes, this error guy is just not gonna do. Oh. Huh. I guess our thing just doesn't work with strings. I don't know what the deal is with that. I guess does case not work at all with strings right now? If I say case B, A1, B2, C3. Okay, it just doesn't work with strings. Why is that? What is case made of? What is case impl m case? Does it do eq? Oh, it does eq. What if it did equal instead? That's probably what we actually want. Okay, now we can say stuff like this, and maybe it does something. Okay, that's a good start. There's 2 of us now. I know enough about coding to not be helpful, but I'd be very interested. I'm really like thank you for this, right? Like okay, like can I speak frankly? Am I allowed to talk like a Frank? Like can I be like talk like my name is Frank? Like realistically, like there's not enough, like the stuff we're doing is very niche on here, right? Hi Frank, hello. That's my name now for the next 1 minute or something. The stuff we're doing is very niche. We're doing like niche things, and some people have like this niche interest. They have the same worm in their head also. But a lot of people I think are just like generally interested in this stuff. I don't want people to feel like, oh man, I don't know what this guy is talking about. I can't, but it's kind of cool, but I feel like I'm like interrupting. This is not what it's like at all around here, right? It's kind of like realistically, I would be crazy to expect people to like know what I'm doing. Right? Just speaking honestly about it, right? If I was coming here and I was like getting annoyed if they don't know what I'm doing, I would be right. That would not be a reasonable thing for me to expect, right? What we're doing here is like I'm just tinkering around with something that I think it's fun, right? I'll talk about it a bunch. If you have questions, you can ask them. If you want to talk about something totally different, right? You can talk about that instead, right? You can talk about other thing, right? We're just kind of hanging out, right? It's kind of a hangout sort of thing, more than a like I don't know. But I am happy to explain. Playing with hay and needles, that's all I understood. Half is very approximate. Speaking actual nonsense. I feel the same way with you sometimes, Real Nyston. I feel like there's something with you and me, Real Nyston, where I feel like we maybe have just like I don't know what it is. It's very incompatible communication styles, but I feel like this creates a very amusing dynamic where we are constantly like, I don't know. I see your messages and I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about sometimes? Then half the time I'll realize, okay, that's what he actually meant. And I assume it's the same going the other direction too. But for some reason, we really have this. Like we are constantly talking. We are like 2 ships crossing in the night. Yeah. I don't know. Quite a bit about even some of this business, and there are more questions out of my mouth every time than there are clever clips. Yeah, this is how it goes. The computer is a deep well, right? There are hidden depths to the computer, right? There are many places that we have yet to descend, right? So it's only natural that we will we're gonna approach some confusion sometimes. There's some complexity happening. I could make error take a format string. I don't really want to do that. That seems scary. Thank you, Nash ZZZZ, for the follow too. I'm just gonna make it have bad error messages instead. Okay. Where is, so why does this fail now? Seer Fumo. I really like these. I like that there's a VTuber just called like Chirino, and they just have this as the character. We freaking love Toho Project. This is a good thing that's real. Forgot about emoji hair. Can we get this going? Can we get this going a little bit? Why does it not work? Why the fuck does it not work? What is its meaning? What is the meaning of this? Is there a meaning? Is there a meaning? There may be a meaning. This is the X does not exist. What if I say X is 1000? Our source locations are quite poor here. Is it that bits does not exist? Is that the problem here? I am capping. Okay, it's not that bits does not. Is it that x86 integer fits in bits does not exist? Because we just defined him. He's literally here. He's right there. You know he's real. We have defined him for you. Does he not know about this guy? Have we ended up in a situation where there is a major bug in calling functions from other functions? Is that what's happening here? Is that the case? I don't think it is. I think we would have encountered that before this point, probably. We're doing that in other places. Can I like not call a function inside of a let or something? Like, what's the deal? Can I call that? If I say oh, I haven't defined it in here, obviously. Why Emacs anyway? Familiarity, meme, or something else? Well, sort of. It's definitely not a meme, I would say. Although you know these things happen. I was using, so when I started programming when I was young, I just used the text editor that was installed on the Linux distro I was using. So I just used, I think, gedit for a while, and I played around with a variety of things. But when I was learning this stuff, it was like in the early 2010s, right? And the thing online was just like, you know, you need to use Vim or Emacs if you're a serious person. So I guess this is a meme in a way, right? But I started using Vim because of this, because like this was just like what was used, right? Like if you were doing the stuff, like this was what, if you were a quote unquote real programmer or what, this is what you were doing. So I kind of got into this when I was probably like 14, 15. And I used Vim for many years. We're no quiche eaters, yeah. I used Vim for many years. Was always kind of envious of some Emacs things. And eventually, yeah, it's not too bad, right? I used this for a long time, and around like 2017 or so, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take the plunge. I'm gonna use Emacs because I was writing like a lot of Lisp and a lot of Haskell, and like the support for this was, you know, nominally better maybe. And I was interested in like text-based. I was interested in like non-graphical UIs, and Emacs was like a place that was doing a lot of stuff here. Why are you still alive? Oh, we got a big raid like an hour ago. We got a big raid at hour 7 and 10 minutes. And I was like, okay, we can't end right. You know, you can't just end. You gotta keep going. Yeah, like GUI. Yeah, for a while when I was in college, for like a whole year, I did not use X11 at all. I did not have X installed. I just lived in the TTY with Tmux, right? And like I used elinks as my browser. And I was very fortunate that I did not need a real browser for anything. And when I occasionally did, I could go to the school library. But I was part of 2 of the raids. Oh, were you here in both the Soy raid and the Uo raid? Yeah. This is good. These are my friends. I used to use elinks to browse Twitter. Yeah, I used to use Emacs to read Twitter. There used to be twittering mode, but then they killed this. Soy and Uo, yeah. This is kind of the homies a little bit. They're calling these the homies. Riz someone up who liked Emacs, which feels like such a funny Vim to Emacs transition. I see. But yeah, so I just started using it in like 2017, and like I really fell in love with it after bouncing off a few times. I've just been using it ever since. Like my stream setup is just my personal setup. Like this is not like a stream joke, right? Like obviously I don't have like the VTuber on screen or like chat or whatever, right? But I basically have the exact same setup for personal use. I had this set up on my work laptop. Like this is just like how I'm doing things. I don't like, it's, yeah. You don't sit in silence alone on your couch with the clones. Yeah. Yeah, tiling is fun. Yeah, I really like EXWM a lot. It's really cool. Okay. Does this work? Should I get a ThinkPad? They're pretty good laptops and they're kind of cheap. You can get them cheap refurbished sometimes. It's sort of good. Colonq want to see something cool? Yeah. What is it? What's going on? With your laptop and the VTub are on? Yeah. Equity, oh, congratulations, Pete Eater. This is kind of huge. This is slightly huge. Can we add this? Pete's Eater equity. If you're wondering what this is, this means Pete Eater does own equity and can vote during the annual shareholders meeting in April. Okay, why are we dying? There is a reason for this death that has afflicted us. What is this? What the fuck is this? Define this function. Can you call it? x86 integer fits in bits. 8 1000. Return nil, please. Okay, good. What about this other guy? Why do you explode? Can we get your contents? If I say setf or setq rather, setq size b. Oh, setq exclamation point size b. If I say setq exclamation point x 1000. If I paste this whole guy that uses size and this returns nil. So why the fuck? Oh, did I misspell this? Oh, I'm writing. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm like blasted right now. I'm like so out of it. I am not blasted in the sense that I am like, is there a word for this? Is there a word for mentally disoriented, but not, I'm cooked? I've been cooked. Everyone has to die once. Hello, Lob saying too. It's true. The both at least and at most, maybe. Delirious. Okay. I think we got there. This is kind of good. Finished. I'm discombobulated. I say this one a lot. The time to go eat more. The I will do this after this. I don't eat on the stream days. I think I've mentioned this before. So I effectively am doing like just like a fast, right? Like after we had him drink the entire 5 Loco. I missed the energy drink stream because I have to, it's a little embarrassing. I think I was raiding in World of Warcraft. It's fucking over for me. But I saw him making I tuned in briefly and I saw he was like in Photoshop making like a cover for like, I think it was a Marlboro energy drink, like cigarette energy. Is this it? It's so over for me. It literally is over for me. I think I've mentioned my ongoing World of Warcraft saga, my World of Warcraft Classic Edition saga. They were making me heal. They were making me doing healing. They were making me do healing because all the healers quit. And then finally we got some healers, and now the tanks aren't showing up, and they're making me tank. It's over. I'm still doing ring homework. I see. This is good. What was 5? Is this just 4 Loco? It's just like mixing caffeine powder and booze. Like, this is kind of good though. He got $600 to chug the entire 5 Loco. I wonder if this is worthwhile in terms of EV. Like if you like amortize the health costs that this, when you're 80 years old, the cost that this will, the addition, like I wonder if how this lines up. 4 shots and some THC sugar plus caffeine. I see. This is so fucked up and evil. The prove that for every field F there are infinitely many irreducible elements in it. I see. It's not how that works. It's not how it goes. What is not how it goes? Mixing caffeine powder, and it hit him hard. He stayed around for almost 2 hours after it was supposed to end. I see. He's not 8 years old. I mean, like, I'm saying, I'm joking around, right? Obviously, but at the same time, like, I sometimes wonder, like, what the, you almost certainly can reduce. I mean, a single cigarette probably has like a you can definitely weigh this out to, yeah, there's a threshold of recoverable damage. You can't average it out over 2 decades. I wonder. I really do wonder, right? There probably is a degree to, like, I don't know. I don't know how this guy goes, right? Like, isn't the human being in a state of perpetual degradation, right? Isn't it the sort of thing where, like, I don't know, everything is doing permanent damage? This is at least how I've interpreted my own view of the world. That all things are unrecoverable to some degree. Maybe not. The nut shot, Ninja's nut milk, cashew milk, plus gamer subs, plus gas station boner pills, plus I see. Just breathing in random smoke in your life. Yeah, of course, right? Like the only, yeah, and even like measurably, right? Like the increased cancer risk of smoking is like when you're doing an insane amount. The problem is that it's addictive and it's making you do the insane amount. But like I wonder, like, I wonder about these things. Who knows? Substances known to the state of California. Yeah. Where did we leave off here? We left off at operand register fits. This is also like kind of a simple guy. I love substances that the state of California knows about. Yeah, like a lot of things do accumulate in your body, right? Like lead or something like this. Heavy metals do this, right? Like you can slowly accumulate this over time, I think, right? Without it being flushed out. I don't know. Maybe this is false, but maybe it's also true. Who can say? Okay, can we do a big case on this? You become plastic after some times. Something like this. Forever chemicals. I think these usually mean things that like stay in the environment forever. I don't know though. Can we do this? Can we remove all of the prefixes? And maybe this even works. That will be kind of good if it goes. My balls are full of microplastics. I think probably, like, statistically most people's organs are. Or at least your body has a lot of plastic in it in the world. They put many in. Epoxy has a strong scent that feels like it can't be good to breathe. Streaming into Saturday on the East Coast. Late night stream. Hello, Dr. Capybar. What is going on? We're tinkering. We're on the Exodus. It's the LCOLONQ Exodus arc. We are going. We are porting our assembler to the custom Lisp. This is the first basically non-trivial program we are writing in the custom Lisp. So it's a little bit scary, but also a little bit exciting. This returns 0, which is true. What if we say AX instead? Attempted to, okay, that's not good. That one's gonna be bad for us. Why does it differ? Why does their characteristic differ? Probably because of the OR business here. Are we defining register 1 byte, 2 byte, 4 byte, 8 bytes? Are we defining them correctly? We take it for granted these days, but not having lead in everything helps so much. What's having lead? The element of lead. So like there's this is like what do they call this? Lead, plum bum. Is this it? PB? Like the element PB, atomic number 82. This is like poisonous. This like makes you, I think this makes you, like, I don't know. There are like mental effects of this, right? It hurts your brain. And this used to be in like everything, like in gasoline and like in paints and in pipes and like everywhere. And I think this is probably good to not be everywhere. Yeah. It makes you die and fricks up every single organ, including brain. Yeah. It was in all the paint on toddlers' toys that they stuck in their mouths. Yeah, isn't the thing like in Roman times they use this, like this is like a sweetener, right? They even I don't know, maybe this is an urban legend. There are extractions in Joke. There are two types of professional chemists. You either make new material substances that can do anything, or trying to remake those substances without lead or cadmium. I see. This is kind of good. They use it to sweeten wine. Yeah. And this can still be a risk. Like I've heard about things like oftentimes people get exposed to a bunch of lead. I think it's turmeric, right? These people in like markets selling the turmeric, they'll like spray this with paint, and the paint happens to have lead in it in order to make it appear more fresh, right? Like it's you can still get exposed to this sort of thing, right? They use lead for wine cups, so the sweetness was incidental. Okay, good to know. Okay, this should just be calling register 1 byte. Why does this produce a strange? Oh, it's the error case failing. That's what it is. Unknown operand pattern size. Why is that? That's bizarre. We're saying B. We're saying freaking B. What the fuck is that? Are we evaluating the case? No, we can't be evaluating cases backwards. That's insane. Like, why would the second argument change the oh, it's because of the OR. It's because of the OR. It's because if it returns nil, it's because the OR does not actually capture what we're trying to express here. You know what? We don't care. We just return nil. I'm not worried about it. We really should just add like a wildcard case to our case, but I think for now this is not of great concern. It is not of terrible concern. If I say AX then instead, then it doesn't fit, right? If I say D though, and I say AX, it also doesn't fit, but if I say EAX, it will fit. Cool. And it's returning 0 because it's the index of the register. It's probably just bug pieces, also known as totally harmless. Who can develop allergies to specific bugs and totally incidentally and definitely not related to also specific brands of coffee. I see. Chat makes me happy I don't drink coffee. Yeah. I don't know. It's probably fine to drink a little bit of coffee. The acetic acid in the wine reacted with lead to form lead acetate. Hello Galxrax. Also, welcome in. You have a very topical name. The RAX in your name is very on brand. We can match your last name. We can match your last name against an operand specifier now. The 900 frames to milliseconds. I see. This is good. This is really good, actually. Can we law cool? Thank you. Yeah. We're writing an assembler, or we're porting an assembler, like a bit of an assembler that we wrote before. Okay, now we're getting to the point where we need to do pcase, and I don't want to port these cases. So you know what I'm gonna do instead? I'm gonna go eat food, and I'm gonna go eat food, and we're gonna raid somebody. This is the new mode. We're gonna be doing a go eat food and raid somebody situation. But first, the necessary ending matter. Thank you so much for coming by, everybody. It's really good. We do this twice a week. If it was your first time here, thank you for coming. Come back if you want to. Don't come back if you don't want to, but it would be cool if you did. I'm not gonna lie and be like all nonchalant about it and be like, you know, it would be cool if you came back. We have won't be my last. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, if you want to know when they are, Discord. There's a Discord with one channel and an IRC. I ping there, and I only ping everyone when there's a stream. Yeah, we stream at the same times on Tuesdays and Fridays every week. It's kind of it's you know for it's a kind of all day Tuesday, all day Friday. So you'll catch us if you're on here. Let's do the newspaper. We have this guy going. Also, there may be something this weekend. I don't know if it's going to be this weekend or an upcoming weekend. The stream crashes, newspaper lost, indeed. There will be, on not this channel, but maybe another channel, I'm probably going to be playing some FF11 at some point in the near future. We're going to figure this out with some friends, people you may know, or maybe you don't know them. If you like this, you're probably welcome to join us. We're going to get a gang together for this nonsense. More to come in the Discord probably. Who are we rating though? Who's alive in the world? Who did they put alive in the world today? Is there anyone alive in the? I play a ton. Oh shit! I have one. I played through like a few years ago. I don't remember fucking anything because I was messing around with it the other day. But I played a few years ago, and I have a guy at 12. What is the thing? 1200 job points. I did not get to the cap. I do not have master levels or whatever. But yeah. We did the newspaper. Who are we rating though? Who's on this? Who's on? Do you have opinions, computer? Who's around for rating purposes? Lane and Ompuko are live. This is true. Hex is live. Mari just went live. Grimmy. Okay, is Grimmy playing a fake computer game? The Grimmy game is a computer-based game. But the first thing I see is sometimes I have to choke myself brutally so I can feel aroused. So I don't know about this. I don't know if we ever raid Mari. Let's just raid Mari. People will know this person from Uo probably, so we'll go right over there. You may or may not know this. You will go be polite. We raid with Joel. This is what we do. Go. Thank you, computer. Big yes. Thank you very much. Very good. Very good. Yes. Very good. More to come. Have a good weekend. We'll see you soon. Best wishes. Adieu. Do not mention this in the raid. You should instead post Joel. This is what we type in the chat room. We are typing Joel. This is what we are doing. For real, actually. See you soon. See you soon. I'm clicking the button now. XO. Like seriously, don't mention that. That would be weird. And type Joel. Type Joel, please.